Chapter 1. Destination. "I look like a bandit," Percy groaned, glancing down at his mismatched outfit. "You stink like one, too," Nisha said, pinching her nose as she inched farther away from him. "Hey, remind me again, who was it that took all my spare clothes?" Percy asked, in a faux-offended tone. His companion just shrugged unapologetically. "Woohoo! I'm dressed as a commoner," she replied flatly. "What an upgrade." He shook his head, not seeing any point in continuing the argument. At least, the slightly loose linen attire gave his companion a subtle charm. It complemented her messy, dark hair, making her grumpy expression look a little cuter. Percy averted his gaze as soon as he caught himself, however, not wanting her to catch him staring. He'd never survive her smugness. Scanning himself more carefully, he realized he looked rather wild by comparison. It wasn't just the stinky patches of leather that the bandits had so kindly donated. His hair had grown a little too long since the last time he'd cut it, and his chin sported the faintest signs of stubble. Then again, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. People would have a harder time recognizing them, which was the very reason they ditched their enchanted robes in the first place. Percy picked up the pace, eager to find some water to wash up. Disguised or not, he could certainly do without the stench. If memory served, they should be reaching the River Glane in the next few hours. They could look for a good spot to camp along the banks. "Found anything edible?" he asked Mickey, his familiar. "Rat," the crow replied through the cord. Percy frowned at the prospect of eating rodent meat for the second day in a row. Sadly, there was only so much space in his amulet, so they had to ration their supplies carefully. Still, "I swear he's doing it on purpose. He's always had a taste for the darn things." He sighed. The duo walked in silence until nightfall, only stopping once the body of water came into view. Despite their growing weariness, they spent a while longer traveling along the river, hunting for a decent camping spot. It wasn't easy, as their surroundings were still mostly flatlands, but they did eventually stumble upon a semi-concealed place between a few large boulders. It wasn't perfect, but it would do. After drinking his fill, Percy scrubbed his clothes a few times until he was somewhat satisfied. Of course, he knew that without soap, no amount of washing would ever completely rid them of the persistent odor, but he hoped it wouldn't be quite as nauseating over the remainder of their journey. Once he was done, he set his alchemy tools up. Unfortunately, he had yet to condense tomorrow's crystals and brew the corresponding elixirs. It was annoying that he had to spend 5 hours every night on such a tedious task, but it couldn't be helped. He'd only waste his previous efforts if he started skipping days. "I suppose I'll be able to cut the time down even further if I keep practicing." After confirming with Mickey that the coast was clear, Percy activated synchronization. Concentrating, he formed a blob of cyan between his palms before beginning the first of his daily chores. Surprisingly, Nisha didn't slack off either while he worked. She lit a campfire, taking it upon herself to cook their dinner. Apparently, the crow had found a snake, too, so their meal was quickly turning into a veritable buffet. As soon as Percy was done adding his crystallized mana to the elixirs, he collected the turquoise substance in a few vials, giving them a swirl. "Such a pretty little thing, causing so much trouble," he sighed, still not sure whether escaping from the Alchemist's Guild had been the right move. He was now a fugitive, and so were his companions, their fates tied to his own. Not that it was anything new for his familiar, and Nisha had chosen to follow him of her own volition. Perhaps he shouldn't be so hard on himself. Dangerous or not, they were at least free to go wherever they wanted. Didn't that count for something? Shrugging, he drank his third set of Aurora Dew for the day, using his whirlpool technique to cleanse both cores. Having mastered it some time ago, he could get the full benefit from the elixirs now. Mickey and Nisha joined him, consuming a dose each. Only after they were done did the two humans finally pick their kebabs up, taking a bite. As for the crow, well, he preferred his food raw. "It tastes nice," Percy exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by the flavorful mouthful of scavenged meat. The girl didn't reply, though he didn't miss her lips curving slightly at the compliment. Evidently, she wasn't that bad a cook. Still, knowing where the food had come from did dull his appetite somewhat, so he didn't eat much in the end. "So are you going to tell me where we're going?" Nisha suddenly asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. "Home," Percy replied promptly, realizing just as quickly that it wasn't entirely true. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head. "Well, kinda," he added vaguely. By now, they had almost entered the Camelot province, where his family was based. However, Percy wasn't planning to return to his house's mansion directly. While his home was probably the safest place to brew elixirs and send out his clones from, he knew getting there wouldn't be easy. After all, House Tantalus's goons constantly patrolled the borders, looking for opportunities to hurt his family. That said, he still wanted to be close to his house so that he could reach it more easily once the lotus bloomed. As a result, he figured it was best to maintain anonymity and settle somewhere within the province. And he'd picked the exact spot, too. "We're going to Bogside Town." Nisha raised an eyebrow, prompting him to explain. "Returning to my family is currently not an option, so staying in a small town nearby is the next best place for the time being. We'll just have to keep our heads low for a while." "Why that town specifically, though? I'm sure the Camelot province has more than one." Percy nodded. Indeed, the western side under his family's control had 3 in total, but Bogside Town wasn't among them. It was actually located on the eastern side instead, one of the 2 towns under their enemies' jurisdiction. "The members of House Tantalus are currently roaming my family's territories like sharks, eager to take a bite. However, I doubt they'd look twice at a couple of commoners passing through their own side of the province. We'll enter from the north and make our way to the town. We'll hide there, right under their noses, while we watch for an opportunity to reach my house in the next 2 years." Nisha creased her brow at the explanation. She didn't seem convinced. "If the only issue is the blockade, there are other ways around it. We could just circle the province and enter your family's side from a different spot." "Indeed we could," Percy said, grinning. "But I have another goal in Bogside Town." "Which is?" "Remember how I said we only have enough elixirs to last us 2 years?" He shook his empty vial. "Yes?" Nisha tilted her head in confusion, apparently unsure what that had to do with anything. "Well, we can't return to the guild anytime soon, so there's only one other place where we could possibly restock on elixirs." Nisha's eyes widened as she realized what he intended. Indeed, after the Alchemists' Guild, the next best place to find a large quantity of elixirs was a noble house's warehouse. After all, a family of that size had over 500 members, of which around 200 would receive elixirs regularly. Assuming they had enough in stock to last them a couple of years, which was the norm for his family at least, it meant their combined stash would last Percy and Nisha for over a decade. And if he was going to raid a noble house's storage, what better target than his family's enemies, the very ones who murdered his parents? "Have you lost your mind? How are we going to accomplish something like that?" She stared at him, clearly wondering if he had finally snapped. Percy shrugged. "Well, I admit that's the part I haven't figured out yet," he said with a sheepish grin plastered all over his face. "Still, we have 2 years to find a way." "You're nuts." She shook her head, but didn't say anything else. There was actually one more reason why Percy had picked that particular town over the other. Now that Mickey had advanced, they needed a good place for him to stay, a place where he'd have access to all the higher-grade food he needed. And as it so happened, Bogside Town was located right next to a dangerous swamp filled with orange and yellow beasts, the Grizzly Bog. Putting out the fire, Percy cleaned the camp up a little before finding a decent spot to sleep. As he settled in, he reached out to his companions. Nesha, Mickey, can you two do me a favor and split tonight's shifts between yourselves? I'll make it up to you later. The two groaned in unison at the prospect of staying up longer, but ultimately agreed. They both understood that Percy had a reason for voicing the request, and it wasn't because of laziness. He needed to get a good night's rest, as he had something important to do the following day. Their target was still a week away, but that wasn't the only place Percy would be visiting in the near future. Well, it hadn't been that long since his latest wasp clone had been destroyed. The colossal amount of soul mana his familiar had harvested from the Starry Night had been more than enough to fully heal his soul. Now that his ventures inside the hive had been placed on hold, it was finally time for Percy to resume sending clones out of Remior. Let's hope it's a lucky one. Chapter 2. Takeo. Takeo, don't leave the village. It's too dangerous, Father said sternly. But Takeo wasn't having it. This is exactly why we have to go. We can't just wait here like cowards. Sengo tried to stop him, but Takeo shook the hand off his shoulder. Grabbing his father's latest creation from a table, he bolted out of the room. Come back, Sengo yelled, though his voice only grew more distant as Takeo ran through the empty streets, his wooden sandals clacking against the paved street. He circled around the house by the corner of the road before heading straight, sprinting right into the dense thicket. The pale moonlight was already faint to begin with, though it vanished entirely as he dove into the black vines. The infernal things blotted out the sky, greedily shrouding the world in their demonic embrace. At least his eyesight had always been the sharpest in the village, so Takeo could still see where he was going. Somewhat. He strapped the object he had taken from his father to his waist before unsheathing his machete from the other side. He ducked and squeezed through the vines whenever he could, his smaller frame making things easier, though he still had to hack an opening once in a while. Every few steps, he caught one of the thorn-covered tendrils shifting out of the corner of his eye. Had this been a few years ago, he might have chalked it up to fear, but he knew the time of the feast was almost upon them. No way I'm letting everyone get eaten. Takeo roamed the jungle for hours, though he never ventured too far from the village. If he was going to kill somebody, he figured he might as well look for a raider targeting his people. Plus, he had the advantage in his own turf. Knowing the place like the back of his hand, it would be harder to fall into an ambush here. Eventually, he stopped upon spotting a few broken vines. Somebody must have passed through recently. In the last few minutes, too, otherwise the jungle would have repaired the damage already. Putting his machete away, Takeo grabbed the hilt of the other object, clenching it tightly in his grasp. Twisting the blade upwards, he pulled it slightly from its sheath. In one smooth motion, he crouched, advancing through the thicket with more caution as he scanned his surroundings for more signs of activity. It wasn't long before he found another broken vine, and then a third. Soon, Takeo was hot on his prey's trail, inching closer by the second. The fools won't know what hit them. Aware that he was probably close enough for them to hear him, he held his breath before brushing a vine aside and peering through a gap in the undergrowth. One of the thorns stabbed into his palm, causing him to wince, but he didn't utter a sound as his gaze finally locked onto his prey. 3 of them. Examining his targets, he firmed his stance, ready to pounce on them, though he hesitated at the last second. One of them was merely a child, a boy even younger than he was. Of the adults, only the man was holding a hatchet in his hand. The woman was unarmed. A family. Takeo felt his heart clench at the sight, having second thoughts about his plan. These people weren't raiders. They were probably just running away from all the chaos, looking for a safe place to hide before the feast. Chances were, their home had been destroyed already. It doesn't matter. It's either them or us. Lots of innocents will die anyway, if we can't stop the jungle from awakening. Takeo clawed into his arm with his free hand, his fingernails digging into his skin as he tried harnessing the pain to move. To his dismay, his legs refused to listen. No matter how hard he forced himself, he just couldn't find it in his heart to murder the trio. Suddenly, a vine broke under the pressure, causing the family to jerk their heads in his direction. The boy almost screamed, though his mother swiftly covered his mouth. At the same time, the man's features twisted in fury at the sight of Takeo's sword. The latter stepped back, searching for the words to explain himself, but he couldn't find any. After all, he had still been considering the act until a moment ago. "Leave my family alone, you fucker," the older man hissed, dashing towards Takeo with his hatchet ready. Realizing they were long past words, Takeo calmed himself down as he resumed his stance. His enemy was larger and probably stronger, but clearly no fighter. His movements were crude, his steps uneven. Another wave of hesitation bubbled up, but Takeo pressed it down as he drew his sword, its edge the only source of light in the dark jungle as it reflected whatever scant rays slipped through the dense canopy above. Two thuds broke the oppressive silence, one heavier than the other. The mother covered her child's eyes to shield him from the horror as their world came crashing down. Takeo exhaled the stifling air in his lungs, looking at the remaining two in shame. He knew he should finish the job, but he also understood he didn't have the stomach for it. His arm fell weakly by his side as he dropped his weapon. Of course, he didn't expect the woman to thank him for sparing them. Naturally, she glared at him with unconcealed hatred. Occasionally, she tossed a glance at her husband's decapitated body, the color draining from her face at the gruesome sight. Yet in the end, she knew what had to be done. Grabbing her son, she ignored his sobs as she suppressed her own, running away before Takeo changed his mind. He stared down at the corpse one final time. Blood still gushed out of the gaping wound like a fountain, but none stained the earth beneath the body. The jungle had already sucked the pool dry. Takeo picked his sword up and absently wiped it clean as he headed off in search of another group. As disgusted as he was by his actions, the vines wouldn't be satiated with a single meal. Or 1,000, for that matter. Others would have to help too, if they wanted to delay the feast. Over the next few hours, he continued roaming around his village until he had cleared the whole circumference twice. In that time, he'd found a dozen more targets, though, luckily, none of them were civilians. Heavily armed and traveling in groups of at least 3 apiece, they had posed a much higher threat to Takeo than his first unfortunate victim. Still, between his father's masterfully crafted katana and the sharp combat skills he had honed his whole life, none of the skirmishes gave him much trouble. And still, it's nowhere near enough, he smiled bitterly. The lives he had sacrificed today weighed heavily on his conscience, but as an offering for the vines, they didn't amount to much. Maybe a few hours of peace, if they got lucky. Takeo knew he'd have to come back tomorrow, and the day after, and even then, he was only delaying the inevitable. In any case, there wasn't much he could do about it right now. Turning back towards his village, he was about to return home when something lashed out at him. By reflex, he swung the sword at it, barely managing to intercept the vine. The severed tendril twitched a couple of times by his feet before dying down, shriveling slightly as its movements stilled. That one almost got me. Takeo didn't even get the chance to complete that thought when he felt an impact on the back of his head, a sickening crunch reverberating through his skull. His vision blurred as he fell to the ground. At the same time, another tendril wrapped itself around his neck, squeezing hungrily. Can't breathe. Takeo tried to chop away at the vine, only to realize he had dropped his sword at some point. Drawing his machete with his left hand, he swung back desperately, croaking out a strangled cry of despair when another tendril lashed firmly around his wrist, stopping him. Out of options, he resorted to brute strength, though he was no match for the demonic wood. Takeo pummeled the vine again and again, though it didn't do him much good. Each hit was weaker than the one before, until he found he couldn't go on. Finally, his resistance fizzled out into smoke as his eyes fell shut, the very jungle he had spent all day feeding, becoming his undoing. Though he didn't yet know it, this wasn't the end of Takeo's story, as one last chapter had yet to be written. Chapter 3. Infestation. Percy was a little bummed out by his latest venture. This was his first clone outside Remior in months, though luck hadn't been on his side. He'd spent the entire trip looking for a suitable host, but all he'd found were crumbling souls that wouldn't last a minute once he took over. In the end, he went with the least damaged option, though their grade left much to be desired. It was somewhere between a red and an insect, which was a first for him. Better than nothing, I guess. At least the actual possession went smoothly. For some reason, his host appeared to be completely absent. It was nothing like the lizard or the furball, which had remained passive yet still present in the background. No, this body's owner was gone. Encountering zero resistance, Percy slid between the gaps, patching the broken soul with unprecedented ease. A few memories flashed through his mind in the process, though they were too disorganized to piece together. What the hell? Did this guy get hit in the head or something? Tapping into the body's senses, Percy finally pried his eyes open, only to be greeted by endless darkness. After a moment, some vague shapes started coming to focus, but he didn't have the chance to worry about them, as he discovered he couldn't even breathe. Something was squeezing his neck tightly. Trying to move his hands, he soon realized his left was bound, leaving him only his right to pummel the strangling object with. Whatever it was felt slimy, its surface smooth and damp. It slowly slithered more tightly around his throat, a small spike tracing a shallow cut along his skin as it did so. The fuck? Some kind of thorny snake? Not getting anywhere barehanded, Percy summoned a sliver of his stored mana to form a weapon in his hand. A teal flash sliced a line through the darkness, severing the tendril off him. Percy filled his lungs with air a couple of times as he practically felt the color return to his face. But he was still trapped. Hacking again with his sickle, he cut another 3 snakes a second later, freeing the rest of his limbs. Jumping to his feet, he activated Mana Sense, hoping to scan his surroundings better. Or he tried to, at least. For some reason, his current body couldn't even use Mana Sense. That's a new one. Accepting that his impaired eyesight was all he could rely on, he examined the ground around him, attempting to decipher what had happened to his host. Faintly illuminated by his mana construct, he spotted 5 severed vines, all of them black as tar, covered in spikes of various sizes. The dead ones weren't moving, but the living ones were, wriggling ominously as they waited for another opportunity to pounce. Making a note to keep an eye on the strangely animated plants, Percy's attention was drawn to a couple of man-made objects glinting nearby. Picking the first one up, he discovered it was a slender sword sporting a single curved edge. A quick test revealed that its sharpness wasn't a joke, as it cut a couple inches into another vine with minimal effort. Wow, is this really a mundane weapon? There weren't any runes visible on its surface, nor the typical glow he would expect from a mana-rich alloy. Finding a scabbard matching the sword strapped to his waist, he sheathed it before retrieving the second object from the ground. This one was a machete, crafted from the same material, though its edge had dulled a little from overuse. Still, it was better than any steel tool he'd seen on Remior. I suppose I can rely on these for the time being. Allowing his construct to crumble, he collected as many of the teal's shreds as he could, storing them back inside his soul. Some strange force was pulling on them, trying to pry them from his control. But Percy would be damned if he would allow his limited supply to get snatched so easily. Exerting all the willpower he could muster, he forcibly dragged most of the substance back into his body, ultimately recovering about 3/4 of the amount he'd used. Man, this fused mana is a game-changer. Percy couldn't help but nod in appreciation. He'd been thrilled upon discovering he could supply his clones with the teal mana as long as it was stored in its ethereal form. Not only did it enable him to essentially cheat some pure mana into his clones, but it was also highly recyclable, allowing him to get a lot more value from it before it ran out. In any case, better get a move on. There was a lot to think about, but this wasn't the time or the place. Looking around, Percy realized he recognized the scenery somewhat. Despite the poor lighting, his host seemed to be extremely familiar with the area. In fact, he could even tell which way home was. Heading towards the village he scarcely remembered, he soon noticed his body was rather weak. Exhausted and injured all over, yes, but that wasn't it. It reminded Percy of his youth, from before he'd advanced to Orange. Come to think of it, there's no mana in the air whatsoever. No wonder he couldn't even use mana sense. Had his host not even awakened his core? Suddenly, a vine lashed at him from his right, though he was prepared for it. With a semi-awkward swing of his machete, he cut it to pieces, though he didn't relax just yet, knowing more could attack at any moment. Ignoring the soreness and pain, he picked up the pace, practically running towards his host's village and hacking at whatever obstacle stood in his path. Is this jungle the reason there isn't any mana here? If the black vines sucked up all the ambient mana in this world, it would explain why his host had never managed to awaken his core. For all Percy knew, the poor sap might have been born with a yellow one, but he'd lived and died without ever enjoying its benefits. And as if that wasn't enough, the hateful plants clearly weren't satisfied with all the mana they stole, as they seemingly thirsted for blood, too. In fact, this situation felt a little familiar to Percy, as he couldn't help but recall something he'd read about on Remior. Could this be an infestation? The gods of the Divine Order weren't that open about their operations, but a few morsels of information trickled down to mortals like him. From what he knew, foreign races weren't the only threat the deities had to deal with. Other than the fierce competition over resources and territories, gods across the universe had another major enemy in common: demonic infestations. Supposedly formed from the accumulation of negative thoughts, the infestations sprouted randomly, like cancers, dooming whatever unfortunate world spawned them. Infestations came in many shapes and sizes, from imps and gremlins as weak as the weakest mortals, to great devils as powerful as the strongest gods, to mindless entities spanning entire worlds and bringing calamity upon their residents. Evidently, this jungle belonged in the latter category. Percy's confidence in his guess grew as he scanned the living vines around him. The writhing tendrils didn't seem like a natural phenomenon. Unlike the brown fog he had previously encountered, this disaster was alive, dripping with malice and cruelty, its only mission to drive all life to extinction. It wasn't until he reached the edge of the dense thicket that he exhaled in relief, leaving the demonic jungle behind him as he stepped into the pale moonlight. The small village standing before him looked both alien and familiar as his host's memories bled into his own. Now what do I do? Part of him was curious about the infestation. He knew it was close to some turning point, and it was his first time experiencing one with any of his clones. Not that there was anything to be gained from it, but he was sure he'd run into more of them in his future travels, so it wouldn't hurt to get a taste. On the other hand, his current clone might be a good candidate to return to the vault with. Stumbling upon a host that was both sapient and brain-dead was a rare stroke of luck. He had free reign over the body, and he wouldn't even have to feel guilty over dragging someone else into his mess. That said, he didn't know if he'd be able to practice Magiscript without a functioning core. Perhaps he could awaken it inside the vault, but this body wasn't in great shape, so it might not last long enough. Let's figure out the situation here first. At the very least, Percy wanted to learn more about the crafting technique of the locals.
The strength and sharpness of these steel tools almost rivaled that of his pure constructs, which was quite impressive for a pair of monoless weapons. Maybe he could learn to make similar tools back home. But before all that, let's see what I'm dealing with. Summoning his status, Percy read his host's details at last. Chapter 4. Sengo Takeo Muramasa, Percival's clone. Monocores. Monocore 1, red, ? Monocore 2, seed, ? Spells. Parting gift, crude. Quarterstaff, crude. Glove, crude. Crystallization, crude. Mantle of deceit, refined. Decrees. Phoebe's decree, grants access to your status. Moirise's decree, incomplete. Grants the seed of a second monocore. Requires potent life mana to germinate. Metatron's decree. Open a one-way portal to the Vault of Magic at will. As it turned out, his status was able to recognize Takeo's grade. It was at red, which wasn't exactly great news. Even if Percy could fill it up inside the vault, it wouldn't help him much. No new decree either, though that's to be expected. I doubt any gods can emerge in this place. There wasn't really anything of note. The only silver lining was that his stash of teal mana allowed him to use most of his spells. He still couldn't use circulation without his cores, but everything else was on the table, at least until his reserves ran out. If everyone else was incapable of using magic, it would give him a significant advantage over the locals. Of course, he wasn't sure he'd even need it. Shrugging, Percy walked along the paved dirt, tracing the way to his host's house by instinct. The first thing he noticed as he traveled through the small village was that the buildings looked a little strange. They were made of some pale, uniform material, which looked nothing like the stone buildings in the Alchemist's Guild, nor the wooden walls within his family's mansion. They seemed surprisingly sturdy, too. Despite the lack of any engravings or magical materials, the houses appeared to be in decent condition. At least, he couldn't spot any signs of age on their simple walls. Evidently, the crafting techniques of the natives extended beyond their steel tools. To be fair, it wasn't that odd, considering they didn't have magic to fall back on. Back on Remier, people used it as a crutch to solve all their problems. Why bother improving the quality of your materials when you could just carve a couple runes on them to compensate for their deficiencies? Let's figure out how all this works and then leave, Percy decided. Luckily, he didn't meet anyone on the deserted streets, which saved him some time. Apparently, they were all holed up in their homes, evident by the faint shadows occasionally shifting through the windows. Every now and then he caught a glimpse of a villager, which might have startled him under different circumstances. The deep crimson skin and bright yellow eyes made them more than a little intimidating, not to mention their sharp features, or the 4 fangs sticking out of their mouths. However, Percy wasn't scared in the slightest, and that wasn't merely because he could defend himself. Seeing these people through Takeo's eyes, he realized he could put a name to each face. They were his family, the very people he had grown up with. And now he's dead, he thought, feeling his heart tighten. He'd sent out plenty of clones, but this was his first time meeting the loved ones of his host.
Perhaps he should have prepared himself for this eventuality, though the guilt was hard to stomach. What was he supposed to tell them? Pretend that he was Takeo, only to die in front of them a few days later? Or explain how he had taken over the boy's corpse? The fact that Takeo appeared to be in his early teens only made the situation more tragic.
Percy stopped in his tracks, realizing he couldn't, in good conscience, return to his host's house like this. He knew the boy had a father waiting for him there, and neither of them deserved to be put in that situation. Yet, just as he was contemplating whether to open a portal to the vault right then and there, or to leave the body behind and return to Remior, his worst fear came to light. "Takeo!" a rough voice yelled. It was only now that Percy saw the person he recognized as his host's father staring at him intently from some distance away, his expression a blend of concern and relief. Percy wanted to turn around and leave, but he never got the chance. The older man sprinted towards him, only stopping once he was a few steps away. Sengo, Percy thought his name was, scanned him up and down, shuddering at the sight of his son's gruesome injuries. Tears rolled down Sengo's face, forming 2 pink trickles on his cheeks. It was only now that Percy managed to recall another tidbit of information from the shattered prism that was Takeo's mind. Apparently, all the people in this world cried red tears, but Takeo's clansmen were a little unique in that theirs were a few shades paler. This was the source of the village's name, Torui. Seeing the man remain quiet, Percy wanted to speak first, to explain that he wasn't Takeo. But the words got stuck in his throat. The two just stood there, staring at each other in silence for a few minutes, before Sengo pulled Percy into a firm hug, sobbing as he clenched him tightly. "I told you not to go," the man said, in a stern tone. At least Percy could understand him, as Takeo's memories breathed meaning to the words. "Look what happened to you," Sengo spoke again, gesturing at his son's wounds. In that moment, Percy registered that some of the blood on him wasn't his own. In fact, it didn't take much effort to recall where it had come from. Perhaps it was because those memories were more recent, or because they'd had a greater impact on his host. Whatever the reason, he vividly remembered killing over a dozen people, including a scared father protecting his wife and child. Percy frowned, suddenly feeling a little less sympathetic for the boy. The brat had been a cold-blooded murderer, ruining a family just like that. But he shook his head a moment later, remembering the situation that had led Takeo to take such measures. "I suppose everyone here is just desperate to survive. The vines will awaken sooner, unless they keep sacrificing strangers." Probably guessing what Percy was thinking about, Sengo placed one hand on his shoulder and lifted his chin with the other, looking him in the eyes as he spoke. "What's done is done," he said sternly. "Sometimes taking lives and saving them are one and the same." Percy nodded, though his guilt had more to do with his charade than his host's crimes. He knew it was cowardly of him to remain quiet, but he just couldn't find it in his heart to turn Sengo's world upside down. "Let's tell him tomorrow. He can sleep soundly one more night, and I can think of the best way to deliver the news," was what Percy thought, but he wasn't sure he believed it. Following the man to their house, he placed his hand on the pale wall, feeling its rough surface. Digging into his memories, he tried to recall the name of the material. It took a few seconds, but it eventually came through. Concrete. "Do you want to help me repair Miss Kimiko's house tomorrow?" Sengo asked, as he saw Percy tracing his finger along the material. "Feeding the jungle isn't the only way to protect our village, you know. We can build strong houses and arm everyone with weapons to prepare for the feast." Percy nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe I can stay here until the vines attack. I'll help these people defend themselves. and possibly even learn a couple things in the process. In any case, it wouldn't be long until the infestation reached its final stage. If his host's memories could be trusted, they only had days at most. Worse, each feast was more severe than the ones before. The demonic jungle had existed as far back as Takeo could remember, having nearly driven the world's inhabitants to extinction already. Perhaps the few remaining villages would be gone too, in another decade or so. After all, infestations were mindless and vicious. They didn't care about self-preservation in the slightest. The only thing they knew was destruction. First of their surroundings, then ultimately themselves. I suppose protecting the boy's people should be enough compensation for the free ride. Concrete. Percy watched the strange contraption grind the materials into fine powder. They swirled through the long metallic cylinder, its interior filled with steel teeth, rotating thanks to the heat from the furnace. It was actually ingenious how the locals had harnessed the movement of the hot air to accomplish tasks otherwise impossible with brute strength alone. I suppose we would have figured this out too if we spent our whole lives stuck at red. As for the materials Sengo had placed inside the machine, they weren't anything special, just some limestone and clay. They had plenty of both back on Remior. In fact, Percy was pretty sure he'd also spotted both of them in many of the other worlds he'd visited. A few minutes later, the crushing process was complete. Sengo removed the pipe venting the excess air into the tube before emptying its contents into several buckets, filling them with an unassuming gray dust. "Help me carry the cement, will you?" the man asked his son. Percy tried to hide his perplexed expression, scrambling to find any details about this in the boy's memories. While Takeo had seen his father work many times before, he'd never helped out much, having probably been more of a fighter than a craftsman. Oblivious to his thoughts, Sengo picked up a bucket with each hand, gesturing at Percy to do the same. The latter didn't miss his father wincing as he lifted them, probably suffering from some old injury or ailment. The two walked to a different room, where a second machine was located. It looked a little like the one from before, though it was wider and didn't contain any teeth inside. Clearly, it was only meant for mixing, not crushing. Sengo placed the buckets on the ground to pick up a different pair, filled with other materials. "Concrete is mostly made of gravel, mixed with fine sand to fill in the gaps," he explained, as he poured the buckets into the device. "The cement we created earlier is used along with water to hold everything together." Percy nodded along as he watched Sengo work. Occasionally, he helped out when the man had to lift something heavy. Even with the aid of the contraptions, a lot of physical effort still went into this, though from what he'd seen, the results were more than worth it. Once they were done, they emptied the new material into the buckets again, ending up with a viscous gray sludge. Leaving the house, they walked over to a building down the street, stopping by one of the walls. It was broken, with a few chopped vines thicker than Takeo's thigh lying motionless next to it. Two men were already working there, the first people other than Sengo that Percy had seen outside since arriving. One was an older man, maybe a few years younger than Sengo, while the other was a boy around his age. The two barely spared them a cursory glance, busy as they were. They seemed to be uprooting the malignant growth that had sprouted the vines before it had the chance to produce more. "Akio, Haruto," Sengo greeted the men. "I see you've had a busy day." We've been trying to dig this infernal thing out for hours," the older man groaned. "Kimiko kept complaining about it. 'Akio, we can't leave that thing sticking into our living room.' Well, I sure don't see her pulling the roots out." "Ha ha ha. Listen to your wife, Akio. You know how important it is to get rid of the darn things whenever they pop up inside the village. If we leave them be, they'll only get worse." Akio shook his head, defeat creasing his forehead. "What's even the point? We both know an extra vine or two won't matter when the whole jungle comes alive. Old friend, I'm afraid this is going to be our last feast." Sengo didn't say anything, But Percy didn't miss how everyone's mood quickly turned somber after the brief exchange. They all understood they were living on borrowed time. As things stood, they couldn't even venture out to forage for food or more materials. Even if they survived the massacre, who knew if there would be anything edible left out there? "Come on, Takeo. We need to patch the wall up before the concrete starts to dry." Percy nodded, though being called by his host's name reignited his guilt. He had yet to tell the man the truth, and he was starting to think he'd never find the courage to do so. It wasn't like the village's situation was great, but at least Sengo seemed to find peace in his work. Percy didn't want to rob him of that minor consolation during his last couple of days. The two worked in silence over the next few hours, filling the broken segment of the wall with the sludge. They used a few metallic sheets propped against the wall to keep the liquid from spilling out. By the time they were done, the others had finished digging up the vine, returning to their house in silence. Nobody in the village seemed to be in the mood to do much else, besides waiting for the calamity with their loved ones. "See, Takeo?" Sengo suddenly asked. "Most of the buildings won't survive the feast, but every wall might just be enough to save an extra life. It's more productive to do this than to go out there, killing other people." Percy could tell the man deeply disapproved of his host's actions. Their differing philosophy on how to approach the feast was probably the core of their strained relationship. Honestly, I can't even tell which one of them is right. Whether it was slaughtering innocents to delay the disaster by a few minutes, or trying to build a few extra houses that weren't likely to survive, neither sounded like a particularly effective strategy. Of course, it wasn't like they had a better option. Percy hadn't personally experienced a feast, but from what he knew about infestations, these people were screwed, no matter what they did. "I suppose if it's not going to help either way, I'd rather avoid getting blood on my hands." Young and hot-blooded as Takeo was, he had clearly gone with the less moral option. Yet, getting out of this place with his hands clean might not be in the cards for Percy either. "Ah!" Hearing the scream, Sengo and Percy turned as one, spotting a few hooded men wielding hatchets and sabers in the distance. Percy couldn't make their faces out, but something told him these people weren't from the village. One of them dragged a weeping lady across the street, heading towards the jungle. She was the one who had screamed. Drawing his machete, Percy hastily dropped it by Sengo's feet so he could defend himself. Without a word, he unsheathed his sword as he ran towards the raiders. Strictly speaking, he didn't really have any skin in the game. After all, he wasn't the real Takeo, and this wasn't his village. Consequently, fighting the raiders to save a local was arguably pointless. That said, watching them butcher innocent people while doing nothing just felt wrong. "Hold on, son!" Sengo shouted, causing Percy to look back. The older man was running behind him, clutching the machete in his hand. He looked like he was in pain as he exerted himself, but he carried the aura of a fighter all the same. Peace-loving as he was, Sengo clearly knew how to defend himself. Glancing around, Percy noticed more of the villagers rushing out of their homes, each armed with a finely crafted weapon like his own. It seemed nobody here was a pacifist. Of course not. Even if they don't like going out there to hunt people, they wouldn't have survived this long if they couldn't handle themselves. Seeing all the familiar faces, Percy couldn't help but recall more of his host's memories. He remembered the countless hours spent practicing with these people, sparring with them, being taught by them how to hold his sword, how to use it. They were all his teachers and his friends. Soon the villagers stood before the raiders, outnumbering them by about 15 to 10. Percy would have expected the intruders to give up and leave, but they hadn't done so. And why would they? The more blood that got spilled today, the better things would be for the survivors. Evidently, the raiders would rather take their chances. But Percy wouldn't.
I'll give you one chance to run away. Nobody has to die. Not today, at least, he said, before anybody else had the chance to speak. The villagers gave him odd looks. Takeo was probably the last person anybody expected to try and defuse the conflict. But he had to do this. Whether it was the locals or the raiders, all of these people were just trying to survive. Percy didn't want to hurt anybody if he didn't have to. Sadly, his enemies didn't seem to agree. They only tightened their grips on the weapons, silently giving Percy his answer.
Watching some of the last surviving natives prepare to kill each other, Percy couldn't help but recall Sengo's admonition from earlier. Sometimes, taking lives and saving them are one and the same. Chapter 6. Steel. As it so happened, the two sides weren't evenly matched at all. Their numerical advantage aside, the villagers seemed to completely outclass the raiders in both skill and the quality of their weapons. Hell, even if their numbers were reversed, Percy was confident his people wouldn't have struggled much. Within mere minutes, over half of the invaders were dead, gutted like fish by the sharp slashes of the villagers. Percy had to give credit to the survivors at least, as they showed no intention of surrendering. They probably reasoned that it was better to die here than to go back through the jungle. After all, everyone could see the vines already swaying in unrest in the distance. I'm the only one still taking my time. He smiled bitterly as he looked back at his opponent. The man was seemingly in his 30s, maybe, though Percy wasn't an expert on these people's physiology. He brandished a crudely forged cutlass, its edge dull and its blade covered in dried bloodstains. Evidently, Sengo's advanced crafting techniques weren't quite as widespread as Percy had originally thought. Of course, he could have defeated the raider already, had he put his heart into it. However, Percy was still struggling to rationalize killing one stranger just to help more strangers. Let's try to learn something in the process at least. As early as their first exchange, he had noticed an impulse to move and react in a specific manner, in a way he wasn't used to. Apparently, his host's muscle memory was bleeding into his own combat instincts, driving him to switch up his fighting style. Percy could have easily resisted the impulse and made quick work of the man if he'd wanted. After all, he had plenty of experience himself. Besides, it wasn't like Mickey's fighting style was in any way inferior to the locals. Yet he didn't do that. He was curious to learn how Takeo fought. The dance of the savage gods involved a lot of exaggerated movements and quick footwork. Its central concept was achieving dominance over the battlefield while wearing down an opponent with multiple opportunistic blows. The natives' style, on the other hand, couldn't have been more different. It involved much smaller movements, focusing on the delivery of sharp, deadly strikes at an opponent's vitals. This style might be more compatible with my soul affinity. It was easy to see why. Both worked better with sharp weapons and were best at ending a fight in an instant. Recognizing the value of this art, Percy allowed himself to sink into Takeo's memories as he entered a kind of trance. His enemy tried to cut him open with the cutlass, but Percy wasn't in a rush to fight back, merely sidestepping the blows one after the other as he waited for an opening of his own. Some of the attacks did come dangerously close to injuring him, but he didn't care too much. Worst-case scenario, his clone died a couple days sooner. There, Percy thought after seeing the man overextend himself. Taking a step forward, he swung his katana as swiftly as he could, barely stopping an inch before slicing into his opponent's neck. The raider stumbled back, swallowing after realizing how close he'd come to losing his head. He frowned a second later upon finding that Percy hadn't tried to finish him. Again, Percy said, gesturing at the raider to stand. The man complied, engaging Percy into another round. The two fought for several more minutes as he continued to use the raider as a whetstone, mixing and consolidating Mickey's and Takeo's styles in an accelerated manner. This body was weaker than he was used to, but not as bad as it could have been. While it read, Takeo had clearly pushed himself to his limits. In fact, Percy was confident he could have used circulation with it if he had a functioning core and the necessary channels cleared. Still, there wasn't any need for that currently, as he had plenty to learn from even the mundane bout. Dodge after dodge, slash after slash, his body oscillated between the two styles as he circled the raider and pivoted on his feet, trying to use the dance to create opportunities for the finishers. As for his opponent, the man was constantly on his back foot the entire fight. That said, he seemed to have calmed down after a certain point, realizing Percy had no intention of killing him. "Stop!" the man spoke eventually, raising his hand. Percy barely halted mid-swing, only now registering what was happening. The other villagers had long finished their own opponents, and were all gathered around him, giving him strange looks. "Why?" the raider asked again, clearly as confused as the rest of them. "I'm not going to kill you." Percy shrugged, sheathing his weapon. "Though I don't really care what the others do with you. After all, you did attack us." Turning around, he headed for his house, but not before tossing his father a glance. Sengo's expression was as cold as ice, probably realizing that Takeo was acting out of character. Percy watched silently as Sengo hammered the red-hot lump of iron, losing himself in the rhythmic sound. Every now and then, the old blacksmith would dip the metal in water to cool it, before using a brush to coat it in a layer of clay mud. According to Sengo, this treatment would prevent the sword from rusting. With practiced movements, Sengo placed the lump back inside the forge to reheat it after each application, endlessly repeating the tempering process. Each time he folded the thinned sheet back onto itself, forcing more of the impurities out with each cycle. No wonder it's so much stronger than what we have back home. They actually did have steel back on Remior, as the idea of fusing multiple metals into alloys was not that foreign to them. However, Percy was willing to bet they hadn't perfected the process to this degree. By contrast, Sengo's work bordered on the obsessive. Once the tempering was done, Percy watched the man sharpen the blade against a rotating grindstone, powered by heat like all of Sengo's tools. Soon, an intricate, wavy pattern took form along the edge of the katana. It was probably only a side effect of the forging process, not there intentionally. Still, that didn't detract from the sword's beauty at all. It would probably be just as fitting on display in a gallery as it would be in use on a battlefield. It's remarkable what he has achieved with the most common of materials. Maybe the philosophy behind it can be applied to my own constructs, Percy thought. Of course, it wasn't the same, as his spells were made of mana, not metals or stones. Still, he did have some ideas for potential approaches once he returned. However, Sengo hadn't finished quite yet, breaking Percy out of his thoughts as the older man attached a wooden hilt to the blade. He deftly wrapped it in a thin strip of silk several times, forming a vertical pattern of diamonds. Finally, he checked over the sword one last time, hammering it precisely here and there to straighten any lingering imperfections along its length. As for a scabbard, he didn't seem to have one ready, so he simply rested the sword on a cushion before turning to his son. He appeared as though he wanted to speak, to explain something perhaps, but he ultimately remained silent. His eyes wavered for a moment before he averted his gaze entirely. Even looking at Takeo was difficult. He knows, doesn't he? Percy realized. Sengo hadn't spoken a word since the altercation with the raiders. While Percy had never found the courage to tell him the truth about his son, the man seemed to have figured it out on his own. After all, what sort of father wouldn't have noticed something like that? I should still explain everything clearly. It's the least I can do after everything he's taught me, he decided. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance. A tremor suddenly shook the house as Percy heard a couple of screams coming from outside. Both he and Sengo rushed to the window, trying to understand what had happened. The sight before them was horrific. Multiple tendrils as thick as a tree's trunk had sprouted all over the village, each covered in countless thorns. The demonic vines lashed at any building within reach, trying to tear the cement walls down one blow at a time. The sound of something breaking came from behind them. Percy and Sengo both turned around, only to see another of the tendrils digging up right in the middle of the workshop. Father and son both clenched their weapons tightly in their grasp, ready to face off against the demonic jungle together. Chapter 7. Torui, Village. Swinging with as much strength as he could muster, Percy cut through the vine. At first, the blade slid right through the black growth, slicing it apart like butter. However, this was the thickest one he'd encountered by far. Consequently, the edge gradually slowed down before ultimately coming to a halt about halfway through its width. Shit! Percy pulled, trying to pry the sword out of the tendril, and ducking in the meantime to dodge its erratic lashes. "Pull again!" Sengo yelled, kicking the spot right above the trapped blade and helping him to free it. Percy considered hacking at it again to finish the job, but the vine had already mended the damage. Realizing their fight was a lost cause, the two ran out of the workshop, hoping the situation was better in the rest of the house. Sadly, that was just wishful thinking. The demonic vines had already sprouted everywhere, upturning chairs and tables, smashing through the walls and blocking the exits. "Upstairs!" Sengo shouted again, pushing Percy towards the staircase and running up behind him. Another vine broke through from their left, though this one was slightly thinner. Without a moment's hesitation, Percy swung downward, using gravity to add even more strength to the blow and slicing the tendril apart before it had the chance to stop them. "Faster!" he said, pulling Sengo up the stairs as the vine already began growing back. The two entered Takeo's bedroom. Not that trapping themselves here was particularly wise, but it wasn't like there was anywhere better to go. The whole village was likely a shit show. At least here, the elevation, coupled with a few layers of concrete, might keep some of the gluttonous jungle at bay. Brandishing their weapons, they prepared themselves again as more vines broke through. This time, there were two of them, one digging through the floor, another climbing into the house from outside by breaking through the window. Realizing his sword would only get stuck again, Percy gestured at Sengo to take care of the thinner of the two vines as he tossed his katana aside, manifesting a sickle of teal mana. Grunting, he hacked at the infernal thing, cutting about 2/3 into it again before the sickle stopped. Unlike before, however, Percy had a response prepared. Switching the construct to its immaterial state, he easily freed his weapon before swinging it again, finally cutting the tendril apart. Sengo raised an eyebrow at the scene, but didn't say anything. Given the circumstances, the mystery that was Percy's identity was clearly the last thing on his mind. Using his own weapon, the swordsmith took care of the second vine by leveraging his bigger build, his muscles forged from decades of grueling work. Unfortunately, their trouble wasn't over yet. In fact, it had only just begun. 2 more vines smashed through the walls, and then 2 more, and then a 5th one right after. Father and son unleashed a flurry of strikes at the demonic plants, desperately trying to hold them back to keep them out of the bedroom. Through all their efforts, they managed to carve out a small space amidst the vines. But their house was already surrounded. The wall of tendrils had blocked out the last traces of moonlight seeping through the window, forcing Percy and Sengo to fall back to their inherent night vision. Percy didn't even want to imagine how the rest of the villagers were faring. Even if any of them survived the ordeal, it would take them months, if not years, to clear out the village again, and decades to repopulate it. His movement slowed down as Percy contemplated how pointless his efforts were. He was fighting for a lost cause, to help a doomed people he didn't even know, to merely delay their inevitable demise.
What for? He wouldn't even be here tomorrow. Lost amidst his thoughts as he was, he failed to evade an incoming blow. A vine hit him right in the chest, slamming him against the wall. The taste of iron filled his mouth as blood trickled down his chin. Some of his ribs had also cracked, the vine greedily sucking him dry through the spots where its thorns had stabbed him. What's wrong with me? Since when do I give up so easily? He couldn't help but wonder as his body grew cold. It was true that he couldn't do too much for the villagers, but that had never stopped him before. He'd always tried to help people in need, even when the odds were stacked against him. Thinking back to his actions since coming to this place, Percy couldn't help but recognize that he'd really been acting strangely throughout. Whether it was his reluctance to tell Sengo the truth, or his indecision against the raider, it was as though he was a different person. Is it the vines? Was it possible that the demonic jungle devoured more than just mana and blood? Could it be gnawing at his very willpower, too? The realization sent a chill down his spine. These demonic infestations were even more insidious than he had originally thought. Suddenly, he felt the pressure on his chest ease as somebody pulled the vine off him. Percy winced as the thorns were removed from his wounds, but at least he was free now. Making out his saviour's figure through the darkness was tough, but who else could it be? "Thanks," he said, awkwardly pushing himself up. Most of the fused mana in his construct was gone already, but he repaired the sickle with some from his stash before helping Sengo again. The two fought side by side for what felt like an eternity as the jungle continued its relentless assault, determined to devour every last morsel of flesh, every last drop of blood on this forsaken world. Sengo might have been the stronger of the two, but he was also older, his movements slowing as his stamina dwindled. Even Percy wasn't doing too great, his wounds, both the old and the new, holding him back. At least he now knew to consciously fight back against the jungle's influence. But his host's soul wouldn't last much longer either. Suddenly, he felt the ground disappear from beneath his feet, the floor finally having sustained too much damage. He fell by about a meter before somebody grabbed his arm, slowing his fall, but not stopping it. Both he and Sengo slid down the inclined surface, rolling right onto another vine. They were back in the workshop, though the place now looked more like the jungle Percy had emerged from the day before. Stabbed in multiple spots against the tendril's thorns, he knew this was it. Even if he could somehow free himself, he wouldn't be in any condition to move. Sengo wasn't doing much better either. The man had been lucky enough to avoid impalement, but Percy could vaguely see the blacksmith's legs bent in the wrong direction through the darkness. Is it me? Or are the thorns drinking my blood slower than before? Percy didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the irony. The feast was probably close to its end, yet that was little consolation to him and Sengo. Their wounds were already lethal. The two remained where they had fallen, their ragged breaths the only sound breaking the somber silence, alternating in irregular intervals. "Sengo," Percy muttered, forcing himself to say what he should have said a long time ago. "You know I'm not your son, don't you?" The man didn't reply immediately, though Percy faintly saw him nod after a while. "When did you know?" he asked again. "The first moment I saw you," Sengo admitted, causing Percy's eyes to widen. "The first moment? Is that why he was crying?" "I'm sorry I didn't say anything," Percy said, feeling his heart tighten. "But why didn't you?" "I was afraid you'd leave," Sengo murmured, his voice cracking. "And my boy's face would rot." Percy had no words for the man. All this time, all the lessons, teaching him about steel and concrete, showing him how to repair a wall, demonstrating how a sword was forged. Was it all just a grieving father's desperate attempt to see his dead son's face for a few more hours? Sengo, I'm sorry about your son and your village. I know it's not much, but I promise I'll use what you've taught me to help others. Percy wasn't sure, but he thought he saw 2 pale trickles flowing down Sengo's cheeks as he nodded. 2 more rolled down his own in response as his soul crumbled apart, bringing his journey to an end. There wasn't much he could have done for these people, but he could offer one last thing. Torui Village. I promise I'll remember it. Chapter 8. Blighted Bloodline. Percy, seat. All day, Mickey said haltingly. Sit, Nisha corrected him. Sit. The ebony bird jerked his beak up proudly as she nodded in approval. Bored as she had been over the last couple of weeks, Nisha had volunteered to teach Mickey how to speak. By now, the crow's vocabulary had expanded greatly. Even his ability to vocalize much of it had grown shockingly well. The bird still struggled to form complete sentences, but he was learning faster than a human toddler would.
Yeah, Percy is sitting all day brewing elixirs for you freeloaders, Percy quipped in an irritated tone after overhearing them. Following the creation of his latest clone, the trio had paused their journey, camping at a spot outside the Camelot province. Had they kept walking, they would have certainly reached their destination by now, though Percy had his reasons for delaying. He wanted to spend some time brewing a few weeks ahead, just in case he didn't get the chance later. Having spent about 3 weeks waiting for his clone to return, he had already brewed enough elixirs to last them for the next 2 months. Hey, it's not like we're lazing around, Nisha argued back. We keep watch and gather food for you too. No, Mickey keeps watch and gathers food. You just chat with him for a few minutes whenever he returns. Well, I cook, the girl shrugged, but didn't say much else. At least Percy had shaved a few more seconds off crystallization again. By now, he only needed a little under 8 minutes for each crystal. If only he'd been this fast back when they'd started selling Aurora Dew, they would have made so much more money. He sighed. Drawing another sliver of mana out of his core, he was about to resume his work when a silver blur caught his attention, flying along the horizon at an insane speed. What's more, it seemed to be heading right towards him. But Percy didn't panic, already knowing exactly what it was. Took you long enough. A moment later, the wisp slammed into his stomach, lodging itself inside the hole in his soul. All at once, a flood of memories flashed through his mind. An insidious vine strangling him, a trek through a black jungle, a finely crafted blade, a bitter reunion, a guilty conscience, a master of the forge, a forsaken village, a bloody feast. There wasn't much there, as Percy's clone had only spent a couple of days in Takeo's body. Most of the elapsed time had been spent searching for a host. However, what the clone did bring back was valuable, and he'd already promised to keep it all close to heart. Torui Village, huh? The tragic fate of the small village made him shudder. It was his first encounter with an infestation, and it was far more scarring than he could have ever imagined. Robbing an entire world of its mana, dooming all its denizens to short, difficult lives, forcing people to kill each other, to delay their own deaths, draining their very will to live, crippling them. And one could just as easily pop up right here, on Remior, he thought grimly. Percy didn't know too much about these cosmic cancers, but he did know they could appear pretty much anywhere life dwelled, with next to no warning. While that hadn't happened to his world yet, as far as he knew, that didn't mean it couldn't. But it won't be the same. We have gods here. They'll take care of it. Though his feelings on the topic were mixed. He certainly had his differences with the divine order. Heck, he was currently on the run from them. But he couldn't help feeling reassured, knowing that, should the sky fall, Somebody was there to hold it up. That said, relying on those pompous assholes definitely irked him. All the more reason to get stronger. "Is your clone finally back?" Nisha asked, noticing the commotion. Percy had already brought her up to speed on his secrets. He'd even offered to teach her circulation, though she hadn't given him a direct answer yet. His guess was that she wasn't looking forward to years of intense workouts. "Yes," he said. "Tomorrow, we're finally entering the province." "Finally! Food!" Mickey cawed excitedly. Spoiled after stuffing his face full of orange cores over the last few years, the crow hadn't enjoyed living off red vermin during the past month, especially since his needs had grown greatly following his advancement. The only decent meal he'd eaten recently was the bandit group. Percy smiled. "Just a few more days, buddy." Percy and Nisha walked along the paved road, glancing at the post ahead. 3 men stood watch, all dressed in fine, silken clothes decorated with yellow insignias. The intricate design depicted a human mouth sporting a set of strangely elongated canines. "Members of House Tantalus," he muttered, warning his companion. While the enemy family had deployed most of their forces to exert pressure on the western side of the province, it wasn't like they had completely abandoned their own territories. Going through a rudimentary check at the border was to be expected. "How do we handle this?" Nisha asked. "They have no clue I'm from House Avalon, nor that we came from the Alchemists Guild. It's already been weeks since Hermes' announcement." "Just act like a commoner and let me do the talking," he muttered, getting a curt nod back. Nearing the trio, he noticed something that gave him pause, however. One of the guards was extremely pale, his eyes drooping and his features sickly. He was hunched over and appeared to be having a tough time just standing upright. "Fuck, he has the bloodline," Percy realized. Through his correspondence with Elaine over the past year, he had come to learn a lot more about the conflict between the two houses. Apparently, the founder of House Tantalus was originally a member of House Avalon. In fact, he was Percy's great-great-great-granduncle or something. Centuries ago, that relative had been born with a mutated strain of the clone bloodline, called Drain. Its effect was similar, but it essentially worked in reverse. Rather than forming living clones out of life mana, it instead allowed its users to break living tissue into life mana. Had this been the only benefit it provided, the Drain bloodline would have certainly been a powerful asset for House Avalon. With it, Percy's family might have grown even more powerful. Sadly, this wasn't meant to be, as the Drain bloodline was blighted. Blighted bloodlines were those that had mutated with severe detrimental side effects, plaguing their owners more than blessing them. In this case, those with the Drain bloodline constantly needed to use it, as their bodies rapidly broke down in the absence of life mana. Worse still, the Drain bloodline wasn't bundled with the life affinity, unlike its predecessor, which meant that its owners had no way around their curse. From there, it was easy to see how the originator of the bloodline had ended up at odds with the rest of his family, driving him to leave and start a rival house nearby. The two sides had been enemies ever since, their conflict partly driven by hatred and partly by disputes over territory. But there was more. The one thing the owners of the blighted bloodline wanted more than anything else was to lift their curse, creating a brighter tomorrow for their descendants. And what better way to fix the Drain bloodline than to mate with members of House Avalon who had the clone bloodline? If they got lucky, the detrimental side effects would disappear, or possibly even bond the life affinity to their mutated strain, allowing them to solve their issue indirectly. Consequently, it was common practice for members of House Tantalus to kidnap those with the clone bloodline, subjecting them to unspeakable things. "Change of plans," he told his companion in hushed tones, while also speaking through his bond.
Mickey, start flying towards us. Nisha, be ready to defend yourself. Taking a deep breath, he began accumulating mana into his channels, knowing the situation had a high probability of devolving into violence. Originally, he thought the guards wouldn't have had much reason to suspect him, which was still the case. However, that wouldn't matter. Would the sickly noble think twice before killing a couple of commoners to alleviate his symptoms?
Not going to risk it. Preparing his boosting art, he inched closer to the trio as the latter finally took notice of him. "Halt!" one of them yelled. "What's your business in the Camelot province?" "I'm a blacksmith by trade. This is my wife. We're originally from Raya town in the Senton province, but the situation there has been a little chaotic lately. We figured we'd try our luck elsewhere." Percy spoke his rehearsed lies smoothly, keeping his gaze steady. The guard nodded, gesturing at them to keep walking, though Percy didn't miss the sickly guy eyeing them with greed, practically salivating. "Yeah, fat chance he's planning to let us go." Taking another breath, he finally pushed circulation past the point of no return as a bird's shadow brushed over him, blotting out the sun and accompanied by a shrill cry. "Mom! Dad! This one is for you."
Chapter 9. Rare Affinity.
As it turned out, the people Percy had previously faced hadn't exactly been the best that the Yellow Grade had to offer. Neither the guy he had killed in the hunting grounds, nor the bandits, seemed to hold a candle to the nobles from House Tantalus. One of the two had the Earth Affinity, but he used it much more skillfully than the Yellow Guild member. Rather than wasting a ton of mana to form long stone javelins, he instead concentrated it into smaller projectiles, like knives and needles. Percy initially thought they'd be weaker than larger projectiles, but he couldn't have been more wrong. It was much easier to accelerate them to a high speed, so they packed as much of a punch, if not more. The biggest difference was that his opponent could launch a far larger quantity of them, and an entire cloud of artillery was much harder to evade. "Better put some distance between us," he groaned as he leapt back, narrowly dodging another sharp stone whizzing by his ear. He'd already nearly been hit a couple of times, despite having his attention glued to the guy. So focused was he, in fact, that he barely had the chance to observe what his second opponent was doing. The other guard's mana was transparent, causing faint distortions wherever it passed. At first, Percy had assumed it was an air affinity, but it lacked the characteristic green tint that Mickey's mana displayed. "Is it a rare or composite affinity?" Apparently, today was the day that Percy would finally find out how it felt to be on the receiving end of a rare mana type. At least, the guy didn't seem to be targeting him directly. Instead, he formed a strange structure in the air in front of him. It looked a bit like a lens, though it was rotating clockwise, picking speed with each revolution. Once the construct was fully formed, its master moved it in front of the Earth Mage, who began to launch his own projectiles through it. Every time one of them passed through the transparent screen, a deafening explosion sounded, the stone daggers instantly appearing where Percy had stood a moment before. Each stabbed a deep, wide crater into the ground, with several cracks branching out of its center. Percy had no idea how this affinity worked, but it made the projectiles impossible to dodge. The only reason he was still in one piece was because he could glimpse his opponent's intentions, guessing the spell's trajectories before they were unleashed. "What the fuck is that? A time affinity?" His only other guess was space, but it looked nothing like Nisha's mana. Either way, he was forced to take more distance from them again, making it even harder to launch his own counterattack. It was lucky that Mickey was keeping the third guy, the one with the bloodline, busy, or Percy would have lost already. As for Nisha, she was sitting this one out. Perhaps one day she'd grow into a decent fighter, but for the time being, her clumsy spells would only get in the way. "Here goes nothing," Percy thought grimly, as he used all the fused mana he'd accumulated since the start of the battle to form a teal sheet. Swinging it towards the Earth Mage, he turned the outer half of the mantle into a wave of visible, corporeal projectiles to capture his enemy's attention. Secretly, however, he had turned the second half of the sheet invisible, still holding it in his hand. A second later, he discreetly swiped it once again in a wider arc, releasing another wave of projectiles, these ones remaining invisible and immaterial. The unseen barrage branched outwards more than the rest, traveling a few meters behind them. A couple seconds later, the tangible batch reached the mage, though he had already sidestepped them. Percy just grinned, his plan unfolding as expected. He watched the second layer of throwing stars head straight towards his oblivious opponent's location, preparing to stab his soul full of holes. Though it wasn't meant to be. "What the hell?" Percy's eyes widened as he watched the projectiles slow down to a snail's pace, about a meter before reaching their mark. "Get out of the way, you idiot!" the suspected time mage yelled. It was only then that the others realized what had happened. The Earth Mage clumsily dodged out of the way of Percy's attack, the color draining from his face as he finally activated Mana Sense, realizing how close he'd come to dying. As for Percy, he discovered that the Time Mage had moved his construct at some point, forcing the invisible projectiles to go through it, though it had produced the opposite effect on his own magic, decelerating the spell rather than speeding it up. Troublesome, Percy clicked his tongue. His opponents weren't complete idiots this time. At least one of them had been on guard for his sneak attack, and now both of them would be. As for the Time Affinity, it was annoyingly good at supporting them both offensively and defensively. A battle of attrition, then, he decided, starting to accumulate fused mana again. Percy could see that the Earth Mage was pacing himself well, so it would take him a long time to run out of mana. His only hope was that the time spells were more costly to maintain. And so, the two sides continued like that for several more minutes, unleashing a barrage on each other whenever they could in order to keep up the pressure, while both waited for the other to exhaust their reserves first. "Joke's on you if you think you can outlast synchronization," Percy smirked. Sure enough, the time construct crumbled first. Its owner fell to his knees, breathing heavily. Seizing his chance, Percy ran towards the collapsed guard, aiming to execute him before he had the chance to recover. Of course, the stone daggers were still difficult to dodge, but it wasn't as bad without the time spell supporting them. Yet, as Percy reached the halfway point, he realized something was wrong. The Time Mage had wrapped the last traces of his mana around his body, coating himself in a translucent halo. He looked very odd as he breathed 3 or 4 times faster than normal, a surge of mana accumulating in his lungs. "Shit, it's a trap!" Percy frantically retreated, but not before unleashing another barrage of invisible blades. Sadly, the Time Mage raised another screen to slow them down before they reached him, tracking Percy with a savage glint in his eye. As for Percy, his features twisted into a grimace as he narrowly dodged more of the sharp stones. This was his first time running into somebody who could match his regeneration. In fact, he might even be faster than me. Realizing he wasn't getting anywhere, Percy switched tactics. Upon manifesting another mantle, he began dashing towards the Time Mage again, while the Earth Mage began to shoot deafening blasts at him. Percy zigged and zagged to avoid them, timing his steps against his opponent's moves as he closed part of the distance separating them. Upon nearing as much as he dared to, he unleashed all of his mana into a single set of incorporeal throwing stars, aiming straight towards the Time Mage. The latter frowned at the predictable attack and merely moved the screen in front of him to slow the projectiles down. He sidestepped them with ease, his expression dripping with disdain while letting them fly away harmlessly. But Percy didn't stop running. Instead, he turned, circling around the Time Mage and making it more difficult for the Earth Mage to target him. The two men were forced to pivot around so that they could continue shooting at Percy.
As for the latter, he quickly gathered more fused mana, trying to form his mantle again.
Ugh! Playing as dangerously as he was, Percy was eventually hit by one of the stone daggers. Not directly, fortunately, as that would have probably torn a limb off, but even the glancing blow was enough to carve a nasty gash on his thigh, sending him tumbling to the ground. He pushed himself away from the spot immediately, knowing he couldn't afford to stop for a single moment. Sure enough, another blow landed right where he had fallen, just as he rolled out of the way. Out of options, Percy swung the half-formed mantle once more, aiming towards the time mage, but he didn't even stop to check whether his attack landed, as he scrambled to his feet and continued running away.
I don't know if you're really an orange core or some kind of monster, but it's impressive you've lasted this long, the man sneered, as he casually negated the invisible daggers again. But it ends now. The time mage's smile froze on his face, however, when his partner fell limp on the ground, his eyes glazed over. What? How? He exclaimed in disbelief. You sent all the daggers my way. I made sure of that. Percy cracked his neck, eyeing the time mage with a cold smile. He slowly drew closer, manifesting a set of silver knives in each hand. Yet he didn't speak. Why bother explaining himself to a dead man? Indeed, he had thrown the last of his fused mana towards the time mage, but that wasn't what he had used to kill the other guard. Instead, he had retrieved the daggers he had launched during his previous attack, recycling the mana into a new mantle after circling around the entire battlefield. Of course, Percy could have never accomplished such a complex strategy on his own.
It was impossible to outrun his own spell, even with synchronization, which was why he had relied on the time screen to slow the projectiles down for him, allowing him to catch them on the other side. The man panicked as Percy approached. Clearly, he didn't have a single offensive spell in his arsenal, his kit limited to support magic. He looked like he was about to beg for his life, but Percy never gave him the chance. Tossing the knives at him, Percy forced him to defend himself with the screen, though he didn't stop after the first wave. The man might be able to regenerate mana faster with his time magic, but he spent it more quickly too. Knife after knife, minute after minute. Percy continued until the man was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Finally, he manifested a sickle in his hand, throwing it at the mage and watching it cleave the soul apart as if it were a sheet of paper. And just like that, the second guard died too. Dessert. A few minutes earlier, Mickey flew in a wide arc around the pale man, trying to figure out how to attack him. Using the annoying trick that Percy had taught him, the bird made his heart beat faster and his body glow yellow. He was a lot stronger like this. Mickey had really wanted to slap Percy when he was first taught how to do it, as it always made him really hungry afterwards. But Mickey eventually forgave Percy, as the trick allowed him to get even more food, so it was a good thing. The new changes to his feathers helped him a lot too, but the pale man still didn't let him approach. A glowing indigo net shot at him, giving him a tingly feeling all over his body as some smoke came from his feathers. The magic was really hard to dodge. The fire and air spells of the guys he had fought before hadn't been that bad. At least this one didn't hurt him too much from this far, but Mickey was a little scared to get closer. And not only because of the zappy thing. Percy had warned him to not let the pale guy touch him with his hands. Mickey didn't know why, but he always listened to Percy when he was being serious like that. He knew his person wanted what was best for him. "Eat!" Mickey yelled at his opponent angrily. Percy had told him not to speak when strangers were around, but this one should be okay, right? After all, the man had already seen them use their tricks. Either way, he would have to die. Percy rarely let Mickey eat human cores, which made sense, as Percy was a human too. But Mickey felt guilty, because he really liked them. After all, they tasted different from the bugs and other animals. Maybe not this guy, though. He looked sick, so his core might taste bad. Mickey shrugged. It couldn't be much worse than the mice and snakes. "What the fuck is up with this bird? Did it just speak?" the man asked. Mickey felt insulted. Did the bad man think he was stupid or something? Nisha always said he was learning fast. Pulling some air mana from his new core, he tried to throw it at his enemy with a flap of his wings. He normally preferred using it to make himself faster, but there was no reason why he couldn't fling spells around like the humans did, right? The blast didn't travel far before dispersing. In fact, that happened behind Mickey, as he was flying even faster than it could fall. Pathetic. How did the humans even do this? The mana was so much more useful when it clung to his feathers. In fact, even if he could reach the man with it, he doubted it would be as good as his talons or beak. Another indigo flash zapped him, ripping him out of his thoughts. How annoying. A few weeks ago, Mickey had killed several people with yellow cores at once. Now, this guy was giving him so much trouble by himself. It was that irritating indigo light. Percy would make fun of him later if he didn't finish this quickly. Mickey glanced at the pale guy in hatred, peering into the silvery thing. It flickered. With another flap of his wings, Mickey avoided the indigo light before it was even released, just like Percy had explained. Mickey had always been able to see the silvery things, but he'd never relied on them much during a fight. By the time he had learned to kill the bugs more easily with it, he had already fought enough of them to predict their movements even without it. In any case, this was good. He could get closer to the pale guy now. Sticking more mana to his feathers, Mickey flew as fast as he could, spiraling towards his opponent. The man kept trying to shoot him down, but his speed, coupled with his ability to see the silvery thing, helped him dodge most of the spells. Every now and then he did get hit, which wasn't great. The blasts hurt more from this close. Luckily, the air mana seemed to reduce the pain a little. Mickey couldn't wait until he could use the trick with his second core, too. Sadly, he hadn't finished clearing his mana channels yet, because it was really boring to sit around doing that. Percy had promised him that it wouldn't make him hungry when he used it with his second core. Mickey got burnt again. The damage made it a little harder to fly, as each flap hurt, and he still hadn't solved the problem of the guy touching him when he was ready to pounce on the guy's head. While Mickey knew he was really fast, he didn't think he could avoid both the indigo lights and the man's hands from that close. But it wasn't like he had many options. The only thing he could do was to use his air mana to fly faster. Gathering it on his wings, he paid more attention to how it interacted with his feathers. It made them feel wider, causing them to push against the wind better. However, they weren't all the same. Some parts of his wings received more pressure as he flew. Mickey tried to gather more mana on those feathers, removing it from the parts that didn't help as much. With a heave, he flapped his wings again. It worked! He soared even farther than before, narrowly dodging another indigo net. Lucky. Mickey kept at it, fine-tuning how his mana interacted with his flight. It was hard because his second core was so much weaker than his first one. It barely contained any mana. He had to use what little he had more intelligently. But that was okay, since he was the smartest bird on Remier. Flap after flap, Mickey grew faster as weird greenish vortices formed behind the tips of his wings. He had expected his new speed to make him louder. Flying faster always made more noise. But that didn't happen. For some reason, he had grown quieter instead. The wind just parted in his passing, propelling him forward rather than holding him back. More. More! Mickey circled the pale man from a distance of about a dozen meters, whizzing around him at an insane speed. Everything in his eyes was a blur, but that was okay. If Mickey was having this much trouble seeing,
His opponent should be struggling even worse. Indigo flashes shot randomly in Mickey's wake, but few even came close to hitting him. Feeling ready, Mickey finally banked towards the man, opening his talons wide. "Ah!" the man screamed as Mickey carved several deep gashes along his arm and soul at the same time. The bird didn't miss how his opponent had tried to grab him at the last second, but he was moving too fast for that. Again. After the second strike, the man knelt on the ground, several fountains of blood pouring out of his body. The silvery thing was just as damaged. If the man hadn't shielded his torso with his arms, he would have died already. This was it. Aiming for his opponent's neck, Mickey dove one last time to deliver the finishing blow. So focused was he on the strike that it was too late to change course once he glimpsed the man's sinister intentions. Slamming his fists against one another, the pale guy unleashed the remainder of his mana into a bright shockwave of indigo. The pressure arrested Mickey's momentum, inflicting several nasty burns on them both, though the man received much less damage from his own mana. Plopping gracelessly on the ground, Mickey still tried to pounce on the man, to tear his throat out, but the latter wasn't planning to go out without a fight, it seemed. He held the bird back with both hands as a strange suction force emerged from his palms. No! This was the thing Percy had warned him about. Mickey felt his strength leave his body as his hunger reached an all-time high. Unwilling to let himself get devoured, he tried to lift his talons, but he couldn't move his legs. Falling back to his beak, he tried to peck the man's eye out, but the latter desperately pushed back, keeping him at bay. At first, Mickey had the advantage, inching closer with each snap of his beak. Unfortunately, that didn't last long. The man started gaining ground as the amber glow faded out of Mickey's body, his power evaporating at a scary rate. At the same time, Mickey saw the pale man's grievous wounds closing in real time as the latter stole his life one drop at a time. Just when Mickey thought he was a goner, however, he caught a shadow flying towards them rapidly. As for his opponent, the greedy man didn't seem to notice until the dark ball passed right through his head, leaving nothing but a bloody spring behind. Only then did the suction force cease as the headless corpse fell limp on the ground. Mickey nearly collapsed too, but somebody propped him up gently at the last second. "Mickey, are you okay?" Nisha's voice was tinged with concern. "Hungry," he replied weakly, causing a faint smile to tug at her lips. "Then eat," she said, gesturing at the decapitated body. Pausing, the two of them looked over at Percy's side of the battlefield. Nisha smiled at her feathery companion with a roguish glint in her eye. "And hurry up! It looks like he's about to bring you dessert." Chapter 11. Wild Art. Percy limped over to the others as he dragged a corpse with each hand, his expression gloomy. He was glad he and Mickey had won the fight without casualties, but it would have been better to avoid it entirely. He grimaced. At some point, House Tantalus is going to notice their people are missing. Of course, if they took good care of the bodies and reached the town before anyone's suspicions were aroused, it shouldn't be too easy to link the murders to them. Still, the resulting unrest would only make their stay in the Camelot province needlessly complicated. Reaching his companions, Percy wearily dropped the bodies nearby before noticing Mickey's state was a little odd. The bird was always keen for a snack, especially when it came to humans, for some disturbing reason. Still, his gluttony was strangely exacerbated, but it was tinged with an unusual lethargy. It was as if he was positively famished, yet too tired to go through with his meal. On closer inspection, his plumage was a mess too, many of his feathers charred or torn. "What happened here?" He turned to Nisha, horrified.
The guy had a lightning affinity, which gave Mickey trouble. He managed to push through it, but he got hit by the bloodline in the end. The color drained from Percy's face as he realized how close his familiar had come to losing his life. The only reason he had asked his feathered companion to take care of the mage was because he'd believed the crow could handle it. And it was true that Mickey was stronger than the average yellow, but he could still get seriously injured if he let his guard down, apparently. And so can I, he thought somberly, thinking back to his own fight. Today's battle would serve as a good wake-up call for both of them. While they had grown a lot stronger during their stay in the guild, they still had a long way to go. Right now, however, their priority was to get the hell out of here. Mickey, do you think you'll be able to fly like this? The bird continued to peck away at his meal for a few seconds. Eventually, he replied, but only through their connection, as he was too tired to speak aloud. Maybe. Percy frowned. He did have a few more healing potions, though he was planning on saving them for a rainy day. It wasn't as though he was too stingy to use them on Mickey if the bird really needed them, but he'd rather keep them for a time they might be needed more, assuming his familiar could recover on his own, of course. Okay then. Eat the cores first before they dissipate, then get rid of the bodies. We'll see how you're feeling afterwards. Percy and Nisha scanned both battlefields, erasing any bloodstains or traces of magic they could spot, while Mickey sluggishly disposed of the corpses. Thankfully, he could eat a lot more since advancing. Still, each additional minute set Percy more on edge. To his chagrin, it wasn't until a few hours later that the trio was done with their respective tasks. Feeling any better? He gazed anxiously at the large bird. A bit, Mickey said, stretching out a glossy black wing and inspecting it. He did look a little livelier. Of course, it wasn't that surprising, as beasts tended to recover faster than humans, especially after eating. Whatever the reason, Percy couldn't help but exhale in relief after confirming his familiar was okay. Let's hold on to the potions for now, then, he said. His own injury would make the rest of the journey a pain, but he'd live. Satisfied that all traces had been cleared from the site, Percy stuffed his enemy's clothes into the spatial amulet. There was barely any space left, and he didn't much enjoy getting flakes of dried blood all over his supplies. But it wasn't like he had much of an option. They couldn't exactly leave the evidence at the scene of the crime. He did briefly consider replacing his own stinky clothes with a fine set of silken robes, but he quickly shot the idea down, berating himself for even considering it. Dressing in House Tantalus's colors while traveling in their territory was about the dumbest move possible. Right up there with picking a fight with the Divine Order, he chuckled bitterly. After confirming they had cleaned up to the best of their ability, the group continued towards Bogside Town. They moved much faster than before, both Percy and Mickey ignoring their injuries, with their sense of urgency tuned up to 11. Thanks for saving him, Percy told Nisha. I'd have intervened sooner if I hadn't been afraid of hitting Mickey by mistake. She shrugged. Or setting that guy after me. Percy didn't disagree, knowing she was telling the truth. Having been brought up to speed on the fight, he was sure that even that final blast she'd used to kill the lightning mage had been a gamble. Her poor eyesight certainly hadn't done her any favors either. Had she hit Mickey instead, they'd be having a very different conversation, assuming they would have even managed to stay alive. You should really spend some time learning how to use your mana, he said. It's really a waste of a very powerful affinity. He trailed off clumsily, realizing it wasn't any of his business. Percy fully expected Nisha to ignore his unsolicited advice, but she surprised him by nodding. I know. I'll spend some time on it once we settle down. Leaving it at that, he turned to Mickey, watching the massive bird fly in the distance. From Percy's location, the crow appeared as little more than a black dot in the sky, though he could tell flying was especially painful for his friend. Still feeling guilty over letting the familiar get hurt, he was about to send some consoling thoughts over. However, the bird beat him to it, reaching out first.
Percy, new spell. Contrary to his tired exterior, Mickey's thoughts seemed strangely enthusiastic. During the fight? Percy asked, getting a mental affirmation back. Can you show me? Mickey remained silent for a few seconds, and Percy could tell how badly his familiar wanted to demonstrate his new trick. Still, later, he ultimately replied. Percy smiled at the sensation of the crow's disappointment oozing through the cord. Mickey's state must have been quite poor if he could resist the temptation to show off. Even so, he did send the next best thing, memories of the new spell. Watching his familiar shift the air mana along his feathers, fine-tuning its effect on his flight, and manifesting the green vortices behind his wings' tips, Percy couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was definitely some high-quality stuff. The status should have registered it. Opening Mickey's tab, he soon confirmed that was the case. Mictlan Tekutli, Percival's familiar, mana cores. Mana core 1, yellow, beast. Mana core 2, red, air. Spells: wild art, acceleration, crude. Circulation, refined. Decrees: Moirai's Decree. Grants a second mana core. Wild art? Percy had never heard of such a thing before. His best guess was that it was something along the same vein as his own secret art. The latter was simply a spell that involved one's bloodline, according to Baldy. Was a wild art a spell involving a beast's mutation? He sure couldn't think of a better explanation, though that was still a little odd. Why is there even a term for it? As far as he could tell, Mickey was a completely unprecedented existence. Back when she had created her decree countless millennia ago, Phoebe couldn't have possibly predicted a beast with multiple cores, or even a beast with a status, for that matter. Maybe the status was simply flexible enough to adapt to new circumstances. That wasn't impossible, as it had already done so a few times in Percy's experience. For instance, he was pretty sure it wasn't meant to list one's decrees, though that had changed once Percy had obtained a new one. I suppose even the fact that it comes up with creative names when registering new spells is proof that it has some level of intelligence. Still, it wasn't perfect. While Phoebe had indeed done an admirable job accommodating the unexpected, she had clearly not ironed out all of the kinks in her decree. One particular inconvenience which Percy had spotted was that neither he nor Mickey got notified when the latter registered a new spell. The only way to know was to manually check the status later. It's not the end of the world, really, but I wonder what other variants of this decree exist out there. Gabe had already explained that this was a relatively common decree, so Percy itched to look at a better version. If he got lucky, he might even be able to upgrade his own in the process, unlocking an extra feature or two. Better not get greedy, though. I have plenty on my plate already. Percy suppressed his excitement, reminding himself that he hadn't even fully digested the gains from his previous trips. He still had to incorporate Sengo's teachings into his magic, and there was also the project of returning to the vault. Impatient to resume his training, Percy picked up the pace while planning out his next steps. Frankly, he couldn't wait to finally reach their destination. Luckily, they were on course to do so by nightfall. Grizzly Bog. Are you sure this is a good idea? Nisha asked as Percy wrapped the bloody garments around a large stone, tossing the lumpy bundle into the murky swamp. A few bubbles rose to the surface, releasing a putrid stench of rot upon popping. The trio had already reached Bogside Town, though they hadn't entered it yet. Arriving while wearing his blood-stained bandit clothes and coming from the direction where they had killed the guards would only spell trouble down the line. Instead, they had circled around the town, stopping by the Grizzly Bog to get Mickey settled first. It would be riskier to keep them in our possession. If somebody saw them, they'd know it was us. Plus, I don't have enough space to keep them in the amulet forever, Percy said, pinching his nose. I get that. But wouldn't it be better to leave the garments where they died than bring them so close to the vicinity of the town where we'll be staying? Nisha didn't let go. Nisha, if it gets to the point that House Tantalus is combing the swamp waters with a spoon, we'll be fucked either way, he said, putting the debate to rest. Suddenly, a large shape rushed out of the swamp, drenching Percy in a splash of brown water. The crocodile was twice as long as a normal one, spine and limbs coated in a layer of spiky scales. It pounced on the duo, opening its oversized maw wide in preparation to chomp the unsuspecting humans down.
Sadly for it, however, the humans weren't quite as unsuspecting as it had thought. Right before the beast reached them, a second shape rushed their way. This one smaller, but much, much faster. Its plumage was covered in dense amber lines that branched out of its heart and sternum both, reaching every corner of its body. As for its feathers, they softly glowing a green color, with two vortices swirling behind the tips of its wings. Naturally, it was Mickey, who had already warned Percy of the crocodile upon spotting it via soul vision long before it revealed itself. Flying over the monster's neck, the crow slammed it to the ground as his talons carved a path through the tough scales, releasing sparks in the process. Blood gushed out wherever they passed, as the yellow beast's soul was cleanly split in two. Carried by inertia, the lifeless carcass slid across the mud for a couple more meters before Percy stopped it with his boot.
Great.
Because I didn't stink enough before, he groaned, trying to swipe some of the blood and swamp water off his clothes. At least Mickey seems to be doing better. Nisha shrugged. Percy couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance upon seeing that she was dry as a leaf in the desert, having used him as a shield. Instead, he merely shook his head, not in the mood to get into an argument. Anyway, he was going to throw the bandit clothes away as soon as he procured some clean ones. Yeah, if only I could heal by stuffing my face full of mana cores, he replied, shifting the weight off his injured leg as he tossed his familiar an envious glance. Are you going to be all right here? He asked the crow. Mickey was busy digging through the crocodile's sternum for his snack, so he only replied through their bond. Good. Just remember, this isn't the ground level of the spire. There are yellow beasts everywhere, Percy warned again. He knew none of these animals should pose much of a threat to his familiar, but only as long as the bird remained careful. Of course, that was assuming he didn't run into a green one. Luckily, those were quite rare on Remior. The fungal spire was an exception, as its extremely mana-rich environment allowed higher grades to thrive. So, what's the plan? Nisha asked, forcing him to return his attention to their predicament. I can't go into the town looking like this. Can you buy me some clothes? Percy asked. She nodded, prompting him to search inside the amulet for some change. However, he frowned a second later, realizing they had a problem. Shit. The only money we have is from the guild, he said, his face twisting into a grimace. You haven't traveled much, have you? Nisha asked, clearly not as concerned as he felt. Percy raised an eyebrow, though he didn't say anything, waiting for her to elaborate. The guild's currency is just as widespread as gold and silver across Remior. At least, I've never heard of a place that didn't accept it. When he continued to eye her skeptically, she proceeded to give him a quick rundown of the exchange rates. Apparently, 1 silver coin was valued at about 1.4 contribution points, with gold coins 100 times more expensive and copper coins 100 times cheaper. Won't it give away the fact that we came from the guild, though? Percy asked. 9 out of 10 people who carry contribution points have never stepped foot there. She shook her head. Percy exhaled in relief. That was one less thing they'd have to worry about at least. Of course, they still couldn't reveal too much money, or they might blow their cover as commoners. Make sure to enter the town from the other side, and try to be seen by as few people as possible. It's better if nobody is sure when exactly we arrived, he advised. Do I look like I can go on a stealth mission? Nisha asked in an irritated tone, pointing at her eyes.
We'll be lucky if I manage to spot the shops.
Percy scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing it might not be that wise to send the girl with the poor eyesight stumbling through the town in the middle of the night. On second thought, maybe it's better to wait until sunrise then. We don't even know if there's anything open this late. Nisha groaned, clearly as impatient to wash up and sleep on a proper bed as he was. Still, she didn't argue back, knowing his explanation made sense. Do we have any rations left? She suddenly asked. Percy sifted through the amulet, also feeling quite hungry. Even the disgusting smell of rotten eggs failed to quell his appetite, as they hadn't eaten anything since before the fight against the members of House Tantalus. Sadly, he came up empty-handed a few seconds later. None.
But we do have some crocodile meat, if Mickey leaves us any.
After managing to steal a hind leg each from the carcass, much to the crow's dismay, the two walked some distance away from the water, setting up camp at a spot that stank a little less. Lighting a small fire, Nisha began roasting their dinner as Percy searched for a dry place for her to sleep. It would be best if she didn't walk into the town covered in mud tomorrow. Say, can you give me a second core? Nisha asked out of the blue. Percy's eyes widened, caught off guard by the request. He'd long considered the possibility of intentionally disseminating the Morais decree, even before he learned what it was called. In fact, he'd discussed it with Baldy at length back when he was still at home. Of course, that hadn't been an option at the time. Back then, Percy had spent over a year trying to patch his own soul up, and he hadn't even been close to dying.
The prospect of injuring somebody to the verge of death and then hoping to save them in time was, frankly, too dangerous. His only success had been Gabe, and even then they had used a god's mana to fix his damaged soul. Percy had no idea if he could replicate the feat. The only other situation that came close had been when he'd saved Nisha inside the hive. It was true that her injuries at the time had been quite severe, and he had managed to heal her by relying on the mana which Mickey had extracted from the Starry Knight's soul. Still, there was no guarantee it would work a second time, nor could they kill a green on demand. Plus, the actual process of possessing somebody always damaged the host's soul further, so that could easily leave her past the point of no return. Overall, it just wasn't something Percy wanted to test on a friend. I'm willing to take the risk, Nisha insisted, her eyes glinting with resolve. But I'm not, Percy said. Nisha, I suggest you stop trying to look for an easy way to get stronger.
You think I haven't noticed how you're putting off training with your affinity? Nisha bit her lip upon being called out. I've never really trained with it. I don't even know how to go about it, she muttered weakly, before raising her voice. Why do you care anyway? Worst case scenario, you'll have one less person to brew elixirs for. Percy sighed. How about you walk me through your grand plan? Let's say I help you out, and we succeed. What then? Do you think you'll instantly become an expert on using the new core? You'll have to train with it too, you know. Nisha clenched her fists, but didn't say anything. Eventually, Percy spoke again. Listen, I'll give you some tips to get you started, but you'll have to put in the work. Chapter 13. Bogside Town. What did you tell them? Percy asked, watching Nisha return with some folded clothes in one hand, a bucket of water in the other.
The sun was already at its apex, as the girl had taken all morning for the round trip.
In fact, Percy had started getting worried, thinking it might have not been too wise to send her alone in that state. He also felt a little guilty over the harsh things he'd said the night before, though he knew she had to hear them. The truth, more or less. I just said my traveling companion wasn't presentable, and he was too embarrassed to walk in public in such a state. I obviously didn't go into details, but
They're going to see you later, so I couldn't just hide your existence entirely." Percy nodded as he finally peeled the dreaded tunic off, using it to wipe the worst of the grime off. Tossing it to the ground, he took the bucket from Nisha and began washing up as well as he could. Which wasn't that well. At the very least, his skin was visible by the time he was done.
Sadly, he didn't have anything clean to dry himself with, so he just used his pure mana to swipe most of the water off his skin before donning his new clothes. The linen fabric was cheap and unassuming, but it was really soft and felt 100 times more comfortable than the mismatched leather pieces. Finally, the two headed to the town together, still having lots of items on their agenda for the day. As soon as they entered, Percy looked around curiously, as it was his first time in a commoner town on Remior. It definitely wasn't as bad as the primitive village he had encountered on the world polluted with the brown fog, but it wasn't nearly as majestic as the Alchemist's Guild either. There weren't any mushrooms looming over their heads, nor any colorful moats bathing the place in a shimmering luster, just the warm rays of the midday sun. Nobody had bothered to dress the streets in cobblestone either, the locals happy to walk on simple roads of paved dirt. As for the houses, most were wooden huts, lining up in tidy rows along either side of the streets. The petite buildings looked nothing like his family's grandiose mansion, their exteriors full of patches and holes, and their walls marred with mold and rot. The acrid scent of old wood permeated the place, mixed with the even worse odors of piss and excrement. As for the people, they were all dressed in cheap, ragged clothes, not unlike his own. What surprised him the most was that he couldn't locate anybody at Green. On second thought, maybe it's not that strange. While yellow-born commoners emerged at the same rate as nobles, they rarely remained commoners for long. Most houses were eager to recruit them, marrying the stronger cores into their families with open arms. It was actually the opposite situation from how Redborns were treated, often getting kicked out of their families and left to live out their comparatively short lives as commoners. Of course, Orangeborns could still reach Green as they aged, but peasants were rarely privileged enough to live that long, often being killed in wars or games between noble houses. Still, there should have been some of the higher ranks around. Mentally noting to look into it later, Percy quickly turned to Nisha. "I imagine you've asked around about the shops?" He did his best to keep his voice low, despite the fact that hardly anyone spared them so much as a glance. "Yes, there should be a glassmaker a couple blocks away." She grabbed his elbow and nudged him in the right direction. It didn't take them long to find the place, the soft jingle of a bell ringing as they opened the door of the humble shop. "Good morning," a female voice said absent-mindedly. The two swiftly spotted a middle-aged lady with her back facing them, hunting for something on a shelf. Only after she turned around to face them did her brow crease. "Oh, newcomers to the town? Do you not get them often?" Percy asked, finding her reaction a little strange. The lady seemed somewhat taken aback by his question, shifting nervously on her feet. Oh, no, it's just, I was a little surprised is all. We get newcomers all the time," she said, clearly trying to sound calm. Percy didn't miss the traces of unease in her tone. Nisha also flashed him a quick glance. "So she's lying, huh? Does that have to do with the mysterious absence of green cores in the town?" Outwardly, he simply smiled. "Do you make eyewear by any chance? My friend here lost hers, and she was hoping to buy a new pair." Happy to change the topic, the shop owner gestured at a different shelf where multiple pairs of glasses were lined up. The designs were somewhat crude, but that made sense. It would be strange to expect the same quality of glasses they could buy in the guild, or those commissioned by noble houses. Nisha tried a few pairs, not looking particularly happy with any of them. Seemingly lowering her expectations, she eventually settled on one before turning to the lady. "I'll take these for now, but would it be possible to order a customized pair halfway between these and these?" she asked,
pointing to the pair she held and another still resting on the shelf. "Sure. They'll take about 2 weeks to make, though. I'll also need you to pay half the cost in advance. Together, it'll be a silver and 60 coppers. Percy handed her 2 red coins and 3 brown chips, getting a few coppers back. With a wave, he and Nisha bid her farewell, leaving the shop. "What do you think the deal is with this place?" Nisha whispered, after adjusting her new glasses. "My guess? House Tantalus," Percy replied, keeping his voice down too.
Due to his enemies' peculiarities, it was entirely possible that they treated the commoners under their jurisdiction like livestock, using them to feed their bloodline's insatiable appetite. It was just speculation, but given what he knew about the noble house and their blatant disregard for human life, Percy was confident it was spot on. It would also explain the mysterious absence of greens in the town. After all, what better people to kill first than the strongest of the locals? That way, the towns under House Tantalus's control would never amass enough strength to revolt. "Disgusting," Nisha spat. With their mood completely ruined and their stomachs churning, the two continued their shopping in silence, stocking up on some basic supplies for their new life. They kept their expenses to a minimum, while also asking around for a cheap place to stay. They had plenty of money to splurge if they wanted, but they had to stick to their roles. In the end, they were directed to an abandoned house in a corner of the town. Apparently, they could stay there for free. It was tiny, and its condition left much to be desired. But its owner had died years ago, so nobody would care much if they took it. "Are you actually planning to work as a blacksmith?" Nisha asked, recalling what he'd told the guards the day before. Percy nodded. He did need to put up the appearance of working during his stay here, and any opportunity to put Sengo's teachings into practice would help him incorporate them in his magic. Plus, he could help people out in the process, which was what he'd promised to do. Of course, he didn't think he'd be particularly good at it. It wasn't an art one could master after a single demonstration. That said, the local standards were lower here, and being an amateur would only make his act more believable. "Though I guess these people might need their houses repaired more than they need steel tools," he smiled bitterly, looking over the shoddy huts. Most of them probably leaked water whenever it rained. Still, they were unlikely to trust a complete stranger with their houses. Furthermore, he didn't even know if he could find all the materials he needed to make concrete. Finally, concrete would be harder to explain than a slightly more sophisticated approach to metallurgy. Let's leave it for some other time. Arriving at their new abode, they quickly noticed it was in an even worse state than they had been led to believe. Decrepit might be an apt term. The hut was tiny. Half of it collapsed. It would take them a few days to patch it up into something livable. At least their higher grades would help with the physical labor involved. Percy shrugged. "I guess I would have had to renovate the place anyway in order to build myself a workshop." He had no idea how to recreate Sengo's contraptions, but a simple stone forge and an anvil shouldn't be too difficult to put together. As for the tools and materials, they could try selling some monster parts from the bog, though he'd rather not make it too obvious that they could hunt yellow beasts. The weaker he and Nisha appeared, the less likely it was that anyone would think to connect them to the murders or the guild. At least we won't starve. Chapter 14. Karma. A blond young man stood outside a stone house, pinching a gemstone vial between his thumb and index finger. A turquoise liquid swirled inside, giving the onlookers pause. They all stood some distance from Jason, torn between their fear of the divine root and their curiosity over these new elixirs. As for Jason himself, he wasn't paying them any attention, focusing on the aurora dew itself. Gathering a trickle of mana in his eyes, he activated karmic vision, watching countless thin threads of all colors appear in his vision. They branched throughout the world, from every object and every person, stretching into the distance. Too much. He squinted as the dizzying tapestry manifested all around him. Unable to discern anything noteworthy through the tangled web, Jason lowered the intensity of mana in his eyes, dialing his magical sense down a notch. That filtered many of the treads out, leaving only the most prominent ones. Sadly, there were still way too many for him to make out anything important. People who didn't have a karmic affinity would probably be surprised at just how many of these invisible connections existed in the world. Every time two objects interacted, a new thread formed. They did fade away slowly, and they could even disappear entirely given enough time, but they could also grow brighter if the objects in question continued to interact.
It was never going to work with just the elixir.
He smiled bitterly. Jason had already tried to locate the alchemist many times, but there were dozens, if not hundreds of threads attached to the substance. Technically, he could filter out the ones connected to the vial if he moved the liquid to a different container. However, there were plenty fixed to the elixir itself. After all, it had been brewed from multiple materials, each of which had been harvested by a different person, acquired from various places across Remior. And each of the items had probably been handled by many other hands before eventually reaching the Alchemist's Guild. Luckily, we have more clues now. His bitterness bled into a predatory grin as he sifted through his most recent finds. Taking some clothes from that Nisha girl's house, he had cross-referenced their threads with the ones attached to the Aurora Dew. There were too many to sift through, but he didn't care about all of them. The only ones that mattered were the shared ones, which allowed him to cut the number down massively. He pulled his focus to the brightest threads, sifting through his options. That's only on the elixir. That one is only on the clothes. I tracked those 3 yesterday. Let's see where this one leads. Investigating all the trails one by one was a time-consuming process. However, Jason wasn't too bothered, having been trained for this job his whole life. It was his specialty, the role he had been assigned since a young age. Using his rare affinity to accomplish something only a handful of people on Remior were capable of filled him with pride and purpose, so he hadn't let his failures over the past few weeks get to him. I'll find that bitch soon enough. Eventually, the trail led him to another stone house in the settlement. Knocking on the door, he waited for a few seconds, until a young man in a yellow robe opened the door. Initially, the guy sported an annoyed expression.
He looked like he was about to swear, though he quickly swallowed his words, the color draining from his face upon recognizing Jason.
"Do you know a Nasha Veritas?" Jason asked briskly, cutting to the chase. The man stared at him in confusion for a moment before shaking his head. "Are you an alchemist, or are you friends with one?" Jason asked again, getting the same answer back. He frowned, unsure why the guy seemed so clueless. The yellow didn't look like he had the balls to lie to Jason, and the karmic threads never lied either. Nasha and the Aurora Dew both shared a connection to this place for some reason. Maybe it's just something tangential, he reasoned, guessing this was another dead end. Though he didn't give up just yet. "How long have you been living in this house?" "I only moved in 2 weeks ago." The man finally found the courage to speak, his answer causing Jason to raise an eyebrow.
If the previous owner had left right around when Jason had arrived at the guild, he could very easily be Nisha's collaborator, the very person they were after. "Oh? Do you have any idea who lived here before you?" Unfortunately, the young man hadn't a clue. He merely directed Jason to the official building in charge of housing. "I'll find you, whoever you are." "Well?" Deimos asked, waiting for his daily report. Jason grimaced. The prospect of returning to his superior for the billionth time without any tangible results made his blood boil. Sadly, today's investigation had failed again. "I followed a new trail today. It took me to the house of some boy who was last spotted about a month ago, so I really thought he was the one." Deimos perked up at the sound of that, which only pissed Jason off more. "And?" "Nothing. He was just some red-born runt from House Avalon. He was young, and he'd only been in the guild for a few years. I don't know if he was one of Nisha's regulars at the gambling den, who happened to get close to the vial by accident, or if Nisha hired him at some point to deliver the elixirs somewhere. Either way, he couldn't be our target. Deimos nodded, though Jason didn't miss his boss's clenched fists and gritted teeth. It would still be a good idea to interrogate him. He might know where the girl is, or he'll at least help you locate her more easily. Where did he go? Who knows? Jason shrugged. He couldn't have escaped the guild by himself, and I doubt Nisha was sentimental enough to bring him along. Since he isn't in the settlement, they must have killed him and fed him to the wasps to cover their tracks. Deimos rubbed the bridge of his nose in barely concealed irritation. Jason, I've always considered you my most capable subordinate, but you've really let me down over the past few weeks. Hearing his boss chastise him, it was Jason's turn to clench his fists. What do you want me to do?
I've busted my ass looking for... Deimos raised a hand to stop him. Just shut up and listen. If we go back to my father empty-handed, we're fucked. So whatever it is you're doing, do it faster. Use the boy's possessions too. He's clearly just a servant, but he was still involved with them. If you can find his corpse, it's going to accelerate your search. It's easier said than done, Jason grimaced, standing in that Redborn's house after kicking its new tenant out. Unfortunately, this Percy hadn't left any traces. All his possessions were gone, and even the last stain had been scrubbed from the floor. There was nothing to track him down with. Strange. Even if Nisha killed him, why would she bother wiping his house clean but not her own? Maybe the boy had done it himself, paranoid about Nisha tracking him down. Not that it did him much good in the end. Ugh! What a fucking mess this is. Of course there was the house itself, and the furniture inside, but those weren't Percy's personal possessions. They had changed many owners before him, and even the new guy had filled them up with new threads during his brief stay. Trying to cross-reference them with the other clues was only going to complicate things more. Their only option at this point was to fall back to the Aurora Dew and Nisha's clothes, exhausting the remaining trails. Sadly, they'd already investigated most of the threads leading somewhere inside the settlement, so they'd have to start looking at the ones extending outside. There's over a dozen of those. The worst part was that they stretched all over Remir, so investigating each one could take several months. If they got lucky, they might find Nisha after the first one, but if not, their search could easily last years. Realizing how precarious his situation was, Jason kicked the bed away in rage, splitting its frame in half. The pieces exploded to splinters and shreds of cloth as they slammed against the wall. Rubbing his temples, Jason tried to calm himself down. It was ultimately a gamble, whether or not they could locate the culprits before the Order's patience ran out. Still, one thing was for certain. At least one of those shared threads did lead to Nisha. And if I do find you, I swear I'm going to rip your head off your shoulders and smash it to pieces. Chapter 15. Settling In. It's not bad, but could you try again? Maybe making the edges a little straighter this time? Percy asked after Nisha handed him the misshapen slab of stone. Over the past week, they'd split up their tasks, with him focusing on repairing the decrepit hut into something livable. He wasn't a carpenter, but he could lift a lot of weight, so patching the ceiling with a few planks hadn't taken him too long. Whether the roof was properly sealed remained to be seen. They'd only know once it rained. As for Nisha, he had asked her to build him his stone forge. The idea was that she could get some practice using her space mana, learning how to shape it and cut things with it, while also building him the equipment he needed for his new venture. Unfortunately, the results weren't exactly ideal. Why, isn't this good enough? She frowned. It's the best I've managed all week.
Well, I'd rather the charcoal stays inside the forge, Percy replied, pointing at the gap between the poorly attached stones. I haven't even finished fixing the house. I don't want to see it burn down just yet. Nisha exhaled in defeat before manifesting more of her mana, trying again on another piece. It was the last one she hadn't ruined, so they'd have to go fetch some more if she messed up again. Of course, both of them knew a space affinity could be used for a lot more than merely slicing things apart. Heck, Metatron's decree was the perfect case study of the heights one could reach with it. While Nisha was as far from a titaness as one could be, learning to form some smaller portals, or crafting spatial amulets, wasn't out of the question. When I do manage to get into the vault again, I should try bringing back the runes for it, he decided. Percy had grown to love his magical trinket. The sheer convenience of carrying a crate's worth of items on him at all times was something he wouldn't give up for the world, though he did lament its relatively limited capacity. According to Nisha, it was already close to the maximum that any enchanters on Remia could craft. Perhaps the very best ones might be able to make slightly larger amulets, but only the great houses had access to those people. Once he was satisfied with his work, he took a break for a few hours, letting Nisha continue with her own end of the project. There was something else he wanted to do today. It's time for a new clone, he grinned. It was true that he was a little tired from working on the roof all morning, but he'd grown much more proficient at using his bloodline. The last one he'd sent to Torui village had only taken him a few hours to prepare. More importantly, Percy intended to send his clones out more frequently now. After all, Mickey was hunting orange and yellow beasts in the swamp all day long, providing him with a ton of soul mana and enabling him to mend his soul faster than ever before. He also had to spend much less time brewing elixirs than he had during his gig with Nisha, so he could more easily tolerate the disturbance. About once a week sounds good. Percy expected it would take him multiple attempts until he found a good candidate to send to the vault, but there was always the chance that he might find something else of value in the process. It was dark outside by the time he was done. As always, his soul hurt a lot right after severing the clone, but at least he didn't pass out anymore. Tossing Nesha a glance, he found her still working on the forge, a few more discarded chunks of stone lying next to her than the last time he'd checked. Evidently, she'd gone out to bring more at some point. There's plenty of room for improvement, though she seems to have taken my advice seriously. Nesha had stopped procrastinating as much, spending a lot more time honing her magic. Percy was planning to teach her circulation at some point, though she'd need several years of physical exercise to strengthen her body enough for it. Let's leave that for later. It's probably better to not push her too hard all at once. Leaving the hut to get some fresh air, Percy walked over to one of the shops, hoping it was still open. It wasn't, not exactly, but he did catch the owner taking some trash out of the door. "Hi there," he greeted the shopkeeper, a yellow core seemingly in his early 30s. "Oh, hi," the man said. "You must be the new guy I've heard about." "I was told you're trying to build a forge in your new house." Percy nodded. "Yes, that's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. You're Mr. Dillon, right? I was hoping to buy some pig iron from you to get myself started." "Well, I don't have much to sell. There isn't a mine nearby, nor do we have a local blacksmith. We import all our tools from Grey Quarry Town to the north." Percy frowned. That was the second town under House Tantalus's jurisdiction. He and Nisha had ignored it on the way here, as they had needed the grisly bog for Mickey to stay in. Apparently, this was going to make his life a little more complicated. "Is it impossible to get some imported?" "Look, I've only got 7 ingots in stock. You can have those for 2 silver. The man took pity on him after seeing his disappointed expression. "I do have some friends over there, so I might be able to work out a long-term solution for you. But we'll have to see the quality of your work first." Percy nodded. It was only fair. He doubted he would be able to compete with Sengo anytime soon.
but he was confident he could offer something of acceptable quality for the locals after a few attempts. After completing the exchange, he bid the man farewell, carrying the stack of ingots back home. Each of the bars was a little larger than his foot, the entire set weighing hundreds of kilos. Even with his 2 orange cores, the metal was heavy. "It can't be helped. I can't use circulation in the middle of the town," he sighed. Suddenly, he stopped, surprised to see a young girl approaching him. She couldn't have been older than 10. She was wearing simple linen clothes, her dark hair tied up in 2 short pigtails. Percy had no idea why her parents allowed her to roam the town so late. Weren't they afraid of something happening? Then again, it was probably safe. Outsiders like him and Nisha rarely visited, since House Tantalus's territory wasn't known for being the most welcoming place. Carefully placing the ingots on the ground, he turned to her to see what she wanted.
"Mister, do you want to buy this for a silver?"
she asked in a chirpy voice. Percy looked down at the object she was holding. It was a small, hollowed piece of wood with multiple holes lining its side. The main body of the object was oblong, though a narrower tube branched out on one side. An ocarina. It was crudely made, the holes not perfectly circular, with a few obvious scratches and other dents throughout the instrument. "Did you make this yourself?" Percy asked, getting a nod back. If anybody else had tried to sell him such a shoddy item, he would have probably laughed them off. The misshapen instrument couldn't be worth more than 3 coppers, let alone a silver. Still, seeing the child looking at him expectantly, his eyes couldn't help but soften. He chuckled. "Oh, well, Freddie always told me to get myself a hobby. This is as good a time as any, I suppose." Handing the girl the requested amount, he chuckled as she handed him the ocarina with a delighted squeal. While he'd already filled his schedule with all sorts of things, such as forging tools for the locals, practicing his own magic, mentoring Nisha, sending clones, and brewing elixirs, he'd promised himself to not overdo it as much as he had back in the guild. Leaving room for some leisure time was good for his mental health. Tossing the ocarina in his pocket, he hoisted the ingots again and finally returned home. Originally, he had wanted to visit Mickey in the swamp today, but it was already getting late. He'd have to leave it for tomorrow. Entering his new abode, he found Nisha sleeping on the floor. They didn't have beds yet, but they'd spent weeks camping out, so they weren't too bothered. Still, his attention was drawn to the completed forge in a corner of the room. It was made of several pieces of stone, cut in a way such that they slotted into one another without needing any adhesive. Percy was proud of the design, having come up with it himself. However, it wasn't his design he was currently admiring. The new pieces fit into each other better, not leaving much of a gap between them. There was still some space, but it was too narrow to let anything pass through. Nisha had clearly busted her ass until she got it right. Glancing at the sleeping girl again, he couldn't help but reevaluate her. Sure, she had always been a bit quirky, but she wasn't a bad person. Just an acquired taste. She could definitely be hard-working when she put her mind to something, however. Grinning, he placed the ingots on the floor next to the forge before going to sleep himself. "Tomorrow, I'll get started." Chapter 16. Monkey. Percy swam to the surface, desperate to take a breath. The moment he broke through, he coughed as much of the murky water out as he could, greedily inhaling air into his lungs. "How the hell did you end up here?" he asked his host in annoyance, seeing nothing but an endless expanse of greenish blue stretching as far as the horizon. It looked like some kind of ocean, but this wasn't salt water. It was closer to the swamp water in the Grizzly Bog. At least it didn't stink as bad. The substance had an oily texture with chunks of plant matter floating to the surface. Receiving no reply, Percy swam over to a large piece of debris drifting a few dozen meters away. It was a cylindrical-ish block of wood,
probably a broken tree trunk, though it had clearly been out here for a while, as it was half rotten. It was covered in an exotic variety of algae and barnacles, but he ignored them as he climbed onto it. Only once his back was resting on the slimy surface did he finally get the chance to examine himself. His body was vaguely humanoid.
For the most part, it had the normal number of limbs and eyes, though he did have a tail. Lacking a mirror, Percy traced the contours of his face with his fingers, deducing that his host was either akin to a goblin or some kind of monkey. I suppose the status will have the answer. Percival's clone monochores: Monochore 1, Orange, Beast. Monochore 2, Seed, Diverter. Spells: Parting Gift, Crude. Quarterstaff, Crude. Glove, Crude. Crystallization, Crude. Mantle of Deceit, Refined. Decrees: Phoebe's Decree, grants access to your status. Moiraeus Decree, incomplete. Grants the seed of a second monochore. Requires potent life mana to germinate. Metatron's Decree. Open a one-way portal to the Vault of Magic at will. Monkey it is, he concluded after seeing his affinity. Sensing for his core, he eventually managed to take control of his mana after a couple of minutes. Pushing it to flow faster, he felt his heartbeat quicken, his veins bulging as a series of amber lines lit up all over his body. His host protested by instinct as the feeling of their strength getting rapidly consumed wasn't particularly pleasant. No wonder beasts don't use circulation, despite how easy it would be to discover it. In the end, he acquiesced, deactivating the spell to conserve their stamina. At the very least, it was nice knowing he could tap into the technique in a pinch. His status still hadn't listed it, though, as his main body had already upgraded it to synchronization. In any case, this wasn't the first time he'd used the boosting art with one of his beast clones. He'd been able to do so ever since he and Mickey figured out how it worked. Sadly, he'd never had much of an opportunity to get anything valuable out of it. The only time he'd come close was back when the Starry Night had attacked them, though the green bug had decommissioned his wasp clone before he'd had the chance to activate it. Tetig. Tetig. Testing. Testing. He tried to speak, the words coming out weird. How? I won here? Hello? Is anyone here? He asked, switching things up, though it didn't sound much better. Okay, an orange beast isn't ideal, but at least I have opposable thumbs and the ability to vocalize. Somewhat. It wasn't perfect, but anything was better than staying in the middle of the sea. Percy hurriedly collected some seaweed from the water next to his makeshift boat, tying it together into something akin to a skirt. Sadly, his host didn't have a single patch of fur on his pink skin, so the idea of meeting people while naked was a little embarrassing. Only after his privates were covered did he focus on his memories of the vault, trying to tap into a part of himself that he'd never dared to touch before. Ever since Metatron had gifted him with his decree, Percy had felt something lingering at the edge of his thoughts, an invitation he could always choose to accept. Sorry to keep you waiting, I guess. He shrugged as a faint distortion appeared in front of him. At first it was mostly transparent, allowing him to continue to see the vast expanse of the grimy sea through it. It soon began to expand, however, quickly turning into a circular portal wide enough to fit his whole body, its color darkening into the familiar gray of the vault's walls. This was already Percy's third clone since settling in Bogside Town. In theory, he could have waited for a sapient host, but he was already running out of patience. Who knew when he'd next possess a humanoid, or if the stars would align at the time? Having made up his mind, he leapt through the portal, eager to visit his old friend. Traveling through the portal was a weird experience. Percy thought he could just take a step forward and find himself in the vault, but it appeared that crossing vast cosmic distances was a touch more complicated than that. The moment he crossed the threshold, it was as if he had frozen in place, the next second stretching into days. Eventually, he plopped down on the cold metal floor, feeling his entire world spin around him as a wave of nausea assaulted him. He wanted to puke, but luckily his host hadn't eaten anything in a while. In the end, Percy just stayed there for a few minutes, waiting for his surroundings to stop spinning. As soon as he could stand again, he found himself surrounded by all sorts of creatures. Some of them he'd seen before. The jellyfish-like humanoids with the transparent skin that Gabe originated from. The hulking people with 2 horns sticking out of their temples. The shorter, green-skinned folks with pointy ears. But there were a couple species he didn't recognize. 2 people looked a bit like humanoid bats, though they didn't have any eyes, instead having an oversized pair of ears, each as large as their face. There was also what Percy could only describe as an octopus, or perhaps a pentapus, as it only had 5 tentacles. That said, all these people had one thing in common. They were staring at him intently, shock and curiosity evident in their expressions. Why are they so large, though? All of them towered over him, even the relatively shorter green people being about half a head taller than he was. As for the horned ones, they were as tall as buildings. Apparently, his host was on the shorter side this time. I suppose it makes sense. After all, I'm just an orange beast. Shrugging, he stood up before speaking. Hi, I'm Percy. Now bake it up. Natig tosi hia. Hi, I'm Percy. Now break it up. Nothing to see here. The giants didn't seem to understand a word he'd spoken, however. They turned to each other, talking in a language he didn't understand, and occasionally pointing at him as if he was some exhibit. Okay, maybe I didn't think this through properly. Without my connection to Gabe, I can't even communicate with these people. Just when he was considering his best course of action, he noticed the pentapus say something, causing a hole to open on the ground and spit out a strange device. Picking the item up with its tentacle, the pentapus reached for Percy's ear, hooking the device around it and sticking one side to his head. Percy didn't stop the creature, not sensing any malicious intent. Try that again. The pentapus spoke in the same language as before, though Percy somehow understood it this time. Neat, how does this work? Percy asked. His words came out broken again, but the locals appeared to understand them. It just uses some runes and mind mana to translate your thoughts, the tentacled creature explained. That's really generous of you, friend. Wasting 5,000 credits on this beast, one of the hulking humanoids said, his voice booming. The pentapus didn't say anything, only responding with a movement that seemed like shrugging. 5,000 credits! The sheer amount shocked Percy. He wasn't exactly an expert on the vault's economy, but from the time he'd spent with Gabe, he knew it wasn't a trivial sum. So, what's up with this thing? One of the jellyfish people asked. Did the gods bring a new race into the vault? No way. Why would they bring beasts to live with us? One of the bat people chipped in. Well, how else do you explain this? The jellyfish person didn't let up. Probably some weird experiment or something. Just look at it.
It's smart enough to talk!
The arguments continued for some time, debating over Percy as if he wasn't even there. Eventually, the pentapus approached Percy again, placing a tentacle on his shoulder before speaking. Why don't you guys just ask him what he's here for? It said, putting the debate to rest. You're a he, aren't you? It asked Percy, glancing down at the leafy skirt that had ended up uplifted at some point. Percy hurriedly covered up again, heat gathering in his cheeks before nodding. I've no idea how I ended up here, he lied through his teeth. While he appreciated the pentapus's help,
He didn't need to explain himself to them. "I'm looking for a friend. He's one of these guys," he added, pointing to one of the jellyfish people. "Well, whoever it is, there's a good chance you'll find him in the living quarters," the pentapus said, seemingly buying his story that contained even more holes than his skirt. Turning, it slithered away, gesturing at Percy to follow.
"Hey, thanks for the translation device," the monkey clone said once they were alone.
"Don't worry about it." The pentapus waved it off. "I've got more credits than I know what to do with." "It must be quite powerful," Percy speculated. Even with a blessing and a bloodline, Gabe was struggling to get by. "Thanks anyway," was what he said out loud. Trying to communicate via gestures would have been a pain in the ass. "Name's Percy, by the way." The pentapus didn't say anything, silently guiding Percy through the vault. Eventually, they came across a massive cube that looked familiar. It was just like the building Gabe lived in, though he wasn't sure if this was the one. "There are 16 living cubes in the area. The rest are lined up behind this one. I'm not sure which one your friend lives in, but just tap their walls and say you're here as a guest. The system will take care of the rest." Percy nodded, though the pentapus was already slithering away. "I'm Ronnie," it offered, before it was gone entirely. Chapter 17. Reunion. Reaching the first cube, Percy placed his palm on its surface, much like he'd seen Gabe do before. A blue circle of runes lit up around it, though it turned red the very next instant. "Error. Failed to identify. State your user ID." Percy didn't panic, since he'd expected this. "I don't have a user ID. I'm here as a guest. I'm looking for Gabriel," he said, hoping the translation device worked on the system. Honestly, he didn't even know why there was an option to identify as a guest. Weren't all the denizens of the vault automatically registered users? But he wasn't one to look a gift cube in the mouth. "Authorization granted. Logging user in as guest. Contacting Gabriel. Warning: your identity as guest heavily restricts your access to most system features. You're not allowed to purchase items, start challenges, or enter buildings without permission." Percy nodded, thinking this was only fair, if somewhat inconvenient. Curious, he watched the red circle around his palm turn blue, 2 arrows appearing in its circumference as it began to revolve slowly. Nothing changed for a couple of minutes, making Percy wonder if his friend was even at home. Actually, forget at home. Is he even alive? Logically, the vault's gods wouldn't have allowed their only specimen with 2 cores to die, but Percy couldn't stop himself from worrying. Luckily, the circle flashed green at some point. "Hello? What the hell is this? Since when does the vault have guests?" a hoarse voice asked, apparently wondering the same thing as Percy. The voice sounded different than Percy remembered, and not only because he was hearing it from the outside. The owner seemed to have some difficulty speaking, the words coming out strained. Still, Percy recognized him. "Gabe? How are you doing, man?" Percy asked. "I have no idea who you are, but that isn't any of your business. Just go away. I'm busy." "Gabe, it's me, Percy," he hurriedly said before his friend hung up on him. What? What did you just say?" "Percy, you know, the guy who gave you your second core." "Shh! What the fuck are you doing? You can't speak about that out loud. Is this really you?" Percy rolled his eyes. "Are you going to let me in, or should I jog your memory some more?" Gabe remained silent for a couple seconds, seemingly taking it all in. "I don't know where you currently are, but I live in Cube 3. Just head over there. I'll let the system know to guide you to my room," he eventually said. Percy nodded, though his friend couldn't see him. He circled around the cube, guessing this one couldn't have been the third. He skipped the next one, too, before approaching the one after. It had to be either 3 or 14, depending on which end they started counting from. If it was the latter, he'd have to walk a while longer, though that wasn't what was going through his mind. He seemed surprised when I mentioned his second core. Doesn't he know the cat is out of the bag? It was strange. Had the gods not reached out to him? What were they waiting for? Percy would have expected them to do all sorts of experiments on Gabe by now. Why would they have left him in the dark? Oh well, I suppose I can just ask him myself in a few minutes. Placing his hand on the cube, he quickly confirmed this one was indeed Cube 3. The system allowed him to enter, a series of arrows flashing along the corridor's surfaces to guide him. Percy met plenty of natives on the way, scurrying around their legs. At least his petite body made it easier to trudge through the narrow pathways. Can they not see the arrows? Or are they just ignoring them? Either way, it wasn't long before he arrived at his destination. However the system worked, it was really convenient. Percy was certain he wouldn't have remembered the way on his own. He was about to knock, but it appeared there was no need, as the indented metal parted as soon as he touched it, releasing a burst of steam in the process. Standing before him was a tall man with transparent skin, his organs visible as they throbbed inside his torso. He was wearing simple brown shorts and an unassuming grey bandage wrapped a couple times around his abdomen, concealing the enchanted one Percy knew was there. However, what stood out the most was Gabe's condition. The entire front side of his body was covered in nasty burns, his skin misshapen and, in many places, blackened. His left hand was missing entirely up to his wrist, and even his right one seemed to have lost some freedom of movement. This was Percy's first time seeing his friend's face, but Gabe's features were charred too, as a third bandage covered his eyes. Even the man's throat appeared severely injured. No wonder he couldn't speak properly. Wow, he looks even worse than I remember. And this is after a year of healing, he thought, his expression grim. Percy was at a loss, not knowing what to say to his friend. Luckily, the latter spoke first. Huh, is this how you normally look? Gabe snickered, though it trailed off into a wheeze. I guess that explains why you go around possessing people. Glancing down at his half-naked body and his shoddy seaweed skirt, Percy remembered he was currently inhabiting the hairless monkey. Some heat gathered in his cheeks again, as he felt even more embarrassed over meeting somebody he knew while in this state. And the worst part was, Gabe was only talking about his height. After all, he couldn't see much else through mana sense alone. I hope you don't actually think this is my real body, Percy said a little more animatedly than he perhaps should have. See? No second core! He pointed at his abdomen. Shh! Gabe got all jumpy again. Will you stop saying, you know what, all the time? Why did you even make me spend my credits on the bandage if you're just going to keep shouting it out to the world? Percy frowned. You really don't know? Know what? Gabe asked. And how did you even return here? I'm pretty sure I've never seen any beasts like this in the vault. I'll explain everything in a second. But first tell me how you've been over the past few months. Honestly, you look like you've had a tough time, Percy said, sitting on the bed. He knew the room was rather small, but it sure looked a lot larger than he remembered, thanks to his current perspective. Gabe grimaced upon seeing a grimy monkey on his bed, prompting Percy to smell his armpit. Honestly, he stank quite badly, but only part of it was due to his host's non-existent hygiene. Most of it had to do with the fact that he had just swum out of a swampy ocean. Well, there isn't much to tell. My situation is about as shitty as you can see. I've made a lot of progress with my affinity, Gabe eventually said, pointing at his eyes. Percy knew his friend probably meant his affinity fusion, but the latter was still conscious about speaking of his secret openly. Sadly, I can't complete another combat challenge in this state, so I had to delve into Magiscript, he added. But hey, it's probably for the best. Fighting would just raise the odds of people finding out about Yeah. Gabe, I hate to break it to you, but it's a little late for that, Percy finally said. What do you mean? How do you think I got here? Metatron gave me his decree on the way out. I would have visited sooner, but I had to wait for the right opportunity. Gabe's jaw slackened at the revelation. A moment later, he shuddered as the words sank in. You're joking, right? I would have known. The gods would have chopped me up to pieces by now if that had been the case. Evidently not, Percy shrugged. And honestly, why should they? You're clearly motivated enough to keep improving to heal yourself. They can just sit on the sidelines and watch you practice with your air and light affinities. Why intervene with an experiment that's already giving them everything they want? No way. It was Gabe's turn to plop down on his bed, wiping the sweat off his forehead. What happens when they have all the data they want? Percy shook his head, unwilling to speculate. It was true the gods hadn't bothered Gabe over the last year, but that wasn't guaranteed to remain the case. Maybe they'd move on to more aggressive experiments at some point. Gabe pointed to himself and then traced a circle in the air with his finger. Percy assumed his friend was asking him to use the decree to take him out of the vault, but he was afraid to say the words out loud, in case they were being monitored. I doubt it'll work, he sighed. The status specifically said, one-way portal. Percy didn't think it would allow people to exit the vault. Even if it did, there were many other problems they'd have to solve. First of all, Percy didn't know where exactly the portal opened. Was it a specific place inside the vault, the very one where he had landed? Or was it randomly picked each time? How would Gabe know to use it before anybody else did? One thing was for certain. Percy didn't dare to open a portal on Remior. He couldn't risk Metatron or the other gods forcing their way to his homeland. Even if he and Gabe decided to try it, he'd have to bring his friend to a different world, assuming his clones found a suitable one. Gabe, I really don't know how to help you, man. But I promise I'll do my best to find a way, Percy said, getting a reluctant nod back. It was the same promise he had made the last time, and he had kept that promise, though their problem was admittedly a little harder to solve now. Oh, and one more thing, Percy added, his friend perking up. Can I crash here for a few days? I'm kinda homeless. Chapter 18. Rune Crafting. Percy, are you sure you don't want to go out for a walk or something? Gabe suggested, pinching his nose. You haven't left my place even once since you got here. It had already been a couple of weeks since Percy had arrived at the vault. By now, his host's peculiar odor permeated the humble room, the thick stench of sweat and spoiled eggs causing its owner to gag every few minutes. So much for hospitality, Percy rolled his eyes. You know my time here is limited, right? I need to make the most of it. The monkey hadn't been too injured when he'd found it, his fused mana being more than potent enough to patch the orange beast's soul for a while. If he really wanted, he could probably remain here for several months. That said, he couldn't accomplish too much in this body, so, in the end, Percy had decided to not stretch out his stay for too long. Unable to start a challenge or do much else by himself, he relied on Gabe's generosity to dip his toes into Magiscript. The stingy jellyfish had initially been hesitant to buy him food or reading material, though he had come around after some pleading. Fortunately, Percy had no interest in cleansing the monkey's core. That meant he didn't need much Sizian meat to get by, thanks to his smaller frame. Gabe also saved some money on the Magiscript books by lending him the ones he had already purchased for himself. Of course, he'd still needed to pay a few credits for a written version, as he personally had the material narrated to him due to his blindness. Everything I've read so far doesn't sound too different from what we have on Remior, Percy noted, diving back into his book. Thankfully, the translation device conveniently worked on the text too, making his life easier. Still, he put some effort into learning the vault's language, as he knew it would help him moving forward. Strictly speaking, Percy hadn't delved into Magiscript proper just yet, as the field was too advanced for a beginner. Magiscript involved the combination of multiple runes into complex enchantments that could achieve a lot more than their individual components. What Percy was currently learning about was merely rune crafting, the formation of single runes, each of which could achieve a very specific, simple effect.
However, even this lesser branch was plenty useful for him, not least because it was the foundation for everything else. So, it's all about using one's mana to draw a symbol, and then aligning their intention with the symbol's meaning. Evidently, the enchantments could be written in any language suitable for runecrafting, though there were a few rules as to what constituted one. Certain enchantments worked better with specific symbols. For example, geometrical shapes with lots of angles could more easily convey the meaning of sharpness, while looping shapes correlated with completeness and repetition. A good runecrafting language was designed to capitalize on all these nuances. Furthermore, a user could more easily resonate with a language they were intimately familiar with, which made it a little harder for Percy to learn the Vault's runes. Finally, some languages were notably better for Magiscript, having been specifically designed for that purpose. For example, the Vault's written word involved circular symbols with multiple segments, which could easily be overlapped atop one another or chained in a sequence. This unique structure gave enchanters a lot more freedom when combining them. Apparently, Metatron had personally devised the language to facilitate the development of Magiscript. By contrast, Remior's runes were much cruder and nearly impossible to link together, as they hadn't been designed with nearly as much foresight. Asshole or not, there is no question the guy is a genius, Percy admitted. Curious to test a theory, he drew some of his teal mana from his stash, focusing it on his index finger. He tried drawing a symbol on a piece of parchment, careful to make the lines as neat as he could, while constantly visualizing the rune's intended effect in his mind. Slowly but steadily, it seemed to be going well, as he made fewer mistakes than his previous attempts. The rune might even work this time. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. At some point, he noticed his reserves were about to run dry, forcing him to stop about halfway through. Staring at the incomplete rune, he couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. I just wish I had more mana to practice with. Unfortunately, the monkey's beast mana couldn't leave its body, and Percy had a limited supply of his teal mana. He hadn't been able to practice nearly as much as he would have liked. For now, his main goal was to simply memorize a few symbols and their meaning, so that he could try them out with his main body once he returned home. Many enchantments could be crafted with any affinity, as was the case for the one Percy was currently working on. Knowing his and Mickey's bandages weren't going to survive for much longer, he figured it would be a good idea to master the concealment rune, so that he could more easily protect his secrets in the future. Luckily, Gabe had shared that view, at least before Percy revealed that Metatron already knew about him. So information on this rune was something he had already purchased. Still, there were plenty of enchantments that could only be crafted with specific mana types, such as the ones typically drawn on spatial amulets. Percy had spent quite some time convincing his friend to buy him a book on that one, in order to teach Nesha. What about the materials? Percy suddenly asked. I'm guessing you can't just draw the runes anywhere you want. Gabe shook his head. Technically, you can. But there are materials that are far better for most runes in general, and specific runes in particular. They resonate with some or all mana types, amplifying the effect of the enchantments. Percy thought back to the strange dark cube with the glittering stars composing his spatial amulet. Clearly, that material was suitable to be paired with space mana, though he had no idea where to get more of it. So, in theory, I could draw the runes on the ground? He asked again, catching the caveat in Gabe's words.
Yes,
The tall jellyfish man nodded. They won't be as effective if you draw them on plain dirt, but it can work, depending on what you're trying to do. Percy nodded. In any case, this was the best he could accomplish right now. Without any more mana to use for practice, and having pretty much memorized the runes, the only thing left was to wait until he returned home to test them out further. Okay then, I suppose I'll listen to you and go for a walk, he chuckled, to give you a chance to deodorize the place. And how exactly am I meant to do that? Gabe frowned. Can't you get the cube to ventilate the room? Percy shrugged. Yes, for a credit. Gabe didn't sound very happy. Well, just use your mana or something. Between fire and air, I'm sure you'll work something out, Percy said, heading towards the door. Do you want me to come with you? To give you a tour of the vault? Gabe asked. Percy just shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'll explore a little on my own, and… Gabe. I haven't forgotten about my promise. I know it sounds impossible, but we'll figure it out. Percy walked through the narrow corridors, vaguely remembering the way to the exit. Still, a few seconds later, multiple arrows lit up on the walls and ceiling, helping him along. As soon as he was outside, he took a deep breath, having also grown a little sick of the stale air in the room. Not that it's much cleaner out here, he smiled wryly. Strolling around the futuristic city, he spotted many other buildings of various sizes, but not shapes, all of them structured as cubes for some weird architectural reason. He had no idea what their purpose was, but they were all decorated with countless interlocking runes of various colors, shimmering or pulsating in set rhythms. While Percy was still a novice in rune crafting, his recent studies only made him appreciate the sublime art even more. Many people walked past him, flashing him curious glances. Nobody stopped him or talked to him, despite his minute stature and lower grade making him an easy target. Evidently, the gods in charge of the vault had taught their children better than to stick their noses in matters that didn't concern them. Eventually, he managed to reach the area containing the challenge cubes, after asking a few passers-by for directions. Placing his hand on one of them, he tried to enter it as a guest, only to get rejected. It was worth a try. The system had already warned him that he wouldn't be allowed to attempt challenges without permission, but Percy couldn't help himself. He really hated imposing on Gabe, so he hoped to earn his own credits during his future visits. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. Hey, it's you, a familiar voice said. Did you find your friend in the end? Percy turned to his right, only to find the pentapus creature standing some distance away, its purple tentacles and yellow eyes giving it a slightly intimidating appearance. Using mana sense, he spotted a blue core thrumming in its… somewhere. I did! Thank you again for your help, Ronnie, Percy smiled, but it didn't reach all the way to his eyes. Or would you prefer me to call you Metatron? Chapter 19. Metatron. Oh? What gave me away? The pentapus replied, its entire demeanor shifting. Not a trace of mana leaked out, but Percy couldn't help but feel a chill roll down his spine. It was as if a giant beast was staring at him, contemplating whether to squish him like an ant with a brush of its finger. While he'd long had a hunch about Ronnie's identity, getting it confirmed by the Titan himself shook him to his core. Still, he tried his best to maintain his outward calm, not willing to show the ancient god any weakness to pounce on. After all, he wasn't here with his main body. Metatron clearly didn't have all the power here, and they both knew it. Percy guessed the god could probably destroy his clone's soul if he wanted, but he seriously doubted anything would happen to his real body back on Remior. If the god could, he would have done it already. Besides the name, you mean? Percy asked. There were a bunch of clues.
For one, I was surprised you invited me to the vault, but didn't bother keeping an eye on me once I arrived. Unless you did. I admit, you did a great job blending in with those mortals, but it wasn't perfect. I've recently met a pretty powerful blue core who failed to contain his aura half as well as you. Huh. I suppose it's been a while since I last spent some time among mortals. Metatron chuckled, narrowing his eyes playfully. It appears their control is even shoddier than I remembered. Following that, Percy watched the fake blue star dissipate into nothing inside the Titan's body. There wasn't anything else visible in his frame either, making Percy wonder if gods even had cores like mortals, and he just couldn't perceive them, or whether they no longer needed them. But Percy pressed down his curiosity, continuing. The mortals were my next clue. I've seen plenty of different races walking around the vault, and they all had one thing in common. There were multiple beings of each species. Unlike all the other mortals, Metatron was unique in that he was the only pentapus Percy had encountered since arriving. That had struck him as quite odd. Clever. Indeed, by the time the vault was expanded enough to sustain the lives of mortals, my homeworld had already been destroyed. My species had gone extinct eons ago. I'm the last one. Metatron spoke in a somber tone. Despite his downcast expression, Percy was convinced the Titan cared more about his inability to sire children for his sick experiments than the actual demise of his people. What do you want from me? Percy decided to ask bluntly. What else? Metatron shrugged. I don't know which remote corner of the universe you come from, but I'm sure you understand just how special your bloodline is by now. So what? Do you want to steal it from me or something? I'm sure I can't mate with any of the people here. Metatron chuckled. You're a smart kid, Percy, both for figuring my identity out and for coming here with a clone. Had you brought your real body, I'd have been disappointed. You see, I prefer working with smart people. But no, I don't have the ability to steal your bloodline. Nobody does, as far as I know. Percy nodded, all of this being in line with what he knew. Of course, it was possible the Titan was lying, but he doubted that was the case. After all, if it was that easy to steal somebody's bloodline, the gods wouldn't be relying on random mutations and countless generations of mortals to cultivate bloodlines to their liking. Not here, and not on Remior. Then what else is there? While I admit I'm not above taking something by force when possible, there are many other ways to get what I want, and not all of them are bad for you. You see, I want to collaborate with you. This time it was Percy's turn to laugh. Collaborate with me? A Titan working with a mortal? I wasn't even born the last time you blinked, and I'll be gone by the next one. How would this even go? Metatron shrugged. What does mortality or divinity have to do with it? You can do something I can't. Something valuable. And I want that. Hell, you'd be more useful to me than half the gods in my service. Percy fell silent, contemplating the Titan's words. If Metatron was being honest, it could indeed be extremely beneficial for him. He could end up being treated as a god, receiving all the benefits that the rulers of the vault had access to. And why not? Would it really cost Metatron too much to give him some knowledge and resources in exchange for using his bloodline? There was definitely a way for both of them to profit. Can you help me ascend to godhood? Percy asked, focusing on his most important goal. Anybody else would have laughed at this question. Despite all his achievements, whether it was his growing strength, his second core, or the consistent ingestion of Aurora Dew, he had barely taken a step towards this ultimate goal, the pinnacle of magic. Percy might be able to grow further than he would have as a normal Redborn, but he was still behind those like Archibald or Elaine, let alone the chosen ones recruited by the Divine Order. Could Metatron give him what he really wanted? Impossible, the Titan said, dashing his hopes. Together, we can achieve many things, unimaginable things. The decree you've snatched from the Moirae is but one of them. With my guidance, we can obtain treasures you can barely even dream of. But it won't be enough, Percy completed his sentence for him. No, it won't be, Metatron nodded. If you were a Yellowborn, or hell, even an Orangeborn, there might have been a chance. We could have used all sorts of tricks to stretch your lifespan and accelerate your advancement for you to barely reach the thresholds. But frankly, I doubt all the resources in the universe are enough to turn a Redborn into a god. Silence persisted for several minutes. Percy didn't speak, and Metatron didn't rush him either. For a second, he even forgot he was standing face to face against a possibly hostile Titan who was seeking to exploit him. Eventually, the god's words rang in his head, as well as the grim realization they had delivered. Ever since he discovered his bloodline, Percy had harbored the secret hope of breaking through the suffocating shackles of his fate.
And everything he had experienced since had watered and germinated that hope, helping it to flourish. Yet something about Metatron's verdict sounded final. This was a man who stood at the pinnacle of all existence, a researcher famous across the cosmos for his power and wisdom. And he believed that Percy didn't stand a chance of achieving his dream.
Why the long face, kid? Do you know how few people ever ascend to godhood? I didn't say you cannot reach Violet, or even White. Those goals are far more realistic, with my help. You'll be showered with resources for millennia, and you'll live a long life of luxury and wealth. Is that not enough? No, it's not. I plan to find a way to reach godhood, with or without your help, Percy said, lifting his head to look the Titan in the eyes defiantly. But that's beside the point. It's not your fault that I was born at Red. Still, how can I trust you? Obviously, you can't, Metatron casually admitted. Trust is something to be earned.
I don't expect you to decide right now. You aren't close to the end of your lifespan, are you? He asked, grinning as Percy shook his head in return. Good. Then from now on, I'll demonstrate my sincerity towards you. You are allowed to visit the vault with your clones whenever you want. I've registered you as a user, so you can even undertake the challenges and purchase resources. However, until you accept my offer and join the vault with your main body, you will be treated as a mortal, and you'll have to earn every single credit on your own. Percy's eyes widened at the Titan's generosity. This was all he wanted. He could keep coming here without risking his life or his freedom, learning the vault's secrets a little at a time. How will the system even recognize me every time I come here with a new body? Metatron shrugged. Normally, it relies on various vital signs such as retina scans and fingerprint scans to identify you. Obviously, none of that is applicable in your case. So I have personally worked tirelessly over the past year to incorporate a new set of identification features into it. These particular ones rely on your soul. You'll be able to sign into the cube with any body. Your user ID is Wanderer. Percy's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly quashed his rising enthusiasm, remembering who he was talking to. Why are you doing this? What's in it for you? I already told you. It's a sign of my goodwill. Besides, the rewards you can earn from the vault as a mortal are peanuts compared to what the two of us can achieve by working together. The sooner you realize that, the sooner we can move on to the really interesting opportunities. That can't be all, Percy insisted. Perhaps pushing the Titan was ill-advised, but he couldn't shake the thought that Metatron was leaving something out. Smart indeed. That's right. Even with this lesser arrangement, I have plenty to gain, the Pentapus admitted. You see, before today, I didn't even know beasts could receive the Moirae's decree.
I wonder what affinity this creature will unlock. Percy's eyes widened as he realized what had happened. In his rush to return to the vault, he had delivered Metatron yet another valuable specimen. And he would continue to inherently provide more information every single time he visited. Shit. What happens if I use circulation inside the challenges? Or if I show him crystallization? Metatron didn't really need Percy to agree to his terms to milk the human's ability for everything it was worth. He merely had to wait for Percy to hand over all his trump cards of his own volition, one spell at a time. If he wasn't careful, he might inadvertently give Metatron the power to take over the entire universe. Chapter 20. The Tale of Sverog. The tension in the air was palpable as Percy stared at the grinning Pentapus, contemplating how he'd been played. He didn't doubt that Metatron truly intended to win him over eventually. Still, the ancient Titan had plenty to gain in the meantime. Should I destroy the monkey's soul before I go? Percy was certain Metatron could repair his host's body and soul if he just abandoned the creature at the verge of death like he usually did. However, he could probably prevent that by actively using what little fused mana he had left to intentionally tear the soul to shreds. Ultimately, he decided against it. It's best to not antagonize him directly. Metatron wasn't dumb. If Percy destroyed the monkey, the Titan might take it personally. At best, he could ensure that any future hosts died accidentally inside the challenges, and that he didn't use anything too sensitive while inside the vault. Actually, is that why he admitted he wants the monkey? So that I wouldn't dare destroy it? The realization sent a chill down Percy's spine. It appeared that no matter what Metatron did, there was always a deeper meaning behind it. Regardless of what Percy chose, the Titan would come out ahead. Don't beat yourself up too much, kid, Metatron spoke, breaking him out of his thoughts. I've been around for a while longer than you have. Just say the word, and all my knowledge and experience will be at your disposal. Thanks for your offer, Percy spat begrudgingly, his face looking like he'd just swallowed a fly. I'll consider it. Metatron chuckled, turning around and slithering away. However, he spoke again before fading into the distance. Oh, and there's one more thing. Ask the cube for information on acquired blessings before you leave the vault. I won't charge you any credits for that one. Consider it a welcome gift, a tiny sample of the things we could achieve together. The Titan's voice trailed off. Only a few minutes after the Pentapus disappeared from his sight, did Percy plop down weakly on the floor, his body coated in a layer of cold sweat. He'd tried his best to stand his ground against the ancient being, but he understood he'd done a poor job at it. I need to be more careful moving forward. His access to the vault was an unprecedented opportunity, but also the deadliest of traps. Should he fumble, he'd lose everything. Gabe, too. Percy wouldn't forget that Metatron was essentially holding his friend hostage, though neither had seen fit to bring it up during their little chat. Let's focus on what I can do right now, he ultimately decided, placing his palm against the nearest wall. Cube, give me all your information on acquired blessings. User ID, Wanderer, he spoke, recalling how Gabe had interacted with the system in the past. A circle of runes lit up around his palm, though it flashed silver this time, probably scanning his soul as Metatron had mentioned. Authorization granted. Evaluating request. Truth be told, this was the first time Percy had even heard of acquired blessings. According to his understanding, the only way to obtain one was to inherit it directly from a god. Clearly, what Metatron was giving him was quite an esoteric piece of knowledge. Evaluation complete. There are 1 book, 57 research logs, 1 encyclopedia,
and 9,457,349 news reports that mention acquired blessings. Part of the selection is restricted for your grade. Only 0 books, 0 research logs, 0 encyclopedias, and 0 news reports are available for purchase. Total cost, 0 credits. Current balance, 0. Percy's jaw slackened at the result. Was this some kind of joke? He was about to curse, but the system spoke again. Notification. User has been granted special authorization to view 1 book on subject Acquired Blessings, free of charge. View now? Yes, he nodded.
Please deliver it in hard copy format. He knew he was probably just playing into the Titan's hands again, but he couldn't contain his curiosity. Choice confirmed. Printing book, The Tale of Sverog. Delivery in 24 writs. Soon, Percy held a thick tome in his hands, the binding still giving off some warmth. Wanting nothing more than to finish his business in the vault and get the hell out of there, he quickly dove right in, ignoring the occasional passerby giving him a curious look. If there was one silver lining to this whole mess, it was the fact that he didn't have to worry about the mortals giving him any trouble. He doubted Metatron would allow anybody to interfere in his project. Let's see what this is all about then, he thought, focusing on the text. At least Percy was a fast reader, and the translation device made him feel as if he was reading in his native language. A few hours into the book, his stomach began to protest, though he just ignored it. As far as he was concerned, whatever happened to the body from here on out was Metatron's problem. That said, only part of his persistence was brought about by his desire to get finished as quickly as possible. Another part was due to finding the tale genuinely interesting. Apparently, there once was a god called Svarog, who made waves in the cosmos due to his immense power. While he hadn't been a Titan originally, many Titans fell by his hand as he roamed the universe seeking thrills and adventures. But Svarog was an oddity among gods in more ways than one. Most deities tended to mate unscrupulously, often siring hundreds, if not thousands, of children. However, that wasn't what Svarog had done. He only ever loved a single mortal woman, fathering one son. Just one. And he cherished this only child of his most dearly, to the point that he would gladly lay his very life down for the boy, if need be. Consequently, Svarog only had 2 regrets in his entire existence. The first was having to watch his beloved wife and son age and wither before his eyes, unable to prevent it. And not for a lack of trying. No matter what he did, he couldn't fight against time itself. Even Svarog failed. Percy couldn't help but clench his teeth after reading that part. Was this why Metatron had given him the book? Determined to finish, he steeled his resolve, diving back into the tale. Svarog's second regret was that his son hadn't inherited a blessing from him. He'd had to spend his whole life as little more than a common mortal, not a trace of divinity apparent in his magic. Unwilling to see his progeny cursed with such a cruel fate and destined to live such a mundane life, Svarog worked tirelessly to change it. He desperately sought for a way to grant his son a blessing. Other gods called him a fool for even trying. It was a feat they all deemed impossible. Still, Svarog persisted, inching closer to his goal with every passing decade. Unfortunately, before Svarog had the chance to succeed, one of his old enemies slaughtered his family in revenge, robbing them of the few years they had left. But that didn't stop Svarog. It only motivated him to press on. Driven mad with rage, he finally completed his project, forging a decree that shook the whole universe and brought about one of the most terrifying wars in the history of all creation. Svarog's decree was as much as a means of granting a blessing to a mortal as it was a lethal weapon forged out of hatred and spite. Unlike other decrees, like Phoebe's or Metatron's, this one took the form of a physical object, an unassuming ring mold,
Yet its bone-chilling effect prompted outrage from every deity across the cosmos. The mold could be used to slay a god, subjecting them to a fate most cruel. It refined their flesh and soul, distilling their very understanding of magic into substance, condensing it into a ring. And once worn, this ring could allow a mortal to wield the slain deity's most prized concept, effectively giving them a blessing. Even worse, the mortal could slowly acclimate to the new concept over time. Eventually, they could fully absorb the power into their being so that they could wield it even without the ring. Blinded by wrath, Sverog hunted down the one who had slighted him, torturing him to death. But he didn't stop there, targeting the man's associates next. Soon, he slaughtered them too. But he still wasn't satisfied. Too great was his pain, too bitter his loss. He kept going after more gods, butchering them one after the other, drowning his grief with blood. 99 gods, the newly emerged Titan hunted to quell his fury. And 99 rings he crafted in total, one from each of his unfortunate victims. The very notion of killing a god to give a mortal anything, let alone a blessing, was viewed as the ultimate blasphemy. After all, mortals were supposed to worship gods, not the other way around. Thus, the 99 rings of sacrilege gained their name. Raising arms in outrage, countless gods from countless worlds banded together to punish Sverog for his grave sin. Using the 99 slain deities as the excuse, they laid waste to anything the Titan held dear. However, their righteous campaign was nothing but a front for their true purpose. After all, mortals weren't the only ones who could wield the rings of sacrilege. Gods could wear them as well, mastering concepts they hadn't touched before. Ironically, the number of casualties in the resulting war over the rings utterly dwarfed Sverog's victims. The scars left behind by the War of Hippocrates never truly healed. Entire worlds were destroyed, thousands of races slaughtered to extinction. As for the ring mold, Sverog's decree? It shattered at some point, ensuring that no more rings could ever be crafted. Nobody knew how or why it had broken. But one thing was for certain. No one ever managed to replicate Sverog's feat. Not before, nor since. As for the instigator of the war himself, he seemingly vanished from the cosmos, never again to be seen. Some theorized he was dead, others that he was still hiding somewhere to this day. And the rings, the 99 rings of sacrilege. The war scattered them throughout the cosmos, most lost for countless ages. Over time, many of them had been found, a new war occurring every time a new one was unearthed. Most of them ended up in the coffers of the largest factions in the universe. But not all of them. Plenty were still missing, their fates unknown. Chapter 21. A Dangerous Game. Rings of sacrilege. Percy struggled to keep himself from drooling. Reading further into the book, he quickly learned a few more important details about the priceless artifacts. Apparently, the usual rules still applied to mortals, restricting them to a single blessing per person. Or perhaps per core, he speculated, with some hope in his eyes. That said, it only happened once they fully absorbed the ring's concept. Until then, they were free to take the ring off and switch to a different one. Yeah, let's try getting the first one before worrying about that, he chuckled bitterly. Beyond that, he still needed to have the correct affinity for any ring he attempted to absorb, which complicated matters once again. He was sure at least one of them should have a pure concept, given how common the affinity was. But that might not be relevant to him once the lotus bloomed. Preferably, Percy wanted one related to the soul affinity,
as that might have some positive effect on his bloodline. Still, he understood that beggars couldn't be choosers. Who knew whether Svarog had even found a god with such a rare affinity to kill?
Not to mention the difficulty in a lowly mortal beating countless gods to such a treasure. What surprised him the most, however, was a footnote at the very end of the book. Reading the message, Percy was quite certain that Metatron had personally added it for him. Note: the Vault of Magic possesses 4 rings in total, with blessings related to the fire, earth, water, and time affinities. At first, Percy wondered why the Titan had revealed such a sensitive piece of information to somebody who might leak it outside. On further thought, he realized he was just being naive. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't even speak about his connection to the vault freely in the first place, Metatron shouldn't care too much if any outsider learnt of the rings. For all Percy knew, it might even be public knowledge already. After all, everyone already wanted a piece of the artificial world, yet nobody seemed capable of pinning it down. Metatron had clearly done a great job evading the other factions, roaming the universe completely unobstructed. Still, what exactly is his angle here? Part of it was probably to entice him into accepting the deal. The Titan didn't know what Percy's second affinity was, but with 3 elemental rings at his disposal, his chances of hitting the nail on its head weren't bad. And technically, he had succeeded too. While none of the 4 rings were suitable for Percy right now, he was still working towards a lotus petal, which might change things a couple years down the line. More importantly, I think he wants me to be aware of their existence, to keep an eye out for them. Countless gods might have failed to locate the missing rings, but Percy had already proven his clones could end up in places others might deem impossible. He still had no idea why a space titan like Metatron seemed to have so much trouble invading other worlds. His portals appeared to suffer from some strange restriction, but Percy wasn't affected by whatever the problem was. Oh well, I shouldn't worry about any of this right now. Either way, it was more of a long-term project. Whether it was the prospect of locating a lost ring or negotiating with Metatron for the water one, Percy couldn't do much about it at the moment. Shrugging, he returned to Gabe's place to bid his friend farewell, deciding it was time to wrap up his current trip to the vault. After all, he still had a couple new runes to process back home, as well as bring his main body up to speed on his interactions with Metatron. "Would you rather meet me outside the building?" Percy asked via the system, willing to spare his friend's room from another stinky visit. "Yes, please stay right there. I'll be downstairs in 50 writs," Gabe replied a little too eagerly. Soon, the two met up just outside the entrance, as Percy updated his former host on his meeting with the Titan. Suffice to say, Gabe's jaw hit the floor. "Seriously? Nobody I know has ever met Metatron in person. In fact, I only even met my own father a couple of times," he said. "Given your second core, I imagine that will change sooner than you'd like." Percy shrugged. "So, what's the plan?" Gabe asked again, his voice a little shakier. "Well, since he's trying to win me over, I imagine the situation will be stable for a while. Killing my friend wouldn't be the most effective way to convince me that it's safe to come here," Percy explained. "Still, how long will that last? Who knows? The good news is that we're dealing with a Titan." "How exactly is that the good news?" Gabe asked in incredulity. "He's lived for eons. If there's one thing we don't have to worry about, it's his patience." "As long as I keep giving him what he wants, he won't do anything drastic." "And will you? What choice do I have? Your situation aside, I want to tap into the Vault's knowledge as much as he wants my bloodline. It's just a question of who gains the most from this arrangement." "Percy, you're playing a very dangerous game here." Percy didn't say anything, though he nodded, his expression grim. Of course he understood what a mess he'd gotten into.
At the very least, he had no intention of ever showing Metatron anything related to circulation. Even if he struggled to complete the challenges without it, he couldn't risk giving the callous Titan such a huge gift. In any case, it would be silly of me to back out now. The Divine Order was already hunting him back home, so it was a little too late to avoid interacting with gods altogether. Hell, if his situation on Remir went to shit, joining the vault might be his only way out. After leaving Gabe's place, Percy returned to the challenge cubes, hoping to earn himself his first couple of credits. Not that he expected to get very far with his current host, but the first wave might not be too difficult. Cube, can you keep my translation device safe from me until the next time I visit the vault? User ID, Wanderer. Authorization granted. Evaluating request. Evaluation complete. Request approved. Place the device on the ground. It will be returned to you the next time you sign into the system. Percy exhaled in relief. At least he wouldn't have to burden Gabe with this too. After I hand it in, I won't be able to speak, so I want you to let me into the cube and start the Gauntlet Challenge, Orange level. While he knew he'd probably get his ass handed to him, he'd at least learn what the challenge involved so that he could better prepare for his next trip. Evaluating request. Evaluation complete. User incapable of speaking detected. Warning. Without the translation device, it will not be possible to terminate the challenge until completion. Higher risk of death is imminent. Proceed anyway? Sure, he nodded. He wasn't planning to leave this place alive anyway. Choice confirmed. Please leave the device on the ground. Wave begins in 18 writs, the system said, a square entrance opening on the cube's wall. Following the instructions, Percy walked to the center of the room, the door closing behind him. Preparing himself, he counted about 20 or so seconds. His heart thrummed in anticipation as the system continued its now illegible announcements in fixed intervals. The stakes aside, he couldn't help but feel excited over the upcoming fight. The idea of testing himself against the golems sounded fun. Within seconds, the familiar black tar began to roll down the cube's walls, accumulating on the floor as the level of the viscous liquid rose. Luckily, the challenge didn't produce as much of the substance this time as it had during Gabe's attempts, stopping when it reached the base of the monkey's neck. Percy wasn't paying that substance any attention, however, his eyes glued to the only other thing in the room besides himself. It was a construct slightly larger than he was, resembling a six-legged spider. It clung to one of the walls, its sharp legs digging into the gray metal. So that's what an elite orange golem looks like. He didn't get to stare at the construct for too long. Suddenly, the spider moved, swiftly crawling along the walls, unhindered by gravity or by the room's corner. Its limbs made crisp sounds as they pierced tiny holes through the walls in its passing. The golem continued its dash for a few seconds, only stopping once it was closer to Percy. Unwilling to give it an opening so early, the monkey clone tried to put some distance between them, though the sludge made it difficult. Sadly for him, the spider showed no interest in waiting, lifting two of its limbs and pulling them back slightly, as if to build tension up. And just when Percy was debating what his enemy was up to, the sharp legs sprang forth, detaching themselves from the construct's body to spin through the room like two boomerangs aimed at him. Percy dove into the sludge clumsily, barely ducking before the blades cleaved his head right off. By the time he could toss the spider another glance, its limbs were back on its body, a second pair already preparing the next attack. Shit, how do I get to it? He wondered, evading the new attack a little better than before. Still, he had no means of attacking from a distance, nor could he walk up the smooth wall like the golem. In the end, Percy was forced on the defensive, dodging attack after attack, only occasionally getting hit. This went on for about an hour,
until he finally made a fatal mistake, getting his body sliced into 3 pieces in the process. Strictly speaking, he could have probably minimized the damage at the last second, but he'd decided against doing that. The attack would have immobilized him anyway, so he might as well make Metatron's subsequent work a touch harder. Still, he resisted the urge of destroying the monkey's soul in addition, having already decided to not provoke the Titan too overtly. I don't think I'll be able to get very far in these challenges with simple beasts. At least, not without showing any of my secrets. He grimaced. Without any ranged spells, he wouldn't even manage to hit the golem, unless he came here as some kind of bird. And he doubted the combat challenges would be any easier for the other grades. My best chance is to progress through the Magiscript challenge, he realized, as the ethereal cord pulled him out of the vault. Playing Metatron's mind games promised to be a hell of a task, but Percy fully intended to rise to the challenge. Chapter 22. Roderick. Roderick clicked his tongue, annoyed that he'd been assigned the tedious task. "Why couldn't they send somebody else?" he asked, getting a nod back from Saren. Did he feel a little bad his relatives were missing? Sure, he wasn't that heartless. Still, this was Remior. People died all the time, especially during these tumultuous years. Their family was in the midst of a damn war, for fuck's sake. Even if the bastards of House Avalon weren't the ones behind the attack, there were plenty of other suspects. After all, the filthy commoners in their own towns hated their guts. "It's not that bad, Roddy. I've been itching for some peasant meat lately," Basinda said, licking her lips. Well, she did have a point. While the owners of the Drain bloodline could technically sustain themselves with beasts and demi-humans, there was just something special about hunting down their kin. Nothing beat tasting a human's hopelessness as the life left their eyes, their bodies shriveling like a dried water skin. Of course, they all knew these strange stirrings were but another side effect of their blighted bloodline. But fuck if it didn't feel good giving into the temptation. Besides, who cared about a couple peasants anyway? They already had to regularly cull the stronger ones, so that shit like this didn't happen as often. "There it is, finally," he said once Bogside Town came into view. Entering the decrepit town, the trio pinched their noses, not appreciating the stench of piss and excrement. These damn commoners were hell-bent on turning the place into another swamp. A few of the low-level scum scurried to their homes upon seeing their lords strolling along the streets. The sight caused Roderick to smirk. The peasants could hide all they wanted. 3 of them would end up sacrificed all the same. Reaching a small tavern in the middle of the town, Roderick gestured at Saren to do his part. The boy was a couple years younger than both him and Basinda, but he knew the drill by now. Kicking the door open, Saren dragged an elderly man out into the street. Fagin was among the oldest in the town, a Redborn that House Tantalus had allowed to live this long on purpose, so they'd have somebody leading the rest. Placing a person in charge only made their jobs easier. "Master Roderick, to what do I owe this pleasure?" the old bootlicker stammered, faking the most pleasant smile he could muster. Still, the third-rate act sounded like nails scraping against a wall to Roderick's ears, making him grimace. "2 things," he said, wanting nothing more than to get this over with. "First, 3 members of our house went missing from their station at the northern border." "Do you know anything about that?" "My lord, we don't even have that many yellows since you—" Fagin swallowed hard as he caught himself. "We don't have that many yellows lately. Everyone at that grade is a young boy or girl who's never trained a day in their life. Nobody here would be dumb enough to attack 3 elites from your family." Basinda slapped the old man, sending him tumbling into the dirt. "You think we don't know that?" she yelled, her voice oozing with contempt. "We're obviously asking if anybody suspicious has entered the town recently." Saren added, rolling his eyes.
Yes, Fagin hurriedly nodded. 2 travelers arrived about a month ago. They're currently staying by the eastern edge, close to the bog. Roderick frowned. He hadn't really expected to find any clues in this god-forsaken dumpster of a town. A month was plenty of time for the culprits to have traveled hundreds of miles from the province. The only reason it had even taken the family so long to realize the guards were missing was because their attention had been focused on the war against the Avalons. Just 2 of them. Is either it green? He asked, having difficulty believing 2 yellows would have been strong enough to take down the whole group. But if they had a green, things could get troublesome. No, my lord. In fact, only the girl is at yellow. The boy is at orange. Hearing that, Saren kicked the man's chest, the old codger groaning in response. An orange? Has old age finally rotted your brain, you piece of shit? Basinda asked. How could they possibly take down 3 yellows? It was her turn to kick him a couple of times. Had his grade been any lower, the elderly man would have died by now. That's enough, Bessie, Roderick said, grabbing her shoulder. He's still useful.
Finding somebody to replace him would be a pain in the ass. Glancing around, he didn't miss the relieved sighs of the townsfolk. Most of them were still hiding in their homes, peeking through the windows, with only a few daring to step outside. Even those who did made sure to keep their distance. Just to be thorough, where did those 2 come from? He asked, turning to Fagin again. The old man was clutching his knees in pain, trying to make himself smaller. It took him a second to realize Roderick had asked him a question. From the south, Master Roderick. They said they fled from their town because things got too dangerous there. Roderick nodded, growing more and more certain the newcomers couldn't be their targets. They'd just have to report to the family that they'd found nothing, and hope the group sent to the other town got luckier. Get up, he ordered, not leaving much room for debate. Fetch us 3 commoners close to our age, 2 girls, 1 boy, at yellow. The old man gritted his teeth at the demand, a hint of defiance appearing in his eyes for the first time since their arrival. My lord, it hasn't even been 3 months since the last time. Please give us a few more weeks, I beg you, he said, climbing to his feet with difficulty. Basinda looked like she was about to kick him again, but Roderick held her back. I don't care. We've grown sick of feeding on critters. Since we're here, we might as well indulge. Or would you prefer we pick 2 people each? Fagin balled his fists, the color draining from his hands as he remained silent for a few seconds. Eventually, he spoke again. As you wish, he spat in resignation. At least, can the new girl be one of them this time? She's the right age. Is she pretty? Saren asked. She's okay, the old man said, his features twisting into a grimace. The boy looked like he was going to ask for more details, but Roderick cut him off. Bring her, he shrugged. Just hurry up. The sooner we get this over with, the better. Fagin limped away, though Roderick knew he was exaggerating his injuries to buy his fellow peasants a few more breaths. What a pointless endeavor. It wasn't until half an hour later that he returned with 3 people in tow. 2 of them, a boy and a girl, Roderick recognized. Not by name, of course. That would be ridiculous. But he did remember their faces, having seen them on past visits. They were locals. The last girl, however, he didn't recognize. Her frame was petite, her tousled black hair only reaching her shoulders. Her black eyes were half hidden behind a pair of glasses. As for her demeanor, it was different than the other 2. Of course it is, Roderick grinned, deciding he was going to take particularly good care of her. Contrary to the downtrodden expressions of the others, who had already given in to their fate, the newcomer clearly had no idea what was about to happen to her. She asked Fagin all sorts of questions,
trying to figure out what was going on. Wearing the falsest smile the old man could muster, he lied to her through his teeth, convincing her that the generous nobles of House Tantalus were about to grant her some grand opportunity. What a fool she was. Buying Fagin's bullshit, she looked at the trio in excitement, eager to follow them out of the town. "Have 5 more ready by the time we return," Roderick told the old man as they turned to leave. "Our aunts and uncles at the estate could use a few themselves." Soon, the group was inside the grisly bog. The place stank even worse than the town, but Roderick liked bringing his victims here for the privacy. If they got lucky, they might even stumble upon a yellow beast for dessert later. Delving a little deeper into the swamp, the group stopped once the stench had grown too foul to stomach. The locals were already sobbing. At this point, even the new girl seemed to have noticed something was wrong, as she kept asking all sorts of questions. "My lords, what is this opportunity exactly? Why did you bring us into this dreaded swamp, of all places?" "Just shut up already," Basinda snapped, clearly holding herself back from slapping the girl. She knew better than to mess with Roderick's meal. "Take your clothes off," Saren commanded, sounding a little too eager. Roderick didn't exactly blame the boy. If they were going to kill these peasants, what was the harm in having a little fun with them first? They'd even get to live a few minutes longer. It was a win-win. All 3 of the commoners flinched back at Saren's command, hesitation flashing in their eyes. The 2 locals looked at each other, probably considering whether to try fighting for their lives. Their faces sank a second later, as they knew they were no match for the nobles. Letting themselves die quietly was the best they could do for their loved ones back home. As for the new girl, she appeared even more scared than the others. Her hands trembled as she finally realized what a great opportunity this was. Still, none of them stripped. Just when Saren was about to force them, a shrill cry pierced the gloomy ambiance of the bog. "Cry!" Chapter 23. Quarterstaff. The terrifying sound echoed through the swamp, followed by a powerful flap of wings. A shadow rapidly dove upon Saren, tearing 2 wide gashes through his shoulders before the boy even had the chance to react. "What the fuck?" Basinda yelled, staring at the silhouette of the monstrous bird as it flew away, disappearing into the dark canopies of the trees ahead. There was something strange about the creature, its plumage glowing brightly for some reason, the wind swirling behind its wings, trailing a green glow in its passing. Yet even these afterimages faded a second later, leaving the boy's bleeding body as the only evidence of the encounter. Roderick reached for his cousin. "Saren, are you okay?" His wounds looked nasty, but he should still be conscious. Or so he thought. Tipping the boy over, the blood froze in Roderick's veins as he noticed Saren's lifeless eyes staring at nothing. How? He struggled to believe it. The injuries were serious, but not lethal. "Run! Now!" the spectacled girl suddenly shouted. Her frightened demeanor dropped like a bad act. She grabbed the other 2 by the wrists, dragging them along as she ran towards the town. Roderick tossed them a glance, debating for a second whether to stop them, before turning to search for the winged assailant. Their priority right now was to defend themselves against the mysterious creature. The peasants, they could handle later. Standing back to back with Basinda, they scanned their surroundings, on the lookout for the strange bird. It didn't take them long to find it, as it didn't even bother hiding. It was perched atop a thick branch a few dozen meters away, looking at them playfully. "Yellow?" Basinda asked in confusion. It was true. A cursory glance via mana sense revealed a bright yellow star thrumming in the crow's sternum. Its size fit, too. However, there were plenty of things out of place, making it different from any beast they'd seen before. A series of yellow lines branched out of the bird's core, filling its entire frame like veins. They reached everywhere except for a band looping around its abdomen, which appeared empty for some reason. The same markings appeared on its plumage in Roderick's regular sight, though they were a deeper amber color. Beyond that, a second set of lines covered the monster's body. These patterns were a humble red color through mana sense, a faint green otherwise. They didn't look like veins, instead swirling throughout the creature's visage like gales of wind.
Just what was this monster? Was it using magic somehow?
"Don't worry about Mickey. He's going to sit this one out," a male voice came from Roderick's right. Still wary of the monstrous crow, he only dared to take a glimpse at the newcomer out of the corner of his eyes. He was a young man of average height, 2 sets of lines glowing on his skin, just like the beast. They were working together. Yet this interloper's patterns were both orange through mana sense, shining silver and cyan in his normal vision. The newcomer wielded a cyan rod, some kind of quarterstaff perhaps? Normally, Roderick would have laughed at a pure construct of such a low grade, but he wasn't in the mood to take anything lightly at the moment. "Who the fuck are you?" Basinda hissed. "Are you the one who killed the others at the border?" The man didn't bother responding. The lines on his skin grew even brighter, his muscles bulging as motes of mana leaked out of his pores. At first, they shrouded him in a dual halo, but they soon blended together into wisps of teal. The young man's flesh turned crimson all over, as beads of sweat formed one after the other. "Shoot him down!" Roderick yelled, not daring to wait any longer. At the same time, he launched 2 pressurized orbs of water at the strange man, trying to blast his head off. Basinda followed up with a couple fireballs a moment later. The intruder didn't seem to mind the attacks, however. Having seemingly expected them, he spun the rod in his hands, smashing the spells apart one after the other, while slowly advancing towards them. Each of his steps was measured and heavy, raising a screen of mud. As for his blows, they shattered the projectiles into harmless, fiery flares or splashes of water. Together, the colorful splotches of brown, orange, and blue painted quite the contrast against the dull tapestry of the grisly bog. But Roderick didn't care to appreciate it.
He didn't pause for a second, and neither did Basinda.
The bastard couldn't possibly deflect all the projectiles. His weapon might be harder than it should have been, but its durability wasn't without limits. It bent and cracked with each blow, forcing that asshole to keep flooding it with mana. Drawing more power from their cores, the cousins continued their relentless barrage, occasionally throwing the crow a fleeting glance just to make sure it wouldn't interfere. And just when their opponent crossed about half the distance to them, the cyan construct finally snapped in half. The young man had to bob his head, barely dodging a fireball aimed at his face. "Took you long enough," Roderick grinned. He still had no idea how an orange spell had survived this long against their attacks, but it didn't really matter. Their opponent was screwed without it. The young man clicked his tongue in annoyance, but he didn't seem to panic.
Contrary to Roderick's expectations, the broken quarterstaff didn't dissipate either. Its owner kept holding the 2 pieces, wielding them separately as he resumed his steady march towards them. "What the fuck are you?" Basinda snapped, gathering a much greater volume of mana in her hands. "Don't! He's just baiting you!" Roderick tried to stop her, but she didn't listen. She unleashed 4 larger fireballs at the man. This time, he didn't even try parrying them, choosing to leap out of the way instead. Clearly, he was smart enough not to try pitting his broken weapon against a yellow's all-out attack. Somehow, the bastard could read all of their intentions. Even worse, his reserves never seemed to run out. The man kept replenishing them with each breath. That idiot, Basinda, hadn't realized they'd already lost. "Dodge!" Roderick warned her, as he saw the 2 rods spinning towards her. At least she listened this time, barely avoiding them. Still, she fell limp into the mud a second later, having been hit by something.
How? He wondered, noticing there was less of the teal smoke shrouding his opponent's body than before. Had he used it to fuel some kind of sneak attack? Shaking the futile questions out of his head, he turned around to leave. He wasn't out of mana yet, but he could tell he was outmatched. Even if he could somehow catch the bastard unprepared, the crow was still looking at him with hunger in its piercing silver eyes. "It's pointless. There's no way I can outrun them." He didn't even bother trying, as the spectacled girl emerged from the trees ahead, cutting off his path forward. They were all in cahoots. "You guys were a disappointment," the young man called after him. "The other group was much tougher than you." Roderick clenched his fists in anger, though he didn't retort. He knew it was true. Their lower combat ability was why their family only sent them on low-risk missions like this.
Who could have expected it would turn out this way?
"What do you want?" Roderick spat, evaluating his situation. "Many things," the young man said. "But from you? Only a few answers," he added, inching closer. Roderick didn't miss how the bastard exchanged a glance with the girl. "Maybe I can try taking her hostage? She doesn't look like a fighter. She didn't participate in the scuffle just now." The odds of such a strategy working were laughable, but he didn't see a better option. Yet, just when he was about to go through with his makeshift plan, the young man spoke again. "Don't bother," he said, manifesting a teal sickle in each hand. "Just spare us both the pointless effort and empty your core," he added, his tone not leaving much room for debate. How did he know? Roderick wondered, taking another look at his opponent's face. The silver lines reached into the bastard's eyes, his pupils glowing. Was this how he kept reading their intentions?
Gritting his teeth, he slowly extended his arms to his sides, pouring out what little mana he had left harmlessly by his feet.
He did briefly consider using the puddle for a sneak attack, but the young man narrowed his eyes, clearly having sensed it too. "I know about your bloodline, so don't try anything funny with it either." Roderick sighed, knowing he was fucked. "What do you want to know?" The young man smiled coldly. "Everything." Chapter 24. Reinforcement. Percy sighed as he watched Mickey devour the corpses, each of them barely a couple years younger than him. The first one to die might have not even reached adulthood yet. Still, he knew they'd all killed dozens of townsfolk with their bloodline, and they would have certainly continued to do so had he spared them. Letting them go would have only doomed several others in their stead. "What now? You realize this is going to bring us more trouble, right?" Nisha asked.
She had stuck with him through Roderick's interrogation, scrutinizing the information with her bloodline. At first, the guy had tried to mix some lies with the truth. Percy wasn't sure if he'd done so merely to spite his captors or out of love for his family. That said, the man soon gave up after coming to understand how pointless it was. By now, Percy had a pretty complete picture of House Tantalus in his head. He knew their numbers and their grades. He even had a rough idea of their combat strength and their current posts. It would certainly make his infiltration easier, assuming they survived the coming months. "What choice did we have?" he asked. While he'd always planned to take action against the rival house, he'd originally intended to do so much later. Ideally, he would have allowed the situation with the dead guards to calm down, giving himself another year to grow stronger. Sadly, he couldn't have predicted the old man handing Nisha to those assholes the first chance he got. Was Percy supposed to just let her get killed?
Now they'll come looking for Mickey.
Given the circumstances, his best option had been to let the nobles drag the commoners to the swamp before having his familiar attack them. It wasn't an accident that he'd allowed the two peasants to see the culprit. Now, they'd disseminate the news back to the others, diverting House Tantalus's eyes away from him and Nisha. For all anyone knew, the perpetrator of both attacks was just a wild beast that had recently settled inside the grisly bog. "Next time, they'll send stronger people," Nisha said grimly. "Yes, they will," Percy nodded. "And we'll be ready for them." It would be dangerous, but at least they had some time to prepare. Suffice to say, he had no intention of letting the Crow deal with the consequences alone. Luring the nobles to the bog, away from prying eyes, would only make it easier to ambush them.
Heading back, he quickly noticed some commotion at the center of the town, a crowd of hundreds clustering together. It was rather quiet, considering how many people had gathered. The only thing breaking the somber silence was a girl's shaky voice as she recounted the events in the bog. Her words were interspaced with sobs, a male voice interjecting to add a couple details here and there. Percy flashed Nisha a glance, prompting her to act a little more distraught too. Her excuse for not entering the town with the others was that she was afraid to do so, given what old Fagin had done. Percy also had his own role to play, having supposedly found his companion hiding by the outskirts of the swamp. "What the hell, old man?" Percy yelled as he approached the crowd. The townsfolk drew sharp breaths upon noticing them. Most of them parted, opening a path to Fagin. One person rushed to stop him, however. It was Mr. Dillon, the shopkeeper. "Calm down, kid. I know you have every right to be angry, but just hear old Fagin out first. He had his reasons for doing what he did," he said, placing his hand on Percy's shoulder. The latter shook it off, giving him a sharp glare. Truth be told, his opinion of the shopkeeper was decent. They'd already worked together over the past few weeks. Once Percy had crafted a few knives of decent quality, he'd been selling them through the guy's shop. Moreover, they had been currently discussing the possibility of importing iron from the neighboring town. He wasn't thrilled at the prospect of taking his anger out on Dillon, but he had to play his part. Besides, his rage wasn't entirely fake. Had he and Nisha failed to piece together the town's situation or their intentions, she might have really died today. "Calm down. What reason did he have? Somebody had to die, so might as well pick the new girl, right? Who cares about her?" he yelled again, glaring at the old man. Fagin glanced at his feet in shame, as did many of the others. Honestly, Percy understood where they were coming from, but it was still a fucked up thing to do. "Everything you say is correct, young man," Fagin found the courage to speak after a while. "I was forced to choose between kids I've known my whole life and somebody that only got here last month. I'm deeply ashamed of my choice, but I'd do it again." Percy snapped at that, approaching him with clenched fists, as more of the townsfolk moved to intercept him. In the end, he didn't get very close before replying. "Listen, I get why you did what you did, but I'm warning you now. If you try anything like that again, we're going to have a problem," he spat, grabbing Nisha by the wrist and walking away. Only once they were back in the privacy of their humble hut did his expression ease. "How was it? Do you think they bought it?" "I'm not the best person to ask." Nisha rolled her eyes. "My bloodline kept tingling with every drop of bullshit spewing out of your mouth. Though I suppose it would have sounded somewhat believable to anyone without it." Nodding, he let her return to her work. She'd been practicing how to draw the space rune over the past few days. That said, a spatial amulet involved multiple enchantments, and she was still some distance away from getting the first one to work. However, she didn't slack, focusing on her task intently, due to knowing they were swiftly running out of time. As for Percy, he had his own concealment rune to worry about, though he ignored it for now, choosing to perfect his newest spell instead. The middle part of the quarterstaff was too weak, he noted, recalling his earlier fight. It was impressive how he'd managed to deflect multiple spells from the yellow cores with it, but he understood that he owed much of that success to synchronization. His new trick, on the other hand, could still use some work. Percy had developed his latest technique, partly from Sengo's teachings, and partly from the Moirai's. Unstrapping a linen pouch from his waist, He opened it, pinching a handful of cyan powder. Naturally, the new spell involved the exotic substance, using it to directly reinforce his pure constructs. The idea was that crystallized mana was harder but too brittle to be usable by itself, while uncrystallized mana was too soft. However, what would happen if he combined the two? In a process reminiscent of the creation of concrete, he used his willpower to blend the two variants of mana together, forcefully combining them. Unlike mundane materials, he couldn't join them through heat or pressure, but that didn't mean he was without options. Percy was essentially performing affinity fusion. Yet, instead of merging two separate affinities, he was now mixing two variants of the same one. Before long, he ended up with a new material, in the form of a handful of small, rice-shaped grains.
They were even tougher than the crystals, making them much more difficult to break. But Percy wasn't done yet. The new substance was merely an intermediate step. While it was stronger than its two components, he couldn't form constructs out of the grains alone. Concentrating, he grabbed more powder from the pouch while drawing mana from his core. He mixed all three variants once again, allowing the dust to settle between the grains and filling the gaps with regular mana to hold everything together. Via mana sense, he carefully scanned the mixture, smoothing out any imperfections, forcing the grains to align and reshaping the alloy into a more coherent form. It took him another 10 minutes before he held another quarterstaff in his hand, much like the one he'd used in the bog. One which was maybe a little stronger than that, if he was lucky. The only problem is that it takes too long to prepare. He smiled bitterly. His opponents wouldn't always give him so much time before a fight, and this extensive process was just to fuse the existing powder with his pure mana. He still needed to spend several hours producing enough dust in the first place. At least the powder could be recycled afterwards, to be used in a different weapon or in alchemy. Percy had already retrieved the broken pieces from their fight earlier. They were part of his current stash. Oh well, as always, it'll get easier with practice. Opening his status, he checked the spell section once more. Spells. Parting Gift, crude. Secret Art, familiar, crude. Quarterstaff, crude. Glove, crude. Reinforcement, refined. Synchronization, refined. Mantle of Deceit, refined. While his new trick could still use a lot of work, the status had been kind enough to register it. Reinforcement had taken Crystallization's spot, apparently being considered a direct upgrade of that. For some reason, it hadn't been linked to the quarterstaff itself. Perhaps because the new substance could be used more broadly than just the one construct.
It's my third refined spell.
He couldn't help but grin at the realization. His arsenal was becoming more and more ridiculous. Sometimes it was easy to forget how much stronger he'd grown, as he was always pitting himself against much tougher opponents. Even now, he was planning to ambush a bunch of hostile nobles, while at the same time preparing to infiltrate their house's warehouse in order to steal tens of thousands of elixirs. And he was juggling all of that while continuing to hide from the divine root. Every bit of it sounded insane. He would have never believed he'd be in this position had somebody told him a couple of years ago. But at the end of the day, it was merely evidence of how far he'd come, and he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. I'm going to surpass them all, one spell at a time. Chapter 25. Demi-humans.
A terrible tune pierced through the eerie silence of the bog. It had been playing for a while, the amateurish melody driving even the owls and bats away from the area. Had somebody been unfortunate enough to walk nearby, they would have certainly torn their ears out by the time they finished passing the fetid swamp. Suddenly, a mound of mud rose near Percy, a scaly reptilian head emerging from within, its slit eyes glaring at him in fury. It coiled once, accumulating strength like a spring as its mouth opened wide, droplets of venom coalescing at the tips of its sharp fangs. In a flash, it snapped at him, intent on putting the entire swamp out of its misery. But it never got the chance. Before its attack even landed, 2 talons clasped its head, punching a handful of deep holes in its skull. A couple seconds later, Mickey was digging through the snake's body, searching for his snack. As for Percy, he didn't even bother turning around, knowing his familiar had had everything under control all along. He continued playing the ocarina, his fingers clumsily tapping the misshapen holes and proliferating the atrocious sound. "Percy, just stop," Mickey groaned, taking a break from his dinner to squawk irritably at his companion. "I'm starting to regret teaching you how to speak," Percy replied, though he acquiesced. Perhaps they had all suffered enough of his art for one night. Well, Nisha certainly had, as she had kicked him out of the hut a couple hours ago. Though he blamed the crude design of the instrument as much as his own lack of skill. He shrugged. "Oh well, it's like magic. I'll get better at it with practice." The only thing he lamented was how little time he had gotten to spend with Mickey ever since the incident. He and Nisha had subtly verified, through a combination of her ability and a few well-placed questions here and there, that the townsfolk had truly bought the rumor about the monstrous crow. Everyone seemed to believe that Mickey was the sole culprit behind the attacks, which suited them just fine. After all, this was the exact story they wanted to reach House Tantalus's ears. However, it also meant that Percy couldn't enter the Grizzly Bog openly. Everyone believed there was a dangerous green beast currently roaming the area, so it would have been strange for him to show no fear in risking the bog. Consequently, he could only ever approach at night, sneaking out of the town secretly. Thankfully, their hut was conveniently located by the edge, which made things a little easier. "Mickey, I suggest you pace yourself if you don't want to run out of food," Percy suddenly warned. Ever since the bird had mastered circulation with its second core, he'd grown even more formidable. The effect would have normally been somewhat lackluster by itself, but it evidently synergized extremely well with acceleration, making Mickey an absolute menace. While the townsfolk had misunderstood the crow's grade, their assumption about his strength wasn't that far from the truth. Percy estimated that Mickey could hold his own against a true green beast. But that was a problem. After all, they no longer lived beneath the fungal spire, where an endless supply of wasps emerged from the hive's depths every day to replenish their ranks. Wild beasts couldn't reproduce nearly as fast as the magical insects. If Mickey continued to stuff his face with dozens of yellow cores per day, he'd probably drive them to extinction by the time they left. "I suppose this is why higher-grade beasts are so rare outside the spire." Mickey wasn't happy upon hearing he had to go on a diet, but he was smart enough to understand what Percy was saying. The two had already noticed it was getting harder to find food with each passing day. In any case, this was more of a long-term problem. They'd be lucky if they survived long enough to worry about that. Placing the ocarina in his pocket, Percy leapt up from the half-rotten log. He'd already had enough of a break. Pulling a trickle of pure mana from his core, he focused it on his index finger as he began to carve intricate circles on the aged wood. His first few attempts were clumsy, until he got into it, though he got better each time. Every now and then, he wiped away his previous scribbles, not wanting to leave evidence of his presence, in case he forgot to get rid of them later. "Conceal the mana," he repeated like a mantra, visualizing the effect of his bandage in the process. That was what he wanted from the enchantments, to hide mana from mana sense. A simple thing, yet of immense importance to him. Line after line, rune after rune, refill after refill, Percy kept drawing the symbols until there was no more space on the severed trunk. Even Mickey had grown bored of watching him at some point, leisurely cleaning his feathers with his beak. "How long has it been?" "Couple hours?" The bird shrugged its wings. Percy nodded. He didn't even know if any of the enchantments were functional. Some of them should have been. After all, most of them looked correct by now, though he'd long since decided to stop checking after each attempt to save himself some time and frustration. His plan was to keep at it for a few more days before examining the results. "Okay, I'll head back then," he said. He could have spent more time in the swamp if he wanted, but he still had to work in the forge during the days, not to mention brewing more Aurora Dew for the three of them. It would probably serve him better to get some sleep. Percy took a few breaths, gathering mana for synchronization, when Mickey stopped him. "Leave it," the familiar said, activating his own boosting art. "Thanks," Percy replied, waving the bird farewell as he turned away. The sound of wood breaking followed Percy out of the bog as Mickey disposed of the evidence of his rune-crafting training. On the way to the town, Percy couldn't help but throw a glance at the eastern side of the swamp, contemplating a certain rumor he'd heard from the townsfolk. Apparently, a tribe of trolls lived inside the farthest reaches of the grisly bog. Trolls were semi-sapient creatures, much like the wood goblins he had encountered in his early travels, though they were much larger and fiercer. They tended to be born at Orange more often, too. They still shouldn't be a match for Percy, nor would they make particularly good meals for his familiar. But that wasn't what interested him.
Should I try making clones out of them? Semi-sapients, or demi-humans, as they were often referred to on Remier, had drawn the short end of the cosmic stick. Smack in the middle between beasts and sapients, they were cursed with the worst aspects of both worlds. They lacked the miraculous affinity that gave beasts their strength, and also the intelligence to make proper use of the other mana types. However, they were in many ways perfect for Percy's current needs. Sporting humanoid bodies, developed vocal cords, opposable thumbs, orange cores, and elemental affinities, he would have an endless array of decent hosts to take to the vault. Even better, he could pick and choose the best ones, selecting affinities that suited him, a luxury he wasn't used to. That ought to give him a leg up in the combat challenges. There are plenty of problems with that idea, though. If he intentionally selected a local host, he would be missing out on the chance of stumbling upon something valuable out there. Everything his clones had ever brought back had been a pure coincidence, so he didn't want to stop rolling the dice. After all, he hadn't forgotten about the rings of sacrilege, nor the powerful decrees waiting for him all over the universe. And then there was the issue with opening a portal on Remior. While he was 90% certain that Metatron had neither the intention nor the ability to do anything untoward, he wasn't comfortable taking that risk. Perhaps he might have, had it just been his own life on the line, but he'd never forgive himself if he ended up dooming his friends and family out of greed. Let's not, though it's still worth paying the trolls a visit at some point. If he got lucky, one of them might have an interesting affinity for him to play around with. So far, all his clones had ended up with common ones, which he felt was a waste of his bloodline's potential. At the very least, it would serve him well to understand how some of the more exotic mana types worked, in case he ran into another enemy, like the Time Mage. Reaching the town, he made sure nobody was up as he crept into the house, trying not to wake Nisha. She was sleeping on her bed. They'd managed to buy a couple old frames, though the single room in their house was starting to look a little cramped. At least they didn't have many possessions, and the hut's convenient location meant they could relieve themselves outside. Still, being a hybrid between a bedroom and a blacksmithing workshop, it was impossible for Nisha to sleep while Percy worked. The heat from the furnace took hours to disperse afterwards, too. We should expand the house a little at some point. Picking up a bucket of fresh water, he stepped outside before dousing himself, trying to get rid of some of the swamp's stench. He took his boots off, jumping into his own bed without bothering to dry himself. Settling into the lumpy mattress, he groaned, calculating that he only had a couple hours left until daybreak. Ugh, so much for taking it easy this time. Chapter 26. War. Elaine was trekking through the whistling woods with a few others. A few locks of aquamarine hair were glued to her face, glistening with sweat. Brushing the clinging tendrils aside, she focused on the soft tunes of the oblong cones to keep herself busy. They were more than a little nostalgic, making her think back fondly to that trip with Percy and her father all those years ago. She hadn't been through this forest all that much since then. "Those were some peaceful times," she sighed. Sadly, she wasn't in the mood to appreciate the forest's serene beauty today. Unlike that day's pilgrimage, their current mission was far more dangerous, a palpable tension settling among the members of their small group. There were only 4 of them, each being an elite of the family. "Uncle, do you think they will really attack?" she asked. Galahad maintained his stern expression, continuing to scan the area ahead. Somehow his elegant buttoned-up shirt and silken trousers had remained immaculate throughout the journey, unmarred by even the slightest hint of dirt or sweat. Elaine was certain the man had heard her, but he didn't bother replying. Instead, it was his son who answered. "You worry too much, cousin." Mordred's lips parted in his usual grin. "There's no way those Tantalus bastards will pass this opportunity to strike." While Elaine had never liked the boy much, he was an arrogant asshole like his father, albeit more playful than detached, she nodded, concentrating on the substance of his words. They had been tasked with meeting a group of relatives at the other end of the forest in order to escort them back to the mansion. One of House Avalon's most lucrative businesses was lending some of their life users to other affiliated families to serve as healers for contracted lengths of time. After all, their near monopoly on the affinity was much sought after, enabling them to earn most of their revenue through these arrangements. As for the hunting missions which the rest of them, like Elaine, undertook, they only made peanuts by comparison. Those were mostly meant for their members to gain combat experience, not to make money. Given House Tantalus's aggression over the past couple of years, there was no doubt in Archibald's mind that the rival family would attempt to target those very healers to deal a major blow to House Avalon's coffers. "What if they're expecting us?" she asked again. Besides protecting the healers, their secondary objective was to intercept the attackers, dealing a blow of their own to House Tantalus. Such skirmishes were how the war manifested these days, with the two families seeking opportunities to gnaw at each other's forces. It was Galahad who replied this time. "Of course they are. If they have half a brain, that is. It doesn't matter." While her uncle and cousin's optimism was somewhat contagious, Elaine wasn't entirely convinced that their confidence was warranted. It was true that the two of them were some of the most talented Yellowborns in the family, despite their common affinity and lack of a bloodline. Still, they had no idea how many people their enemies had sent. Overall, House Avalon had a slight advantage in the total number of blues and greens, but their members were spread thinner, as their side of the province was about 40% larger, and they had a third town to look after. Consequently, Archibald was more conservative when assigning people to missions, unwilling to leave any important locations vulnerable. "Depending on who they've sent, we could get in serious trouble," she thought grimly. But she kept that to herself, not wanting to impact everyone's morale. "Don't be so tense," her dad chided, echoing the other's words. Gawain was the 4th and final member of their team, the only Orange-born. While he was the same grade as her and Mordred, he had a few more decades of experience under his belt. Offering a small smile, he patted her on the shoulder before continuing. "Your grandpa knows what he's doing. If he's only sent the 4 of us, it means we can handle whoever comes. We'll definitely win." Hearing her father's reassurance, she nodded. Him she trusted. Her grandpa, too. If they believed they were enough, they had to be. Before long, they reached the designated meeting spot. The healers wouldn't arrive for a few more hours, so their job was to secure the area in the meantime. They all double-checked that their concealment bandages were in place as they covertly scoured the perimeter,
ensuring that their enemies had yet to arrive. Elaine was torn, unsure whether it was best to get attacked before or after the healers arrived. On one hand, the healers could give them the edge, supporting them as they fought against House Tantalus's mages. However, it could also be inconvenient to protect their weaker relatives in the midst of combat. Either way, they didn't get a choice in the matter. Just half an hour later, a snarky voice echoed through the woods, piercing through the cacophony of the whistling cones.
"Well, well, it seems Archibald has finally made a mistake," a man said gleefully, his nasal tone sounding like nails against a chalkboard. "Only a blue and 3 greens? House Avalon is in for a rough week." The bastards didn't even bother hiding, facing their group head-on. They had 2 blues and 5 greens in their ranks, outnumbering Elaine and her companions nearly 2-1. Both of their blues had the Drain bloodline too, their sickly faces appearing even more frightening than they normally would have. "Mordred and I will fight 2 people each. As for you and your daughter, you're going to keep the other 3 occupied until we are done," Galahad commanded Gawain, his tone not leaving much room for debate. Elaine's heart sank, fearing for her dad's life above all else. The image of her newborn brother quickly flashed through her eyes. "No, I'll be damned if I let Owain grow up without a father," she decided resolutely. Suddenly 2 waves slammed onto them, making it hard to breathe. These weren't spells, however. There was no mana fueling them. Just somebody's presence. The blues. While each promotion typically strengthened a mage's body and magic by 3 times, some additional changes came into play once somebody reached the higher grades. That made the gap between blues and greens even wider than expected. Elaine didn't fully understand how this ability worked, but it was unique to blues and above. Just when she felt like she was about to pass out, a 3rd presence emerged, pushing back against the others and forcing their suffocating auras to recede. Elaine gasped heavily the first chance she got, noting that Galahad's presence was even sharper than his opponent's. He'd certainly beat either of them if they were to fight separately. But will he be all right against both of them? It was hard to say. If he lost, the other fights wouldn't even matter. Conversely, if the greens finished first, they could intervene to tip the scales. Either way, the time for speculation was over. The 2 blues launched an apocalyptic spell each, both aiming at her uncle. The first one exhaled a blazing cloud, wide enough to burn a house to cinders. As for the second, he shot a rain of stone arrows through the cloud, their tips red-hot by the time they emerged from the other side. Yet Galahad was unfazed. Without missing a beat, he sent forth an indigo flash with a wave of his hand, a bright bolt slamming into the first of the enemy's projectiles. It moved too fast for her to fully grasp, but it seemed to zig and zag between the rest of the arrows, shattering them into sand, one after the other. "His control is insane," she thought, gaining some new respect for the man. A fraction of a second later, the light sank into the expanding flame, causing it to explode into a violent shockwave that knocked all 8 greens off their feet. Only the blues remained upright, the 2 sides staring at each other as the smell of charcoal and ozone permeated the area. The first of the blues clicked his tongue, likely realizing this wouldn't be as easy of a fight as he'd thought. At the same time, Galahad tossed his son a quick glance, pointing at 2 of the enemy greens and getting a nod back. Mordred summoned 2 indigo javelins in his hands. They paled in comparison to his father's, but the young man stared down his opponents with the same nonchalance. Smirking, he launched his spells to land by their feet, forcing them back. They responded with a few attacks of their own, as the 3 of them inched away from the apocalyptic battlefield of their superiors. Following their lead, Elaine exchanged a glance with Gawain as the 2 of them likewise took some distance from the blues. As for the remaining 3 greens,
They chased Elaine and her father into the woods like a pack of ravenous wolves.
Clearly everyone was on the same page. Nobody was willing to stay anywhere close to the ancient monsters longer than they had to. It wasn't until they were about a mile away that all 5 of them stopped. Elaine briefly considered continuing to run in order to keep their pursuers busy without a fight, but she quickly shook her head. If she and Gawain refused to engage, their opponents would just return to aid their leaders. "Elaine," Gawain spoke softly, "if something happens to me, I want you to run straight to the mansion and not look back." She opened her mouth to protest. Her unwillingness to abandon her father aside, she couldn't betray the others. While she'd never much liked Galahad or Mordred, they were counting on her. Seeing her struggle, Gawain chuckled, guessing what she was thinking. He'd always been good at that. He patted her shoulder reassuringly before responding to her unspoken concerns. "In the worst-case scenario, Galahad will be able to escape. He's faster than them, and he's more valuable to the family than any of us. He won't let himself die. Though I doubt the boy will survive if it comes to that. Promise me you won't throw your life away over nothing." Elaine gritted her teeth, but she nodded in the end. Turning to face their opponents, she saw 2 of them lick their lips, a lecherous expression plastered all over their ugly mugs as they ogled her. They were already drawing mana from their cores, as were she and her father, all 5 combatants beginning to manifest their spells. "In that case, I suppose we can't afford to lose." Chapter 27. Waves. Only one of the Greens had the bloodline. Not that it mattered much, as neither Elaine nor Gawain had an easy time approaching their enemies. A long trail of flames swam through the air, resembling an earthworm as it burned holes through the trees' trunks wherever it passed. It chased the 2 of them without pause, forcing them to keep evading. Whenever it got too close, Elaine chopped it to pieces with her whips. But the fire mage kept pouring mana into the spell. It also didn't help that they had the stalagmites to worry about. "Careful!" Gawain warned, Elaine sidestepping the emerging construct at the last second. Earth magic was generally slower than other types, but it had its own perks. Beside the fact that the spells were heavier and thus harder to block, it also allowed its users to perform deadly sneak attacks by sending their mana through the ground. It traveled a little faster like that too. Elaine's elders had long drilled into her that she was supposed to keep a safe distance from an earth mage, constantly having her mana sense glued to the ground while fighting one. "We'll never get close like this," she scowled as she sidestepped another stalactite. Both her and Gawain's spells worked better at medium range, their whips currently unable to reach their opponents. Between the stalagmites and the fireworms, they were struggling just to catch their breath. As for the last guy, he hadn't broken a sweat. He was also an earth mage, but he had only created a single stone golem so far. It was twice as tall as a person, towering over them as it stood guard by their side, ready to block the occasional splash of water that flew in its direction. "They're more skilled than I am," she realized. Their opponents were probably Orangeborns, over 60 years old, much like her father, as evident by their slightly older appearance and the finesse of their refined spells. At least, that was the case for the fire and earth mages. The last one was probably a Yellowborn about her age, his stalagmites hardly beyond the threshold of a crude spell. Strictly speaking, this was acceptable. Galahad had merely tasked them with keeping the 3 Greens busy. They didn't have to win. However, Elaine just couldn't shake her worry. Will he and Mordred really manage to win their own fights? If the stronger duo failed, none of them would survive today. Not to mention, her current situation wasn't exactly sustainable. Her mana was running out faster than their opponents. Realizing what she was thinking, her dad spoke. "Chop a tree down for me, will you?" he whispered as soon as they were out of sight. "I'm going to try something." Nodding, She sent a crescent slash of azure at the nearest trunk, slicing through the wood like a hot knife through butter. The two leapt back as the tree landed with a heavy thud, sending dirt flying in every direction. Ignoring the mud on his clothes, Galahad summoned a whip of his own, causing it to wrap around the trunk multiple times to cover it from tip to tip like a yarn stick, shaving it clean of branches and twigs in the process. "Protect me for a couple seconds," he instructed. More hostile spells rained down at them, forcing Elaine to spend even more mana to block them. She dismantled the incoming worms while also digging through the ground to disintegrate the nascent stalagmites before they formed. Of course, this move cost her a lot more than merely dodging. Her reserves had already dropped below the halfway mark. Mercifully, her father didn't delay, launching his attack a moment later. Pulling the tree up, he threw it in the opposite direction of their enemies, as the aquamarine band stretched and tensed, looking like it was about to snap. But it held. Just when it looked like the strand could extend no further, he tugged it back with all his might, his brow creasing as the trunk began to spin. The coil of water unraveled rapidly, chunks of bark flying in all directions as the colossal spear of wood drilled through the air. Gawain was the one who'd taught Elaine the whip spell in the first place, though his own version had developed along a slightly different route. Unlike the sharp, slicing constructs his daughter used, Gawain's version focused on precise control and leveraging mechanical strength. Usually, he used it to entangle and trap his opponents, but that wasn't all it could do. In the blink of an eye, the attack reached their opponents. Guided by its mage, the stone giant moved into the path of the incoming tree and clasped it with both hands as a second golem began to take shape right behind it. Splinters of wood and chips of rock flew in every direction as the spinning trunk dug into the golem's chest, pushing it back. Its feet carved two muddy trails across the ground for a few meters before the second golem finally formed, supporting its broken brother and bringing its movement to a halt. Elaine grimaced as Gawain clicked his tongue. This maneuver had cost them both way too much for way too little. But they didn't get the chance to worry about that for long, as the others continued pelting their location with spells. "There's no other way." Elaine made her mind up as she took a deep breath, and then another. Ever since she had mastered circulation, she had actually never used it in a fight, not even once. Her fear of bringing trouble to her family aside, this was Percy's secret. She'd been conscious not to resort to it unless she was backed to a corner. Sadly, the day for that seemed to have finally arrived. Oblivious to her thoughts, both their opponents and Gawain continued to duke it out as a river of mana flooded her channels. It was an odd sensation, the intensity of the flow causing her pathways to swell and burn, while the refreshing coolness of the water mana soothed them at the same time. Honestly, she was a little rusty, as it had been months since the last time she'd practiced it. Still, she vividly remembered the pattern she had so painstakingly devised. Aquamarine lines rapidly lit up all over her skin, drawing shapes akin to waves in their passing. Her muscles tensed in response, her spells growing a touch more potent. "Elaine? What is this?" Gawain asked, taken aback by the sight. Naturally, she hadn't even told her parents about the technique. While she loved them and trusted them more than anyone else in the world, this wasn't her secret to spill. "I'm sorry, Percy." A pang of guilt gripped her chest, but she quickly shook those thoughts away. She knew he wouldn't blame her. After all, this was a matter of life and death. This was why he taught her the spell in the first place. Besides, Gawain wouldn't leak the news. She just had to make sure nobody else would. The enemy spells intensified as her opponents also realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Having left any lingering concerns over her dwindling reserves long behind her, she summoned 5 whips in each hand,
ripping the blazing worm to shreds.
At the same time, she carved deep grooves through the dirt, uprooting the earth mana before it had the chance to do any damage. Step by step, she accelerated as she dashed toward her opponents, unwilling to let any of them escape. Her father advanced right alongside her, struggling a little to keep up with her speed. Their enemies seemed to hesitate at last, finally realizing just how fucked they were. Suddenly, the stalagmite boy bolted off, abandoning his elders. "Dad, stop him! We can't let him live!" she yelled in panic. True to form, Gawain was already one step ahead, having rushed after the kid before she'd even uttered a word. The remaining two mages glanced at each other, clearly contemplating their options, though they stayed in the end. They must have determined their best chance was to work together to take her down. The first one repaired both golems, using what little mana he had left to summon a third. At the same time, the fire mage formed about a dozen worms, sending all of them diving towards Elaine from various directions to close in like a devil's claws. She didn't care. Pivoting on her feet, she spun as she neared her enemies. Her whips grew longer and sharper, making shrill sounds as they sliced and diced everything in their path. Whether the obstacles were trees, rocks, or spells, it didn't matter, as the Kraken's gambit shredded everything indiscriminately. Mundane specks of brown and gray showered the ground as glowing motes of orange faded into nothing. "I'm sorry," she closed her eyes upon reaching her targets, two bitter streams rolling down her cheeks. She knew it was ill-advised to look away during a fight, but she just couldn't help it. This wasn't the first time she'd killed somebody. This disgusting war had already forced her to take many lives over the past couple of years. But it never got any easier for her. Leaving only her mana sense active, she watched her technique chop the remaining constructs to pieces, a mere heartbeat before the two green cores fell to the ground. A moment later, they had already begun to dim. Only then did she deactivate her boosting art and turn away, unable to look at the mangled corpses. Her father returned a minute later. His core was nearly empty, but she could tell through the calmness in his expression that he'd managed to eliminate the last green. The frightened kid had probably been a poor match for the more experienced mage once he was isolated. Of course, she didn't miss the questions lingering in Gawain's eyes, but he didn't say anything. They both knew this wasn't the time. The two of them embraced each other in silence as they caught their breath, preparing to aid their relatives. "I hope they're okay." Chapter 28. Two things Archibald contemplated the latest reports as he radiated dense life mana from his palm, focusing it on his son's stump. Even for a powerful violet core, regrowing a blue's arm would take several hours, and that was taking into account his more sophisticated approach, chiseled to perfection after centuries of healing people. Blindly pouring mana into a wound like a brute would still work, but it would take so much longer. "How did the other fronts go?" Galahad asked, not even flinching at the excruciating pain as his flesh and bones squirmed. "About as well as you'd expect." When forming the group of 4 for the escort mission, Archibald had given himself some leeway in case House Tantalus sent more people than expected. Originally, he'd thought Galahad and Mordred would be plenty to address any complications. Still, he'd underestimated how keen their enemies had been to get to the healers. "I suppose it makes sense." Life users were their family's greatest strength, as well as a huge thorn in their rivals' sides, not to mention the 2 women in the group of healers, which those degenerates particularly wanted to place their filthy hands on. Luckily, House Tantalus had failed in the end. Their blues did manage to escape with their lives, but their injuries were no less debilitating than Galahad's. Even with drain, they'd need a lengthy convalescence to repair themselves, not to mention how many lives they'd have to take. As for their greens, all 5 were dead. Sending Elaine was the right move. While he'd hoped it wouldn't come to that, Archibald had sent his granddaughter to serve as a final trump card, just in case things went south. He knew the girl could turn the tides in a pinch, though that had come with its own cost. Gawain had learned of circulation. It wasn't the end of the world, Archibald trusted this son of his, but this was how it started. What if, 2 years from now, Gawain was forced to reveal it to save somebody else? House Avalon could try all they wanted to keep a lid on the secret, but their family had already existed for centuries, and they very much hoped it would continue to do so for many more. Sooner or later, everyone will know about it, and then it can easily leak out. Yet what choice did they have? Should Elaine have allowed everyone to die? What if Galahad had died too? Losing him would have been a catastrophic blow to their house. What's done is done. The best we can do now is to slow down the leakage until Galahad reaches Violet. Very few houses could boast 2 Violet cores, so this should place them in the top 20 about a century from now. Adding circulation to the mix meant that only the stronger great houses or the divine order would be able to pressure them into handing the technique over. There wasn't much they could do about that, but they'd be in a better position to negotiate an acceptable deal, as well as to fend off the weaker families until Archibald reached white. In fact, I should probably teach him circulation too, he decided. His successor's life was almost as valuable as the secret itself. After all, should he die, or should the secret leak before his promotion, their entire house would face annihilation. How many casualties on their side? Galahad asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. 12 greens and 20 yellows. House Tantalus had chosen to weaken their position in many other contested locations in order to gather enough powerful family members to send on the ambitious mission. Other than the 5 greens who had died in the Whistling Woods, the rival family had ended up suffering many more losses for their greed. Galahad nodded thoughtfully. That ought to douse their aggression for a few months. But Archibald clenched his fist, not feeling happy about it at all. Indeed, they'd come out on top this time, but this constant tit-for-tat had taken many lives on their side, too. If this continued, they'd lose half their people by the time the lotus bloomed. If only I could just march in there and kill them all. Archibald was much stronger than the enemy leader, Broteus. He was confident in killing the Tantalus Patriarch in a direct confrontation, along with many of his men. But could he take the whole family out without leaving a single witness behind? Perhaps, but he wasn't sure. Moreover, Violet cores couldn't easily leave their homes. After all, they were the last line of defense, protecting the children and other non-combatants within the family. The massacre 20 or so years ago had happened precisely when House Tantalus had lured Archibald away from the mansion. Not that he'd had much of a choice at the time, as they could have easily lost 2 blues had he not gotten involved. It won't, Archibald said. They'll keep throwing everything they have at us. They know how much stronger you'll become once you get a petal. Galahad was arguably the strongest blue core in the entire Camelot province, meaning that House Avalon would benefit more from the Lotus than their rivals. This was something they were all keenly aware of. Speaking of which, we have yet to discuss what to do with the remaining 2 petals, Galahad said, abruptly changing the topic. Archibald could already guess what his son wanted. He clearly intended for all 3 petals to end in the hands of Yellowborns, as they had the highest long-term potential. House Avalon currently possessed 7 blues, but one of them was an Orangeborn, Archibald's younger cousin, Accolon. Of the remaining 6, 4 held the life affinity, and 1 already possessed water. This only left Galahad as a candidate for a petal. Consequently, the other 2 would have to go to greens. Your son will naturally get a petal. Mordred was just as talented as his father, perhaps even more so. The boy had handled his own opponents even better than his father had during their recent skirmish. He was arguably the strongest green in the family, on par with Elaine when she used her boosting art. Not that anyone knew about that,
but she couldn't use a paddle anyway. Of course, Galahad chuckled. I was talking about the last one. Maybe Emrys or Morgana? I could make a strong case for either of them. But Archibald shook his head, eliciting a frown from his son. He'd allowed this injustice to persist for long enough. Circulation was the new pillar which their family would be relying on for a long time to come, and the boy who'd brought them this gift had yet to be properly compensated for his contribution. In fact, Archibald was currently worried about his grandson, as they hadn't heard from him in months. The more time that passed, the more scared he grew that Percy was indeed involved with the Aurora Dew. Of course, it was possible that the chaos in the guild had simply prevented him from writing back. Either way, he wasn't going to let the boy miss out on this opportunity. I actually had somebody else in mind, he grinned. Oh? I'll tell you after I'm done fixing your arm. You might have put on a brave face against the pain, but this, it just might make you pass out. Father, you can't be serious. What madness compels you to continuously give that runt so much? Galahad demanded in outrage as they walked down the corridor. Archibald opened the door to the same training room he and his grandkids had used a few years back, leading his son inside. Sighing, he tossed the irritable Blue some enchanted bands to place on his wrists and ankles before replying. That's why I brought you here, son. To show you, he said, taking a deep breath, and then another. Galahad's expression was initially one of anger and confusion, though his features soon began to shift into shock as he watched the verdant lines swirl like vines along his father's skin. Archibald's sternum thrummed with an intensity no violet core had any right to produce. I can see you have many questions, Archibald said with a smile, getting a shocked nod back. I'll answer them all, but I'll need you to do two things for me. First, you'll bow your head and apologize to your nephew the next time you see him for the way you've treated him. Galahad opened his mouth, seemingly about to protest, but Archibald raised a hand to stop him. And I'll apologize alongside you. After all, it's his technique I'm about to teach you, without his permission. This time Galahad's eyes widened in realization. Does this have something to do with his bloodline? Is this why you've been treating him so generously? Generously? Archibald chuckled bitterly. We've driven him out of the mansion, sending him to fend for himself in the Alchemists' Guild. Not a day goes by that I don't regret it. And for what? Because we were too stingy to give him a few elixirs? Father, just what does his bloodline do exactly? You'll have to ask him yourself. He'll tell you if he wants to. Galahad remained silent for a while. While he was generally a proud man, and not very kind towards those he viewed as his lessers, he was neither ungrateful nor stupid. He certainly understood Percy's importance now. What's the second thing? Galahad asked after a while. You said you wanted me to do two things. The first was to apologize to the kid. Ah, right, Archibald said, only now remembering why he'd brought him here. Get down and start doing push-ups. Chapter 29. Caught. Percy scanned the sea of souls, looking for his next host. Having grown more proficient at drawing the concealment runes, he was ready to return to the vault for his next lesson. Initially, he'd planned to look for an orange or green body this time. According to Gabe, higher-grade challenges yielded exponentially more credits, and those were the two grades he had personally experienced, so he'd have some idea of what to expect. In the end, he'd changed his mind. Realistically, he doubted he could even get through the first wave of the combat challenges with a beast clone. They were tough, even for mages with bloodlines and blessings, let alone for somebody who couldn't cast a single spell. My only chance to earn some credits is to grind my way up from the Red Magiscript challenge. The rewards would be minuscule at the start, But if his budding understanding of runecrafting could get him through the first couple of waves, he should manage to purchase some more reading material. Enough for him to keep going.
He did consider asking his friend for a loan, but he quickly shot the idea down. He'd already imposed on Gabe way too much. The guy had his own problems to deal with. Whether it was his gruesome injuries, the 2 cores he had to support, his own training, or his worry over his future in the artificial world. It might take Percy a little longer, but he wanted to stand on his own 2 feet. Or however many feet I end up with, I suppose. In any case, Percy was trying to pick between 2 red beasts when something else caught his attention.
What the hell is that? He wondered, glancing at a strange yellow soul different from any he had seen before. Percy was pretty confident that it wasn't on its deathbed. He had sent enough clones by now to tell that this person was essentially healthy. Yet, somehow, they were not rejecting him, but rather radiating a powerful, attractive force instead. In fact, it felt almost like they were intentionally inviting him to possess them.
Curious, he approached. This was obviously suspicious, but he'd never seen anything like it, and in his experience, new was good. Soon, several more souls popped up in his surroundings. Most of them appeared normal, but a significant fraction behaved exactly like the first one. They looked wounded, though it was as if their injuries were artificially exaggerated. It reminded Percy of chumming the waters to lure a fish in. Part of him wanted to bolt. He had no idea what was up with this place, but he had a gut feeling that remaining here could spell trouble. Still, he hesitated to peer away. This was unlike anything he'd encountered before. He'd never even heard of anybody who could interact with the plane of souls like him. Yet this seemed like an entire culture of people who regularly did just that, to some extent. Do they all have a soul affinity? It was a bizarre thought. From what he'd seen, his affinity was one of the rarest. At least, he'd never met anyone else with it.
But the idea that some race of people could be born with a disproportional proclivity towards a specific affinity wasn't new to him. Everyone on Huihui was stuck with the pure affinity. Even his family's bloodline affected his relatives in a similar manner, giving many of them the life affinity by default. Well, now what do I do? The pull could easily be some kind of trap, but it was also a unique opportunity. Whatever these people were after was probably unrelated to him. After all, he doubted another wanderer existed, otherwise Metatron wouldn't have been so keen to recruit him. I could play it safe and go for an orange host. The good news was that he had a lot of options. He easily identified souls all the way from red to yellow in this luring state. A red host might be too weak to get much done with, and they might not even know anything useful for him to learn. Conversely, a powerful one could be difficult to deal with if they ended up being hostile. Fueled to the brim with teal mana, he estimated an orange core was about the most he could safely handle. If they proved to have malicious intentions towards him, he should be able to fight his way out of the body before anything too dangerous occurred. Happy with his analysis, he was about to go for it when he felt a piercing pain in his side as something slammed into him like a cannonball. "What the fuck?" he cursed in shock, trying to extricate himself from his aggressor. Whatever it was, it had chomped down on his soul, showing no intention of letting go. The creature thrashed about, trying to tear a chunk off. The pain was excruciating, though he could handle that, having experienced many gruesome injuries with his soul over the years. Percy was more unsettled by the principle behind this situation, if not downright frightened. He'd never met another soul in the space between worlds, much less one capable of attacking him. Forcing himself to calm down, he drew some of the fused mana, stabbing right into the creature's maw with a hastily made knife. It seemed to do something, as the monster shuddered, its jaw opening slightly and easing the pain on his soul a little. though it refused to let go entirely. Stubborn as he was, Percy didn't give up either, pushing the construct even deeper in, trying to locate its brain, assuming it even had one. At first, the blade didn't do anything, but he continued to stab around blindly, trying to fend the monster off. If only I could see what the hell I was dealing with. Sadly, that wasn't an option. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even sure it was a living creature. It definitely seemed to behave like one, but it might just be a spell, cast by the residents of the mysterious world. One clone and one disembodied monster fought for what felt like hours, with their survival on the line, as Percy expended more and more of his stashed mana to inflict all sorts of nasty wounds on his attacker. To his relief, the abomination eventually let go. Perhaps he'd weakened it, or maybe it had decided its meal wasn't worth the hassle. Either way, Percy wasn't exactly in the mood to celebrate. By now he was down to a third of his reserves, his soul wisp severely injured. The ethereal cord linking him to his main body was already pulling at him intensely. Doubtless he'd spent way too long in this place, or maybe it was his poor condition cutting his trip short. Whatever the case, he had to make a decision, and he had to do it fast. Do I return to Remior, or give this place a shot? Worst case scenario, he'd get himself destroyed. It would certainly be unpleasant for him, but it honestly wouldn't be the end of the world for his main body. Well, he'd lose the clone's memories. The original Percy would be fine. He was confident he would recover completely, given some time. Technically, there was a chance he'd permanently lose another chunk, but he seriously doubted that was the case. He was confident that the scar in his sternum had remained because of the ethereal cord linking him to his familiar. If this clone got destroyed entirely, the wound would likely close. Even if I end up trapped, I can probably self-destruct with what little mana I have left. Just as he was contemplating his choices, 2 more creatures bit at him, shaking him out of his thoughts. At first, he panicked, thinking he couldn't possibly deal with them in his current state. However, he soon realized they were much smaller than the last one. No, you fucking don't! Expelling another costly burst of mana, he cleaved the creatures off, dropping his stash down to 1/5 of his original reserves. It wouldn't be enough to fix a regular host, but these people didn't seem like they'd need too many patches. To hell with it, I'll do it! Upon deciding to take the gamble, he rushed towards the nearest soul he could find. The first 2 were completely healthy, only the third one being in this peculiar condition. It was at yellow, stronger than he had initially planned for, but he no longer had the luxury to delay. More monsters could attack at any moment, and he sorely lacked the means to defend himself for a third time. The strange soul enlarged in his vision as he finally escaped to safety, finding himself in the somewhat familiar position of fitting inside somebody else's body. Oddly, he felt extremely cramped this time, his soul wisp having to squeeze down to a fraction of its original size to fit. The cracks in this person's soul were tiny, not leaving him any space to move. Suddenly, he felt something pushing him in a certain direction. It was as if he was clogging a narrow pipe, and somebody was filling one end with water. Though it wasn't water, it was something else he recognized. Soul mana! But he couldn't control it, as it clearly belonged to somebody else, filled to the brim with their willpower. Without his core, he couldn't replace it with his own. The mana continued to push as the friction against the pipe's walls hurt him, scraping chunks of his soul away from him. He was about to beg his host to stop whatever it was they were doing when he finally popped out one end, finding himself inside a slightly larger space. It was still small, but at least it didn't hurt as much to be there. It contained even more soul mana than the pipe, which his host finally allowed to flood Percy, soothing his injuries slightly. Am I inside this person's mana core? His connection to his new host was significantly weaker than any of his previous ones, as he hadn't interfaced with their soul directly, and thus couldn't tap into either their body or their senses. A few seconds later, his host spoke to somebody, their words inadvertently seeping into Percy's mind. At least, the connection seemed to bundle the words with their corresponding meaning, allowing him to understand them, a minor convenience in an otherwise shitty situation. The voice sounded female, but he wasn't sure how well his preconceived notions translated to the natives. "Dad! It worked! I've caught one!" Chapter 30. Spectral Fiend. Percy listened to the girl talk to her father for a while, trying to piece together the situation from her words alone. Sadly, he couldn't tap into her ears due to their weaker connection, so he couldn't access the man's side of the conversation. Apparently, she was under the impression that she had captured a kind of creature she referred to as a spectral fiend. Percy couldn't be certain, but he strongly suspected the monsters that had attacked him in the vicinity of this world fell into that category. It was quite eye-opening, as he hadn't even known soul-based entities existed out there, roaming the universe. He guessed they were relatively scarce, as that would explain why he'd never encountered any before, but he did make a mental note to be more careful from now on. So, these people are intentionally injuring themselves and leaking soul mana from their bodies to lure the creatures and trap them in their cores. That still didn't explain what they planned to do with the fiend once they caught one, nor why they had failed to identify him as something else. Perking up, he continued following the conversation, hoping for some answers. "No, I don't think it has 4 heads," she said with some disappointment evident in her voice. "Let me check again real quick." A wave of mana brushed over Percy, though it felt different than before. The mana had purpose behind it, seemingly scanning his soul for something specific, rather than blindly accumulating in his wounds to mend them. This only confirmed his guess that the natives knew a lot of valuable soul spells he could learn. Granted, he had to get out of this mess first. I'm not sure what it is. It doesn't have a defined appearance. It's more of a blob. Maybe it's damaged?" she wondered. Percy would have rolled his eyes if he'd had any. Of course he was damaged. He was just a soul clone, a severed piece of his main body's soul. Not to mention all the other crap he'd endured over the last few hours. Though he focused on the other thing the girl had said. Apparently, there was more than one type of spectral fiend. She and her father were currently trying to identify which one she'd captured. "You're right. Whatever it is, it's not like I have a choice anyway. I'll try absorbing it," she said, shocking Percy. What? Absorb me? That's not what I signed up for." Panicking, he reached out to the walls of her core, trying to strengthen his connection to her, as more mana began accumulating around him, preparing for some intricate spell. "Wait! Whatever you're doing, stop!" he yelled, hoping she could hear him. Luckily, he seemed to have gotten through to her, as she hesitated, the spell fizzling out before it even formed. "You can speak?" she asked in disbelief. "No, not you, Dad. The fiend. I know it's crazy, but I think it just talked to me." Capitalizing on her response, Percy hurriedly reached out again. "Yes, I'm not sure what these fiends are, but I'm not one of them. I'm a person like you, from a faraway place."
"I ended up in your body by accident," he replied, choosing his words carefully.
"Nice try, buddy, but I'm not buying it," the girl said, dashing his hopes. "It's saying it's not a fiend, though it has to be lying, right? How else would I have captured it?" It was annoying, but Percy had no idea how to explain himself. He hadn't spotted any souls above yellow back when he was observing this world. Clearly, they didn't have any means of advancement, so they didn't have any gods either. Consequently, they couldn't produce any decrees, which also meant that they wouldn't know what a bloodline was. Still, he tried. Look, I have no idea what your goal is, but it won't work. You'll just hurt both of us, as I'm not a fiend. Why don't you play it safe and just let me go? You can always capture another one later. You might even end up with that four-headed one you wanted. That's not how it works, she sighed. We don't get to choose what fiend we attract. The type is fixed for each person, as it has to do with the very nature of their soul. It doesn't matter how many times I do this, I'll only end up with more of you. Yeah, I sincerely doubt that. Percy wanted to bang his head against the wall. His host was stubborn as a mule. Grasping at straws, he tried offering an alternative. Why don't you get somebody else to capture the type you want, then? Isn't it possible to pass the fiend over to you? It doesn't work. She shot the idea down. People have tried it, but it always ends badly. You're only supposed to absorb the type that naturally comes to you. Anything else is incompatible. The trait I'll get after absorbing you is also fixed. The implications were interesting. It appeared the people of this world all shared the soul affinity, but that didn't mean they had the same starting point. Other than the usual diversity of grade at birth, they apparently differed based on the type of fiend they could absorb. Percy still didn't know what these traits did, but he could already imagine some were better than others, giving their owners an advantage over their peers. I wonder if I can learn to absorb a fiend with my main body. Oblivious to his thoughts, however, the girl stirred her mana up once more, clearly done talking. Percy wanted to swear. Technically, he had enough mana left to free himself if he really wanted. He was weaker than her, especially given the circumstances, but he was also right inside her most vulnerable spot. Her core. Spectral fiends were probably unable to fight back while trapped, as the natives' technique seemed to compress and distort one's body, robbing the creatures of their claws and fangs. That didn't apply to him, however. He was pretty sure he could still form a teal dagger to rip the girl's soul apart from within. But he couldn't bring himself to do that. His host might be annoying, but she was just a dumb kid trying to get stronger. Murdering his way out was a bit much. Should I self-destruct? It would suck big time, but his main body would recover after a couple of months, though he'd lose all his memories of this place. Sadly, the girl didn't wait for him to decide. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended on him from all directions as the mana began to spin around him, grating his soul. With each revolution, he felt more pieces chip away as his wisp continued to shrink, a wave of untold agony overcoming him. "Fuck!" he screamed as he forced himself to the core's walls. "Stop this right now or we'll both get hurt," he warned, pulling all of his mana out to forge the thinnest needle he could manage. The girl ignored him, showing no intention of pausing. Left with no choice, Percy stabbed at her core, nicking it. The sharp jab finally elicited a strong reaction from his host. "Ah! What are you doing?" she shrieked. Yet she didn't stop, so neither did Percy. The relentless tornado of soul mana continued to peel layer after layer of his wisp off as he left one scratch after another in her core. For now, the wounds wouldn't be lethal, but fuck if they didn't hurt. Both parties stubbornly continued for several minutes as Percy's soul shrank to about a third of its original size. "I can't keep this up," he smiled bitterly, resigning himself to his fate. If he kept hurting the girl, he might actually cause permanent damage. There was also the question of what would happen to him if he allowed her to fully absorb him. He could already sense a faint, ethereal cord beginning to coalesce. It was still just a pale imitation of the real connection he shared with his clones and Mickey. But if this process continued, his main body might end up with a slot permanently occupied by this random stranger. Yet, just when he was about to turn his mana against himself to self-destruct, the spell finally halted. "Okay, I give up." Just Stop this! The girl cried amidst broken sobs. Percy would have sighed in relief, though his situation was far from enviable. At this point, his thoughts were groggy, and his soul hurt all over. Hell, he didn't even know if he'd survive the return trip. Whatever, let's just see what I'm dealing with here, he decided, pulling his status up while still in contact with his host's core, though he ignored the usual suspects, focusing only on the important things. Soul, Percival's clone. Mana cores. Mana core 1, yellow, soul. Mana core 2, seed, powerful. Spectral trait, beacon. Chapter 31. Beacon. Holy shit! Whatever she did actually worked. Percy struggled to believe it, but the evidence was right there in his status. His host had actually obtained a trait from him. Did that mean his clone qualified as a spectral fiend? It was bizarre, yet he wasn't in the mood to think about it too deeply. The whole experience had left him tired and weak. He felt like he was about to pass out any moment now. Suddenly, the soul mana in his surroundings stirred, carrying him in a new direction. Squeezing through Soul's channels was still rather painful, but it wasn't as bad as before. Since he had already shrunk a great deal, he didn't get compressed nearly as much. It didn't take much prodding for her to push him along the narrow tube before expelling him from her body, stuffing him into another container. At least this one was more spacious than her core. What are they doing? He wondered. But he didn't have the strength to do much else. He was no longer in contact with anybody's soul, so he couldn't even communicate with these people. His main body's pull was at an all-time high, but whatever canister they had placed him in prevented him from leaving. Out of options, he lashed out against the walls of his new abode before his exhaustion won out, his consciousness fading to black.
The next time he came to, he noted his condition was slightly better. He felt a steady supply of soul mana warming him up, gently licking his wounds and healing him slowly. That said, it would take years to restore him to his original state at this rate. At least this arrangement kept him from degrading further. "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" he asked, touching the walls of the container. No reply. It didn't seem like he was inside a person this time. Well, I suppose it was a fun trip while it lasted. Or not really, he sighed internally, checking his reserves. He barely had any mana left. He'd used most of it while fighting the spectral fiends before entering this world. Afterwards, he'd used whatever dregs had remained to forge the needle he'd stabbed Soul with, though he had managed to recover some of that before he'd blacked out. In theory, he could make something sharp with it to self-destruct. The possibility promised to be a tedious, painful, and messy task. But he should be able to manage it with some effort, dismantling his clone one tiny piece at a time. That ought to free up the connection to his main body. And all this because she couldn't hold on for a couple minutes to discuss things like a civilized person. He groaned in annoyance. However, something happened when he thought back to the stubborn girl. It was strange, as he had none of his usual senses in this state, and the container even blocked his ability to feel injured souls in his vicinity. Yet, somehow, he could tell which way Saul was. It wasn't quite at the level of his connection to his main body or Mickey, though. If he had to describe it, this was more like a nascent chord, a step weaker than the real thing. He doubted they'd be able to communicate or transfer any mana through it. Is this what the status meant by beacon? Was this half-baked connection Saul's new trait? Not the most optimal outcome for either of them. Once he destroyed his clone, the connection would probably be lost. He didn't think it would be able to transfer to his main body. Even if it somehow did,
Would he be able to sense her location all the way from Remior? Without the clone's memories, he wouldn't even know about this place. I don't think it's great for her either. The girl had made it clear that she could only ever absorb a single fiend. He still wasn't sure if this qualified, but it was entirely possible she had just wasted her only slot, filling it up with something useless. Well, not my problem. Whatever the case was, she'd brought it upon herself. Percy was about to draw his fused mana out again when the container shook. Berkaniltheg, a female voice asked. He recognized her, though she sounded a little muted compared to when he was inside her core. More importantly, he couldn't understand her words like this. I can hear you, he yelled back.
Tam Kelis, she exclaimed. She must have heard him, though she was talking to somebody else now. Her dad, probably. Berkanil Gimaz. The vessel shook again as another voice spoke, this one male. A few minutes and some more gibberish later, the three of them established they wouldn't get anything done by speaking. Just when Percy thought they would release him, destroy him, or place him in some dusty cabinet and forget about him, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him out of the container. Soon he was back in somebody's mana channels, following the path to their core. I'm warning you, if you try anything funny again, I'm going to destroy you this time. Saul spoke. Warning me? Percy sneered. Should I remind you who it was that tried to absorb me in the first place? He fired back. At least it was nice that they could understand each other again. Look, we clearly got off on the wrong foot, she sighed, easing the pressure around his nebulous form. I'll admit I shouldn't have done that. As soon as you apologize for everything else. Her audacity left him speechless. Still, rather than continuing the pointless argument, he figured it was more productive to move past it. Focusing on her voice, he realized her tone was a lot different than before. During their previous interaction, she had acted all smug and entirely uninterested in hearing him out. Now, things were different. While her half-assed apology left much to be desired, she appeared genuinely focused on mending the broken bridges. For some reason. What changed? He cut to the chase, too tired to beat around the bush. The girl exhaled in exasperation. I suppose you wouldn't know, she hedged before elaborating. Every kid has some idea of what fiend they'd like to absorb, but as I've previously explained, that's not up to them. We're all stuck with whatever we happen to get. So? So, our ancestors have long drilled into us the importance of accepting our trait regardless. Whether we like it or not, our most important job is to figure out how to make the most of it, to serve our society to the best of our ability. Refusing to do so is a big taboo. Percy sent his agreement through their connection, realizing they probably had some means of identifying their trait, even without a status. And what does that mean for you? He asked again. What else? She snapped. I'm stuck with the most useless trait ever. As far as I can tell, the only thing it does is allow you to sense my location. I fail to see how that's my problem. It's your problem because it's now my civic duty to make you useful somehow. Not sure if you've noticed, but there isn't even that much of me left. In response, Percy explained how his clones worked. He described the many adventures he'd had, though he obviously left a few of the more sensitive things out. That said, he did make it clear just how many things he could teach her. Of course, he had no intention of teaching her circulation, nor did he know if her world had any ingredients suitable for alchemy. Still, he didn't mind passing along Sengo's craft, or showing her how to draw runes. So you can hide your mana with this enchantment. Our hunters will be able to sneak up to their prey more easily. She whistled in appreciation. Teach me. Girl, you're not listening. The runes are too complicated to describe like this. I'll need to tap into your eyes and hands to demonstrate any of the things I've mentioned. Sadly, that's not an option right now. Percy had already tried to strengthen his connection to her, but it wasn't working. What if I let you return to your main body?
Do you promise to come back after you recover? Percy didn't know whether to cry or laugh at her naivete. She'd trapped him, injured him, trapped him again, and now she wanted him to bend over backwards to serve her. But he swallowed the harsh retort he was about to fire at her. I don't know if I can find the way here again. It depends on how far that trait of yours can reach me. Either way, that's not the only problem. I won't survive the trip like this. Percy was confident he'd get eaten by a fiend long before he escaped this corner of the universe. He was positively tiny, and without any means of defending himself. Hell, his soul might even crumble on its own on the way back to Remier. Crap! Why does everything have to be so complicated? Saul groaned. Because of you. Percy wanted to roll his eyes. Instead, he spoke again a few seconds later, offering a solution. Listen, it's not all bad. I won't be able to escape as I am, but there might be a way for both of us to benefit. How so? She asked, with some hope in her voice. You'll help me recover as much as possible and replenish my mana stash until I'm ready to survive the trip. You'll also explain what you're doing, teaching me how to heal my soul more efficiently. Consider that my payment for all the shit you've put me through. Percy hadn't missed how her soul injuries had improved. Clearly, these people knew what they were doing. And how do I know you'll really come back afterwards? You don't, he said. He could practically feel her bubbling protest, but he stopped her in her tracks. Look, if you ever want to see me again, here's what you're going to do. You'll accept some accountability over your damn mess and start showing some goodwill. Do that, and I might come back here. If and when it suits me. Chapter 32. Goodwill. Delivering his ultimatum, Percy doubted Soul would accept his terms. He'd made a whole lot of demands while promising very little in return. It wasn't like he could help it, though. After all, he couldn't give her much in his current state. Any favors from his end would have to wait until he recovered. Surprisingly, the girl agreed, against all odds. I guess she's serious about making the most of her trait. Either way, it appeared to be quite a novel experience for them both. Percy could tell his host wasn't used to swallowing her pride and working with others. Meanwhile, this was a first for him too, as he was stuck in one place, unable to interact with the world around him. Without access to the girl's senses, he couldn't see what her house was like, or how big her town or city was. Hell, Percy still had no idea what the locals even looked like, or how they used their soul mana. All the more reason to come back, then. While their initial interaction had been a little rocky, he didn't hold it against the girl. Percy could tell she was rather young, maybe in her mid-teens? In any case, he very much intended to uphold his end of the deal, returning to this place the first chance he got. After all, there was plenty of value to be gained here. Of course, that was assuming he managed to return to Remior first. Sadly, their results in that area were rather mixed. At Yellow, Saul was among the most magically gifted class of natives, so there was hardly a better place to find soul mana than right inside her core. Despite that, it was already a struggle for her to prevent Percy's condition from deteriorating further, let alone helping him recover. I don't think my clones were ever meant to heal on their own, he thought bitterly. The severed chunks of his soul which he used to craft his clones weren't exactly dead, but they couldn't be considered alive either. His bloodline allowed them to survive for an extended period of time on their own, yet repairing the isolated wisps once they were outside his body was a tall order. Both Soul and her father, me, as he'd come to learn, were currently working together to that end. They were focusing their efforts in tandem, fighting an uphill battle to fix Percy's soul faster than it broke. Watching the father and daughter operate on him over the last couple of days, Percy had learned a lot about healing soul injuries. While he was no stranger to mending his soul, after doing so countless times since discovering his affinity, he now understood just how crude his methods were by comparison. Blindly flooding a wound with mana and hoping it closed was the healing equivalent of tossing orbs of soul mana at the wood goblins to kill them. Suffice to say, there was plenty more to the art once he dug a little deeper.
For example, Soul had shown him that applying soul mana uniformly along a wound's surface was inefficient. It was better to focus the ethereal substance in several interspaced locations and directing it to grow lots of thin, interwoven tendrils. Afterwards, the gaps between the tendrils could be filled a lot more easily. It's really eye-opening. The technique wasn't something he would have ever discovered on his own, at least not without decades upon decades of tests. Percy couldn't wait to learn more from these people. This place was a veritable treasure trove for a soul affinity user like him. And that was just the beginning. Another thing he'd learned was that healing a wound directly was ill-advised. It was better to use the mana to activate and enhance the soul's natural regeneration. The results appeared slower at the beginning, but the gains accumulated over time, leading to a much faster and more complete recovery with a mere fraction of the cost. Finally, there was one last nifty trick they'd shown him. "Hey, stop dozing off," Saul said in an irritated tone. "If you want this to work, we need your cooperation."
"Easy for you to say," Percy protested. "I have trouble even staying awake."
Apparently, the healing was more effective if the patient actively participated in the process. This was a unique aspect of soul-based injuries, as people had a much stronger connection to their soul than they did to their flesh. With some prodding, Percy could help the mana along, guiding his soul to grow. Of course, this wasn't always applicable, as the patient needed to have some rudimentary understanding of souls and soul mana at the very least. Percy wouldn't be able to use it when healing others, but it had definitely proven helpful when dealing with his own injuries. Yet, even with all this, the three had barely made any progress. Percy's clone had grown slightly larger, though the improvements had started to slow down by the third day. Despite all the measures they'd taken, and all the sophisticated healing techniques they'd employed, his deterioration was beginning to gain ground over his recovery. "At this rate, I'll stop improving by the end of the week," he thought grimly. "Dad says you'll have to make the trip soon," Saul suddenly said, confirming his suspicions. It wasn't ideal, because he estimated he'd only reach about 2/3 of his original size before he began to shrink again. Even worse, his own mana stash was all but exhausted, so they'd have to work on supplying him with some of Saul's. "Do you think we can take a short break?" he asked. "I want to test something." Mana cores were the very organs responsible for seizing control over ambient mana, allowing their owner to convert it to their affinity while attaching their willpower to it. Percy had been able to use his host's cores in the past, adding his willpower to the mana thanks to their bond. However, he didn't know if that was possible in this situation, given his half-baked connection to Saul. If he couldn't bond with hers, he'd have to fight his way through the horde of spectral fiends essentially unarmed. Listening to him, the girl paused the recovery process, allowing Percy to give his strategy a try. The latter reached out to the core's walls, trying to enhance their connection as well as the circumstances would allow. It wasn't much, but at least he was in direct contact with Saul's core, so he was able to tap into it a little better than the rest of her body. "Let's see. Can you try withdrawing your willpower from the mana?" From his current perspective, the girl's grasp on her mana was firm and borderline unshakable. He was too weak to pry it from her control. If he wanted to snatch some for his own use, he needed her to actively relinquish her hold on the substance. Heeding his request, the girl did that to the best of her ability as Percy tried again. It was still difficult, but he did manage to seize a sliver of mana eventually. Granted, it was way too little to make a difference.
It'll take me days to gather enough. They couldn't afford to pause the healing until then. The only solution would be to do both at the same time, with Percy trying to restock his reserves as Soul and me continued to mend his soul. Well, this sucks. If you're focused on that, you won't be able to help with the healing either, Soul pitched in. Percy agreed, his mood dropping further. It was even worse. It would be harder for her to ease her control on the mana while using it to heal him. With every attempt, they'd run out of time even faster. Well, there's no helping it. He sent her the mental equivalent of a shrug. Having some mana to defend myself is just as important as my soul's integrity. I suppose we'll have to do both things to the best of our ability. Make it 3 things, she said after a moment's hesitation. Percy hesitated. What do you mean? You have a soul affinity with your main body, don't you? Since you didn't seem to know anything about the spectral fiends, I suppose it's safe to assume you don't have a trait either, right? Percy's heart would have skipped a beat if he had one, but he didn't respond, letting her continue without interruption. I'll use what little time we have left to explain how to attract, capture, and absorb a fiend into your soul. And there it was. Percy obviously wanted to learn this above all else, though he'd decided to not push his luck too far. He was already glad that Soul had agreed to demonstrate her healing art and help him escape this place with no guarantee he'd come back. I thought you'd keep this as a bargaining chip to force me to return. That was my intention at first, she admitted. But I considered your earlier claims. Percy, I wasn't lying when I said I intend to make the most of my trait. In this case, it means establishing a good relationship with you. Meaning? Meaning I'm going to start demonstrating some goodwill. Chapter 33. Blockade. Multiple shallow incisions in your soul before intentionally leaking soul mana through them to lure the fiends. Percy struggled to keep himself awake as he listened to Soul's explanation for the 10th time. Push it through your channels until it reaches your core, and then clamp down on it as hard as you can with your mana. You need to do that before it has the chance to go on a rampage. It was hard because he also had to focus on helping her and her father with the healing process, while snatching as much of her mana as he could, 1 drop at a time. Slowly grind it to nothing, while disseminating the mana throughout your soul to absorb its Soul, I think that's about all we can do, he suddenly said, cutting her short. He didn't know if he would retain any of this information later, despite the several times she'd repeated it, but the size of his clone's wisp had already plateaued. Everyone involved knew it would only be downhill from here. So, is this it? Are you ready to go for it? She asked. Ready might be a strong word. He couldn't keep the bitterness out of his tone. But let's go with yes. Yeah, that's what Percy just told me. Delaying at this point will only make things worse, she said, probably speaking to her dad. Percy felt his consciousness slipping, but he stubbornly held on. It would be quite a pity to pass out now and waste all their efforts. After all, whether they succeeded or not, it wouldn't be much longer until his suffering was over. Soon, a fresh wave of foreign mana enveloped him. It didn't belong to Soul, though he recognized its owner, as Mii had spent the last couple of days assisting with his recovery. In this instance, he was pouring a lot more mana into his daughter's core. Allowing foreign mana into one's core, and especially such a massive amount all at once, was tantamount to giving a stranger the power to determine one's life or death. Mages generally avoided it unless they deeply trusted the other party. Percy shook the pointless thoughts out of his mind as the mana shrouded him, forming a thick layer around him. Is this to shield me, or to make me less appealing to the fiends?
He was definitely interested in hearing more about it, though he ultimately refrained from asking. Unfortunately, he had neither the time nor the mental capacity to learn another trick. Whatever this was, it would have to wait until he returned.
All done,
Saul said, though her voice trailed off, as if she was hesitating about something.
Percy, I'm sorry about earlier. You were right. All this would have been avoided had we talked things out. But I was too eager to get myself a trait to wait and listen, she added a moment later. Percy was taken aback by her apology, not expecting one from the girl. Evidently, he'd misjudged her. As it turned out, she wasn't that bad a person once he got to know her. She was just an impulsive teenager. In fact, Percy felt a little guilty, as he knew he was partly at fault for this mess too. After all, he was the one who'd put himself in this precarious position in the first place, not to mention how self-centered he'd been during their subsequent cooperation. Don't beat yourself up too much. If you hadn't tried to absorb me, I wouldn't even have the means to return here. This might all end up for the best. Feeling a little bad that he'd ended up taking more than he'd given, he decided to throw a little bonus at them, something he wasn't originally planning on sharing. And one more thing. By the next time we meet, make sure to strengthen your soul as much as possible. I don't have a method that would work for you, but I'm sure you'll find a way. After that, clear and temper all your mana channels as much as possible. What for? It's a surprise. Leaving it at that, the two bid each other farewell before the girl finally expelled Percy from her paws, allowing him to drift away into the distance. He was still blind and deaf, completely incapable of telling where he was going or what lay before him. But that was okay. He didn't need any senses to return home, as the cord pulling him to his main body would take care of navigation. And boy, did it do just that, as it forcefully yanked him back, dragging him away from Soul's world, the name of which he had yet to hear, and speeding his disembodied wisp through the cosmos at a breakneck pace. Fuck, does it have to be so fast? He wondered, his very soul trembling under the pressure. His only hope was that his velocity would allow him to pass through the blockade of fiends undetected. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force clamp down on his side. If this was a fiend's jaw, it certainly appeared many times larger than any he'd encountered before, though perhaps that was due to his smaller size. Luckily, the oversized teeth slid right off him, though they tore away a mouthful of Mi's mana as he passed through. Evidently, Mi's spell had applied some kind of oily coat around him, making it much harder for the creatures to grab a hold of him. But it won't last long. Percy didn't know if he was still in the vicinity of Saul's world. He shouldn't be, right? Given his current speed and what he knew about the plane of souls, he should have already traveled halfway across the cosmos by now. Then again, he might not be traveling as quickly as he'd thought. Perhaps his perception of time was skewed, as it often was in this place.
Or are the fiends chasing me all the way to Remior?
In any case, it didn't seem like getting away was going to be easy. A second fiend bit down at him, followed by a third, and a fourth. Mi's shield held, but it was thinning fast. Percy would be lucky if it managed to fend off another blow. Out of options, he began to draw upon the mana he had snatched from Soul. In the end, he'd barely replenished a fraction of his stash, but it would have to do. Gathering it at a point within his wisp, he willed it to coalesce into a thin needle. He didn't know where the next attack would come from, so he'd have to wait until after he took some damage to try to fend off his pursuer. Some unknown period of time later, another fiend swiped at him with its claw, peeling the final layer of Mi's mana away, as well as a chunk of Percy's clone with it. Just like that, he was already back to the terrible state he'd spent the last few days recovering from. But he didn't panic, only clenching the needle more tightly. It wasn't long until the next fiend reached him, though the attack went down a little differently than what he was expecting. Rather than getting bitten or mangled directly, Percy merely felt something close around him as a powerful force fought against his main body's pull, dragging him away from Remior.
Shit, it's a large one.
This was probably the largest fiend he'd encountered so far. Unlike the others, this one didn't threaten the integrity of his soul directly, happy to swallow him whole. Of course, that was plenty problematic in and of itself. Given the creature's size, it would be even harder to fight his way out with the tiny needle. And he did have to fight his way out, as the fiend was pulling him farther and farther from his destination, undoing all his hard work.
No, you don't!
Lashing out with as much strength as he could muster, he fought to dig a path out of the creature's stomach. That was where he assumed he was, though he hadn't felt himself splash into acid. Still, he did feel an intense burning sensation envelop him, trying to dissolve his soul into nothing. Swiftly running out of time, Percy pushed more and more of his stashed mana into the construct, stabbing at the fiend repeatedly and causing it to spasm, though he remained trapped in its mouth.
This isn't working.
He was taking more damage than the creature, shrinking rapidly. Even his mental faculties were starting to be affected, causing him to grow groggy. His exhaustion was piling up, and his memories faded one after the other, as his past became harder and harder to recall. At some point, he even caught himself sitting motionless inside the monster's belly, momentarily forgetting his purpose.
No, I can't afford to stop. If I can't bust myself out, it's over,
he thought, harnessing the agonizing pain to jolt himself awake. Unleashing a barrage of lunges with renewed vigor, Percy desperately fought to extricate himself from the trap. At the same time, he focused on what mattered the most, keeping it at the very forefront of his collapsing mind.
There are only 3 things I need to remember.
His promise to Soul, the healing art they had taught him, and the method to absorb a fiend. That was it. All this clone currently amounted to. Nothing else mattered. His main body already possessed all his other memories, and the universe didn't really need a second Percy. His one and only job was to bring these latest acquisitions back to Remior. Everything else was disposable. Percy stabbed and kept stabbing, as more and more of his soul melted down, his size shrinking. As he dissolved, more memories faded, one after the other. His life in the Avalon mansion? Gone. Elaine? The pilgrimage to Phoebe's temple, his time with Baldy, Hui, Mickey, the guild, the vault, Gabe, Nisha, Sengo, Metatron. All gone. It wasn't important. Injure myself, lure a fiend, absorb it, heal, return to soul. Injure myself, lure a fiend. His mind was on a loop, repeating the girl's teachings while never pausing his assault on the creature for even a second. In the end, Percy failed to dig a hole through its stomach, however. It simply wasn't meant to be. He was way too weak, and the fiend way too large. But his efforts hadn't been for naught. He did manage to irritate the monster enough to spit him right out into the endless void. Not that he was in the mood to celebrate, of course. At this point, almost nothing remained of Percy. His mind was nearly gone, and he lacked the mental capacity to even comprehend his situation. His thoughts had been reduced to vague words and blurry images. Injure, lure, absorb, heal, return, injure. Had something attacked him again, he wouldn't have stood a chance. As fate would have it, however, that didn't happen. Maybe he was too tiny for the fiends to bother with, or maybe the large one had carried him away from the rest of its kin before throwing him up. Either way, the cord continued to pull him towards Remior as he picked up more speed with each passing second. At this point, Percy couldn't even be considered a person. He had been reduced to nothing more than a damaged message. But the message did reach his main body, eventually. What the original Percy would manage to make out from the scattered memories remained to be seen. The one thing was certain. Percy had died today. Chapter 34. Harvester. Earlier. The 4 remaining nobles of House Tantalus stared at their companion's lifeless body as it sank into the bog's stale waters. They struggled to comprehend how their comrade had dropped dead out of the blue. The culprit, Percy, didn't much care about their thoughts, savoring the sight of Mickey diving towards them at a dizzying speed, his plumage illuminated in amber and green. "Watch out! It's the bird!" the only woman in the group yelled. But she was a little too late. By the time the rest had managed to draw defensive mana out, the crow had already reached his first target, carving 6 nasty gashes through the man's back and ripping his very soul to shreds. The rest hastily threw their half-baked spells at Mickey, trying to knock him out of the sky. Sadly for them, they hit nothing but empty air, as the crow was already fading in the distance. "After it!" another man shouted. Their leader, most likely. Mickey was their target, after all. The very reason their family had sent them to this place. Of course, Percy could already tell from their rattled expressions that they had expected a regular green beast. Not whatever Mickey was.
And, unfortunately for them, it wasn't their only mistake today. Percy followed the group in silence, crouching through the dense undergrowth. The fools had yet to notice him, busy chasing his familiar as they were. What they had failed to realize, however, was that the crow wasn't the one being hunted. They were. The crow intentionally slowed down to keep them on its trail. For an hour, 1 bird and 4 mages slowly trekked through the swamp as Mickey guided them right where he and Percy wanted them. "Ugh! Eek!" 2 of them shouted as the muddy ground unexpectedly gave way beneath their feet. As it collapsed, they were dropped into a pair of pitfalls reaching up to their waist, a flood of grimy water rushing at them from all directions and trying to drown them. The traps weren't mundane. They had been crafted by Nisha, using her budding understanding of the pocket rune. This rune was far from the only one necessary to craft a spatial amulet, as the magical trinkets were complex devices involving multiple enchantments. However, it was arguably the most important one. As the name implied, it was responsible for the pocket dimension that was the bread and butter of the artifacts. All the other enchantments were auxiliary, meant for holding everything together and giving the amulets other features of convenience, such as letting them open or close at will. Sadly, Nisha hadn't had access to the other runes, nor the time to master them. Suffice to say, she wouldn't be making Percy a new amulet anytime soon. Still, carving a few crude versions of the pocket rune on some flat slabs of stone hadn't been too difficult. If only she could close them at will, it would have made everything simpler. Percy bit back a dejected sigh. Currently, Nisha could only remotely trigger the traps to impair their opponents. In the future, she might be able to do even more useful things with them, such as directly splitting her enemies' bodies in half. A project to work towards. Glancing around, Percy soon found his companion hidden behind a nearby tree. He nodded once at her, signaling for her to disengage. She'd already done more than enough. Staying nearby any longer could be dangerous, as her personal magic could still use some work. "Help us!" one of the trapped nobles yelled at their last member. He was clawing against the mud, trying to swim out of the trap. Unfortunately for him, the vacuum around him was still drawing a powerful current, making it much harder to extricate himself. As for the last noble, he rushed to his companions, about to drag them out of the traps, when Mickey dove at him to stop him. The mage was forced to retreat and unleash a hastily prepared flamethrower spell he'd kept at the ready, doing his best to fend the bird off.
The crow would clearly need some time to get through the man's defenses, but neither he nor Percy worried too much. They could already see the guy's reserves dwindling far more quickly than the bird's, without providing him much in return. Finally, it's time to put my new toy to the test. Percy grinned, clenching his construct tightly. The downside of his latest spell was that it took a lot of time to prepare, which meant he wouldn't be able to repair it in the middle of the fight if it broke. On the flip side, it was far more durable than anything else he'd crafted out of mana over the years, which meant it hadn't been too difficult to retrieve earlier and continue using it. Percy watched his familiar methodically force his opponent away from the others, waiting for the trapped duo to free themselves. He could have taken advantage of their impairment to finish them off, but he'd chosen not to do that. He wanted to use this opportunity to test his magic, to continue improving. House Tantalus would keep sending stronger and stronger people at them, as would the rest of Remier. Neither he nor Mickey had the luxury of halting their growth and stagnating. Only once the nobles had scrambled out did Percy rush at them, synchronization at full power. They seemed intent on chasing after Mickey and their comrade, but Percy wouldn't give them the chance. Closing the gap to the woman, he swung the invisible weapon at her, forcing her to unleash a burst of air mana to dodge it. Percy didn't wait for either of them to respond before pivoting on his feet, delivering a second strike at the other mage before the woman had regained her footing. The disheveled man barely had the chance to manifest a stone saber in his hand, clumsily parrying the blow. Percy felt his weapon bend from the impact as the powerful shockwave rippled through his body. But it held. For the first time, his construct had endured a full-on collision against a yellow spell and its owner's physical strength at once, without a single crack forming. There was no chance for Percy to celebrate. The guy was already swinging at him with a second saber as a rocky spike emerged from behind him. As for the air mage, she hadn't remained idle either, charging a miniature tornado between her palms and clearly planning on unleashing it upon him. Glimpsing his opponent's intention via soul vision, Percy circled around him with some well-placed footwork, dodging both the stone spike and the man's slash as he tried to deliver another attack of his own at the man's temple. At the same time, he made his way behind the increasingly distressed man to use him as a cover from his companion's magic. It worked like a charm, forcing the air mage to pause her spell in hesitation. As ruthless as House Tantalus's nobles were, they still clearly had some compassion towards one another. Or maybe she just doesn't want to get into trouble for injuring him. The man raised his first saber to block the teal weapon, but Percy didn't stop there, as the two continued to exchange blow after blow. His opponent tried to throw repeated external attacks into the mix, but Percy applied more pressure on him to keep them at a minimum, while using his soul vision to dodge whatever slipped through the cracks. Meanwhile, he maintained his position behind the man, making the air mage's life impossible. "How annoying!" the earth mage spat at some point, as he delivered a powerful slash against Percy, forcing him back. He looked like he was about to pounce, but Percy merely smirked. Shifting the force to one leg, he changed to Takeo's stance while robbing his infused weapon of its substance. He lunged upon the earth mage even faster than before, his construct no longer inhibited by inertia or air resistance. The guy couldn't actually see the invisible weapon, but he could still vaguely predict its trajectory by watching Percy's movements. His eyes widened in shock as he observed the change in Percy's style, hurriedly raising his saber to block the weapon closing on his temple. The Tantalus mage was in for a nasty surprise. The incorporeal construct phased right through the stone spells, delivering a powerful impact on the man's soul and causing it to shake violently. Stumbling backward, he looked like he was about to collapse, but Percy didn't let him. Where do you think you're going? You're my meat shield, remember? Percy grinned, grabbing him by the collar. The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance, apparently contemplating whether to ignore her companion's well-being before unleashing her spell indiscriminately at them both. Percy had no intention of waiting for her to make her mind up.
Tossing the hostage at her, he ran right behind the man's body, leaping above him at the last second. Descending upon the air mage with a shout, he swung his weapon down at her with all his might. Backed to a corner, she unleashed a familiar burst of air mana in an attempt to dodge to the side. However, she'd gravely miscalculated. While she indeed managed to evade the shaft of Percy's weapon with a rough estimate of its location, his latest construct was not a quarterstaff. While deliberately using the blunt ends against the Earth Mage, Percy had intentionally misled them both into reaching a false conclusion. What his opponent couldn't have expected was the weapon's long, crescent-shaped blade, completely invisible while cleaving her soul in half. Congratulations! Your spells have merged. Quarterstaff, crude, plus parting gift, crude, to Soul Harvester, refined.
Chapter 35. Teal Powder. Only once he finished off the Earth Mage did Percy finally allow his weapon to regain its color, a scythe of glowing teal appearing in his hand. Ever since he had first mastered crystallization, he'd tried applying it to other affinities. Sadly, whether it was his own soul mana or Gabe's fire and air mana, the spell had never worked with anything else. With one exception. Like most of Percy's spells, it worked seamlessly with his fused mana, as it was indistinguishable from pure mana in its corporeal state. Even so, the teal powder hadn't been particularly useful. The first thing he had tried was to brew elixirs with it, only to end up giving the Aurora Dew a slightly different color. It hadn't altered its effect, however, rendering the extra effort pointless. Luckily, everything changed a few months ago, upon his spell's evolution to reinforcement. Following Sengo's teachings, Percy could strengthen his cyan constructs with the corresponding powder, so he realized there was no reason why he couldn't do the same with the teal constructs, producing tougher weapons without losing the fused mana's versatility. But he didn't stop there. This worked better than expected. He grinned, tracing his fingers along the scythe blade's surface. The edge was as sharp as a katana's, but that wasn't his focus. Instead, he felt the grooves and curves of the engraved symbols along its length. They covered the weapon from tip to tip, from the crescent blade all the way to the bottom of its shaft. Naturally, these were all concealment runes. One of his soul affinity's greatest advantages was its invisibility. Sadly, the fact that such a valuable trait could be bypassed through mana sense so easily had always rubbed him the wrong way. Initially, he'd only bothered learning the concealment runes as a means to guard his secrets, but at some point, he'd come up with an even better use for them. Still not perfect, though, he sighed. Examining the weapon with his sixth sense, he couldn't help but spot multiple areas where the enchantment had failed, making the construct detectable. The visible patches were faint, but his opponents might have noticed the scythe's edge in time had they been a little more observant. Whether it was his smithing technique or his rune crafting, both had plenty of room for improvement. Of course, he couldn't help it much. The crude etchings were the most he could currently achieve without compromising the scythe's structural integrity. As for the enchantments, he'd only be able to link them more seamlessly after he delved into Magiscript proper. This will have to do for now, he shrugged, stepping over the air mage's prone form as he picked his way back across the swamp. In any case, it would be a while until he earned enough credits in the Vault's challenges to afford the books on the more advanced topics. Still, this encounter only made him more eager to return. "Are they all dead?" Nisha asked, approaching him. Percy responded by simply pointing at his familiar.
Mickey was flying towards them, carrying the final body in his talons. Suffice to say, they dealt another major blow to House Tantalus today. "I'm surprised they haven't sent any greens yet," Nisha mused. "It's not that strange," Percy said, eliciting a frown from her. It had already been about half a year since they had arrived in Bogside Town, and this was already the third group the enemy house had sent to investigate the disappearances. Originally, Percy had expected them to send more people, and a lot sooner at that. According to his original estimates, they should have responded with a green mere weeks after the first attack.
Over time, however, he had come to realize the reason they seemed to be holding back. "I'm guessing they can't afford to part with their greens right now." "Why not?" "Well, I imagine my grandpa is applying a lot of pressure on them in the western side of the province. Dealing with some random wild beast near one of their towns isn't that urgent by comparison." "Haven't they sustained more losses by taking it easy, though?" she asked again, clearly unconvinced. It was true. By now, Percy and Mickey had killed 15 yellows in total, a substantial force, even by a noble house's standards. Had they sent a single green from the start, House Tantalus would have suffered less. "I think a big part of it is that they didn't expect any of their groups to fail. After all, they're operating under the assumption that their target is a mindless beast. They've probably hastily delegated whatever yellows they can spare whenever they are able." "I still don't get it." "Isn't a group of 5 yellows a greater force than a single green?" Percy shook his head. "On paper, 5 yellows should indeed be able to take a green out, but their value in the war is a little more complicated to estimate," he said, giving Nisha a quick rundown of his understanding. "At the end of the day, the war would be decided by the highest powers either house could freely deploy. In other words, their blues. As for those weaker, their contribution was mostly determined by how much they could impact the war between blues. While a green was nominally as strong as a handful of yellows, they were many times more valuable than that in practice. After all, greens could actually survive and meaningfully participate in a fight between blues, possibly even tipping the scales. As for yellows, they wouldn't last a moment in such a high-level battle. Of course, that didn't mean yellows were worthless. Far from it. They could be deployed in areas where no blues were present, with the express purpose of taking out the enemy greens, thus affecting the high-level battles indirectly. Still, they were 2 layers removed from the battles that mattered the most, making them more disposable. And that was without considering their value outside the war. After all, greens were more often yellow-borns, which meant they had to be protected at all costs. As for yellows, they were typically orange-borns, or even red-borns. Nobody in their right mind would send a child under 10 on a mission. "That makes sense, but I doubt they'll continue sending yellows to their doom," Nisha said. "Right," Percy nodded. "I'm sure they'll wise up after this latest failure. They'll send a green next time," he said, his expression grim. Nisha and Mickey both nodded, their faces equally somber. "Hey, it's not that bad," Percy suddenly said, easing up the mood. "We're not completely helpless against a green." "Not anymore." Had one arrived to seek them out months ago, they would have probably had to hide or even run away. But things were different now. Between Percy's new spells, their new mastery of runes, and Mickey growing more experienced, they were more than capable of giving the next unfortunate noble to come after them a warm welcome. "In any case, we should head back. There are only a couple hours left until sunrise," Nisha suggested. "Because you need rest," Mickey said, his voice oozing with sarcasm. Out of the 3 of them, he'd had the toughest time today. After all, the sun had still been below the horizon when the latest batch of nobles arrived in the Grizzly Bog. That meant that neither Percy nor Nisha had been able to join him at the time. At least, not without arousing suspicion. Consequently, The crow had been given the annoying task of keeping their enemies busy for a few hours so that they wouldn't leave before the others arrived. To maintain their attention, he'd been forced to fly wide circles around them, allowing them to spot him frequently to entice them into staying, yet without ever giving them the chance to harm him. "It's been tough on all of us," Nisha shrugged unapologetically. "I'll have to replace the pitfall traps tomorrow, you know." "All right, that's enough infighting. We should all take some time to relax," Percy said. Next, the trio broke up, with Mickey flying deeper into the swamp towards his nest, while the others made their way to their humble hut. Yet, the three of them weren't the only ones returning home. Just what is going on with this clone? The ethereal cord attached to his stomach had been acting strange over the last couple of days. It had kept tensing and shaking in irregular intervals. From experience, Percy could tell this was a signal the clone was on its way to Remior. However, it should have arrived long before now. Moreover, the cord vibrated way more than it usually did, as if the clone was on some tumultuous journey, possibly encountering some unprecedented obstacle. Something preventing it from returning. It wasn't until late in the following morning that Percy's wisp finally reached him, its condition shocking him. Chapter 36. Who am I? Percy hammered the flat slab of steel absent-mindedly, thinning it further with each strike. It wasn't until the sheet looked about to break that he remembered he was supposed to fold it again. Only after doing so did he dip it into a trough filled with water to quench it, quickly applying another layer of clay mud and moving it into the furnace. Despite the practiced movements, the fate of the knife wasn't exactly at the forefront of his mind. The clone died, didn't he? I died. Percy didn't fully understand what his latest clone had experienced, as it had only brought back a few scattered memories. The knowledge of how to heal his soul more efficiently was by far the clearest, followed by his promise to some girl to look for her in the future. As for the details of what had gone down between the two, he didn't really remember them. He had a faint idea that their friendship had started off on the wrong foot, before evolving to something more earnest by the time they parted ways. But he didn't really know how or why that had happened, nor how he was meant to find her again. There was also something more. He did recall he was supposed to injure his soul in a specific manner to lure some soul-based entity into his body. Next, he had to break it down and absorb it into his soul to obtain some kind of benefit. Percy didn't remember what exactly that benefit was, but the details of how to go about it were clear enough. Of course, the whole process seemed dangerous, but his clone had clearly deemed it to be a memory worth preserving. Maybe it has something to do with finding the girl. In any case, Percy would give it a shot, but only after he practiced with the healing art a little. It was best to know how to fix himself in case something went wrong, and he'd certainly try looking for his new acquaintance during his future trips, though none of that was particularly urgent right now. What bothered him a whole lot more were the implications of this recent adventure on himself, and he wasn't thinking about the injury, per se. He was confident that it would heal in a couple of weeks at the latest, but that wouldn't bring the dead version of him back to life. It would merely replace him. "I suppose I've always known this was a possibility," he sighed, the pang of his loss unexpectedly sharp. Just because his bloodline allowed his clones to survive and operate on their own for some time, it didn't mean they were immortal or invulnerable. They were ultimately nothing more than fragile chunks of his soul. The only reason none of them had been lost or destroyed before was due to how rare soul affinities were. He'd never met any mage or creature capable of interacting with his souls before this latest venture. Well, other than Metatron. But it was bound to happen eventually. What if it were me in the clone's shoes? The result would have obviously been the same. After all, Percy and his clones were the same person, with the same personality. He would have made the exact same choices,
ultimately sacrificing himself to benefit his main body. So, he would have ended up dead too. Was it worth it? The only real difference between him and the clones was the size of their soul. They were the same person until the very moment the bloodline activated, at which point the biggest portion remained in his body, while the smaller one ended up flying out.
Percy had never really had to deal with this issue before, because all his clones had made it back, other than the one he'd shoved into his familiar, and that one he'd sacrificed to save his friend, not for his own sake. Evidently, this wasn't always going to be the case, however. Moving forward, he'd probably be forced to make the same choice again, a choice between self-preservation or sacrificing himself for the original's benefit. Can I do it again, knowing what it means? Or should I, even? At the end of the day, Percy had to decide what was most important to him. His goal had always been to reach the pinnacle of magic, to grow as strong as he could, to aim for divinity and beyond. But would it even matter if some other Percy achieved that goal, should he himself perish? It all boiled down to one simple question. Who am I? Was there only one Percy, the original? Or did all his clones have the right to live too? Should they all strive towards a common goal? To elevate their joint existence to the highest level? Or should they put themselves first? It didn't matter much when they could safely return to Remior. Whenever that happened, they would simply fuse back into the original, sharing the same fate. But the choice wouldn't always be this easy. I think the steel is ready for the next round of tempering, Nisha said, pulling him back to the task at hand. Only now did Percy realize the bar was already red hot. Placing it back on the anvil, he continued the forging process. Now that most of the impurities had been removed, he began to consciously flatten it into the shape of a kitchen knife. Obviously, the townsfolk didn't need any fancy katanas. Percy had been forced to adapt Sengo's teachings to some more practical, everyday tools to make a living in Bogside Town. Or pretend to, at any rate. A couple hours later, Percy sharpened the knife's edge with a whetstone. His lack of experience, in tandem with the subpar tools at his disposal, did knock the quality of his crafts down a notch. Adding the fact that he hadn't given it his all today meant that the knife he currently held wasn't exactly his finest work. An untrained eye might have missed it, but it was a little rough around the edges. It was slightly wider in the middle than it was supposed to be, while the wavy patterns on the blade were not quite as clear as usual. Percy couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. It's fine. It's still better than what people here are used to, Nisha consoled him. She was playing with some space mana between her hands, trying to get a bit better at shaping it how she wanted. Naturally, she hadn't missed Percy's irritation. It's not that, he said. Do you think my clone was a fool to do this? While he couldn't be certain, Percy guessed his clone had brought this grim fate upon himself as a result of multiple risky choices. Because it had been weighing so heavily on his mind of late, he'd already brought Nisha up to speed. I don't know. I'm probably not the best person to ask, as I've never put any external goal above my well-being. Even working towards my revenge is something I only do when I can. I guess it all boils down to what you value the most. Nodding, Percy placed the knife on the floor before washing himself outside with some water. Without anything else to occupy his hands, he went to bed early, Nisha's words still echoing in his mind. While his companion was more than a little eccentric, and oftentimes lazy, she was by no means stupid. It was true that he'd never really had to choose between his life or his goal. After all, the two were normally inextricably linked. He couldn't become a god if he was dead, could he? Except, it turns out, I can. Grimacing, he shook his head. Maybe I'm thinking about this all wrong. What if taking a few risks with my clones is the only way to stand a chance? The odds were already stacked heavily against him. Even with Aurora Dew and his 2 cores, he'd only live long enough to reach blue. He still wasn't even close to violet or white, let alone godhood. Metatron had made it clear that he, an actual god, doubted it was even possible. Could Percy afford to play it safe and still hope to succeed? Probably not. Doing his best to ensure that each of his clones made it back was a given. They weren't disposable tools to discard at will. Each of them was him. At the same time, he didn't have the luxury of preserving all of them. Many would die again, if any part of him was to ever become a god. Remembering back to the time he'd first practiced his soul affinity on that goblin all those years ago, his thoughts rang through his mind once more, truer than ever. A soul affinity, huh? Clearly not meant for the faint of heart. At the time, his thoughts had been shallower. He'd only considered the pain he had to endure when using his bloodline. As it turned out, that was the easy bit. Whether it was the tragic fates of the dying people he met during his travels, or the difficult choices he'd had to make, his affinity continued to prove itself brutal at every turn. In the end, it didn't matter who he currently was, nor who his clones were. Whichever side he found himself on, Percy had to give it his all, in service of somebody else. The person he wished to one day become. Chapter 37. Housewife Nisha gathered the completed knives from the table before leaving the hut. Percy was still busy using his new trick to repair his injured soul, so she'd agreed to deliver the finished tools to Mr. Dillon for him. On the way to the shop, she didn't stop playing around with her mana, however, trying to keep it in the shape of an orb. It was annoying training like this, day in and day out. Not something she was very accustomed to. Still, I don't want to lose to him, she bit her lip. At least, not too badly. Percy was already stronger than her, despite being a grade lower. It was a strange experience for Nisha, but seeing him constantly doing his best motivated her to try harder too. While she'd never admit it, she felt like shit for guzzling down 3 doses of Aurora Dew per day while contributing so little to the group. Of course, Nisha had long known that Percy was hard-working. In fact, she'd learned of his steadfast determination as early as their first month in the guild, years before their collaboration. But it was one thing seeing the results of his efforts from the outside, and a different thing entirely to live in the same house, watching him train relentlessly from sunrise until sunset, and oftentimes beyond. The guy never stopped, except for when he worked on the anvil. But even that effort was in part to maintain their cover as commoners and pay the bills, while also enabling him to get better at reinforcing his pure constructs. Well, there's also the time he spends practicing with that atrocious ocarina, she reminded herself, cringing as the memory of the nail-scraping sound made her want to tear her hair out. She had no idea why he'd kept the darn thing, but at least he only played for Mickey nowadays. In any case, it wasn't a mystery to her how Percy had grown so strong. Given his abundance of secrets, combined with his peculiar work ethic, anything else would have been stranger. She very much doubted she'd be able to keep up with him, but she wouldn't forgive herself if she continued to waste her own gifts. "Good morning, Miss Nisha, was it?" Mr. Dillon asked, pulling her attention to him with a friendly smile. "How is Percy doing? I haven't seen him much lately." "Good morning." "Indeed, he has been spending all day working at home," she said, offering a half-truth. "I figured helping him out with the chores was the least I could do." She handed the merchant the bundle of knives, receiving a small purse of silver coins in return, as well as a couple bars of pig iron that Percy would be using for the next batch. They were heavy, but not to a yellow, especially not since she had started exercising. Bidding the man farewell, she brought the metal home before departing again to restock their supplies. Initially, she'd discussed with Percy the possibility of getting herself a job in the town, but other than her marketing skills, there wasn't anything else she'd be much good at. Besides, they didn't really need a lot of money. Percy's job was more than enough to cover their necessities and get himself some blacksmithing practice. In the end, they'd decided it was best for her to pose as a housewife. After all, her current priorities were things she could work on while staying at home. She had to improve with her magic, so that she wouldn't be a liability in a fight, as well as working towards the enchantments for the spatial amulets. "If he brings me any," she sighed. Nisha had already grown decent at drawing the pocket runes. Sadly, Percy hadn't had the chance to bring anything else from the vault. According to him, it was only recently that he had felt confident taking the Red Magiscript challenge for some credits, so he only began looking for a suitable host to take there in the past few weeks. And he had yet to find one. After buying the groceries, Nisha returned home again, taking her second dose of Aurora Dew for the day. Like Percy, her next promotion was a little over a decade away. Reaching green in her 30s would be a dream come true. People who didn't know her might even mistake her for a Yellowborn, at least until her peers started hitting blue a century earlier than she could. "Not that there's any room for us in high society anymore." She smiled bitterly. For the time being, they had to hide from the world, and she didn't know if there was a way out of their mess either. Their current plan was to lay low for as long as possible and hope for the best. Admittedly, not the most thought-out one. Even beyond their conflict against House Tantalus and their rapidly dwindling supply of elixir, finding a way to placate the divine root was arguably their most pressing issue. Percy didn't mention it much, but Nisha could tell it was weighing on him heavily, as nothing else would matter should they get caught. "Oh well, I suppose we both knew the risk when we made our choices." Lying with her back on the floor, she began a set of sit-ups. According to Percy, it would take her years before she was ready to learn circulation. Physical exercises weren't what she had imagined spending her early 20s on. Still, the boosting art was arguably the most useful spell she'd ever seen. She'd be ungrateful to not bother learning it after Percy had generously offered to coach her. She only took a break a couple hours later, once she had grown too tired to keep going. Sadly, they didn't have a life user nearby for her to cheat her way through this phase of the training, as Percy had. Glancing around the room, Nisha found Percy still sitting cross-legged in the same spot, synchronization active. Her gaze lingered on his bare abs and biceps for a second, the swollen muscles covered in beads of sweat. She couldn't help but bite her lip. "He always looks handsome when he does this." Scoffing, she immediately shook the pointless thoughts out of her mind, forcing herself to focus on what mattered. She couldn't observe his soul directly, but mana sense revealed a ridiculous amount of mana pouring into his stomach. It was partially obscured by his bandage, but she did see a huge portion sticking to the upper edge of what she guessed was his wound. The hole had already shrunk noticeably in the last few hours. The improvement wasn't that strange, in hindsight. Between Percy's insane mana regeneration and Mickey eating yellow souls to supplement him, he'd only need a week or two to fully patch it up before sending clones again. And that was only because he had to recreate the entire chunk his clone had lost. Normally, they estimated he should be able to recover within a day once a clone returned, allowing him to essentially send them out back to back. Drawing a handful of mana from her core, Nisha formed a miniature butterfly and made it fly around the room. Its form was crude, some of its mana leaking with every flap of its misshapen wings and leaving a trail of black motes in its passing. Her mana control was still atrocious, but it was already better than Percy's, and that wasn't due to her being more talented or more hard-working than him. It was a feature of her grade. A mage's control over their mana greatly increased with each promotion, which was why yellows and greens could form more intricate spells and control them remotely. For example, the time spells of that Tantalus noble they had faced fell in that category. The relative effortlessness was in stark contrast to Percy's spells, especially those which he had to strategically prepare before firing.
It was why he couldn't change the trajectory of his throwing knives or his sickles once he launched them. Of course, that had begun to change a little once he started fueling his spells out of that strange fused mana of his. Powered by 2 orange cores, his teal constructs were easier for him to control, which had enabled him to more easily transform the mantle into a bunch of projectiles or change his mana's properties mid-flight. At least, that was their current hypothesis.
Oh well, it's none of my business anyway. I have my own magic to worry about, she thought, letting the butterfly disperse once she ran out of mana to fuel it. Glancing out of the window, she noticed it was already dark. She grabbed another vial of aurora dew from the amulet, heading towards the door. One of her current projects was to spread more of her pitfall traps in the grisly bog each night in preparation for when their next enemy arrived. She also went regularly to give Mickey some company when Percy was too busy to do so himself. Yet, right when she was about to leave, Percy spoke, stopping her in her tracks. "Nisha? Remember when you asked me to give you a second core? Of course, you said it was too dangerous to try that on a friend. Also that it wouldn't be of any use to me if I didn't train with it." "Right. Both of those are still true, but a couple of things have changed since then." Nisha nodded, pausing hopefully.
She still wasn't quite ready to fight a fellow yellow by herself, but she was confident that she could support Percy and Mickey in a fight without hitting them by accident.
"I'm not just talking about your personal growth," Percy added, probably guessing what she was thinking. "This mending art is a game changer. Obviously, I'd like to spend more time getting better with it, and it's never going to be completely risk-free, but it would be hypocritical of me to lecture others about risks when I'm gambling with my own life all the time." Nisha's eyes widened, but Percy raised a hand to stop her. "Not right now. Keep practicing, and think hard about it. If you still want to go through with it, I'll give it a shot as soon as we get ourselves more elixir." Chapter 38. Mend. The soul mana gushed through Percy's channels like a torrential river, lighting up a silver maelstrom around his sternum. Tears formed and closed throughout his soul, but he didn't pay them any attention, long since accustomed to this version of his boosting art. Instead, his attention was glued to the hole around his stomach, as it had been over the last couple of weeks. The rush of mana tried to fill the crater like a lake, a substantial amount leaking out of the wound, though Percy held it back as best as he could. Instead, he guided it to stick to the surface of the hole as much as possible, cutting down the losses. In addition, he willed it to act with purpose, boosting his soul's natural regeneration rather than blindly attempting to patch the wound up. Not only that, but he focused it in interspaced locations, prioritizing the growth of thin tendrils crisscrossing all over the wound, rather than letting the mana act uniformly. "Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell."
Mend. Crude. Finally. He had spent several days making up for his nearly destroyed clone, shrinking the crater from the size of a grapefruit to that of a cherry. The latest healing art he had brought back from the mysterious girl, whose name he didn't quite remember, had clearly done wonders, even in its incomplete state. Yet it wasn't until now that the status deemed his mastery sufficient to list it along with the other spells. Percy was elated. His efforts were recognized. But he didn't let his concentration waver, continuing the arduous process of mending his soul. Doing so was especially critical, as Mickey had informed him of imminent intentions to munch on a yellow beast, providing him with another potent source of mana. "Starting," the crow spoke through their bond, sending him the image of a snake lying motionless under his talons. Sure enough, fresh mana flooded Percy's saturated soul a second later, forcing him to leak some into the crater. Flooding it like this, a portion would inevitably end up wasted. But he'd still lose less than if he allowed it to spill out randomly from his pores. It wasn't until 4 hours later that he finally stopped, satisfied with the day's improvements. The wound wasn't entirely gone just yet, a small hole still present in his stomach, but it was already smaller than the scar in his sternum. This wound also didn't have a cord extending outwards, so he was confident it would close completely tomorrow. Can't wait to resume sending clones. His latest misadventure had cost him some valuable time, though he didn't regret it. How could he, after having gained so much from it? Grinning, he pulled his status up, taking the time to appreciate the fruits of his labor. Percival Avalon, Mana Cores. Mana Core 1, Orange, Soul. Mana Core 2, Orange, Pure. Bloodline, Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Spells, Secret Art, Familiar, Crude. Glove, Crude. Mend, Crude. Soul Harvester, Refined. Reinforcement, Refined. Synchronization, Refined. Mantle of Deceit, Refined. Decrees. Phoebe's Decree. Grants access to your status. Grants a bloodline. Moirai's Decree. Grants a second mana core. Metatron's Decree. Open a one-way portal to the Vault of Magic at will. Percy was back to 7 spells after losing one when his quarterstaff and his parting gift merged into the Soul Harvester. That said, the overall quality of his arsenal had never been higher, with over half his spells upgraded to Refined. Even Elaine only had 2 Refined spells, despite having 2 grades on him. And I'm not even done digesting the gains from the last clone. He still wasn't completely clear on how the absorption process of a fragmented clone was supposed to work, since even his memories of the trip were a little foggy. But he did remember enough to give it a shot, as soon as his soul was back to normal.
Whatever the result would be, it was definitely worth delaying his return to the vault by a few more days.
"Mickey, are you ready?" Percy asked through the cord. Another 2 days had passed, and he was finally ready to begin. Luckily, his wound had fully closed yesterday, though he'd chosen to play it safe and get a good night's sleep before experimenting with the strange technique. "Yes," the familiar replied, sending the image of another freshly slain carcass. Percy nodded. It never hurt to have some extra mana stashed on the side, just in case. Sending a trickle to his eyes, he examined his soul once more, making sure everything was in order. He might use his boosting art later, but he decided to hold on for now, unsure whether it would help more than hurt. "Okay, I'm going for it." Gathering some mana on his index finger, he delivered a few precise incisions in various sections of his soul, inflicting several narrow cuts along his limbs and torso.
He winced in pain, of course. Soul injuries weren't something he'd likely ever get completely used to. But he kept going, having experienced far worse over the years. Naturally, he would have never dared to try anything similar on his flesh. While the pain would have been much easier to stomach, he would have risked dying of blood loss. Luckily, his soul didn't work that way. Besides, this latest series of injuries vastly paled in comparison to the crater he'd just finished healing. "No, I think I'm supposed to leak mana through the cuts." This next part was a bit foggier in Percy's mind, but he figured it couldn't be far off. After taking a few seconds to replenish what little mana he had spent, he pulled a sliver of it from his core, splitting it into multiple streams before pushing it out of the cuts all at once. At the same time, he focused on the pain, trying to exaggerate the idea of his injuries in his mind. Unsurprisingly, his experience in possessing dozens of dying bodies made this rather simple. He guessed he had a huge edge compared to the natives of the mysterious world. Motes of silver soon leaked out of his wounds, one after another, fading into nothing within mere meters of his body. Is this really going to reach far enough to lure them here? He didn't know if he had done a good job giving his mana the scent of a dying soul, but it wouldn't matter if the motes didn't even leave Remior.
His only hope was that the creatures could sense it from much farther away, through the plane of souls where they presumably dwelled. Pushing the rest of his mana out of his core, Percy repeated the process one more time, yet feeling no tangible results several minutes later. His failure was definitely a little disappointing, but he wasn't one to give up easily.
Time to bring out the big crossbows.
Heeding his request, Mickey flooded him with a ton of soul mana as Percy activated synchronization, pushing the silver motes out several times more forcefully. The substance tried to latch onto his injuries, to heal them as it usually did, but he didn't allow it. In fact, he did the exact opposite. Not only did he actively prevent the cuts he had manually inflicted from closing, but he even did his best to keep some of the tears caused by his boosting art open. Visualizing the horrendous state of his past hosts and capitalizing on the intense pain, Percy kept at it for a couple more hours, until long after Mickey had run out of mana to send.
I guess it's not happening today.
Sighing in defeat, he finally allowed the mana to close the minuscule cuts, restoring his soul to pristine condition. Percy wasn't sure what had gone wrong. Yes, his memories of the technique weren't too clear, but he was confident they were at least complete.
There didn't seem to be any key component missing. He'd even released a lot more mana than any orange mage had any business wielding, or even a yellow for that matter.
Is it possible there just aren't any of those strange creatures nearby? It was the only logical explanation he could come up with. After all, he was competing by his lonesome against an entire culture of people who did this regularly. Their collective efforts had probably drawn plenty of the creatures to linger in the outskirts of their world, massively lowering the barrier of entry for any individual person trying to lure one of them over. For all I know, the nearest creature is on the other side of the universe. His expression drooped as he grew more and more certain of his guess. If he was right, then he could only think of two possible solutions. The first was to leave Remir with his main body, repeating the experiment at a more suitable location. Yeah, fat chance of that happening. He smiled bitterly.
Currently, his only means of traveling across worlds were his clones and Metatron's decree, neither of which would help in this situation, which left him only one option. He had to massively expand the scope of his efforts in order to lure one of the creatures from much farther away.
I'm going to need a lot more soul mana.
Chapter 39. Spirit. Percy allowed his boosting art to fizzle out as he placed both palms on his knees, breathing heavily. While the creation of his clones had grown into quite a routine operation, a far cry from the dangerous and laborious venture it was during his early days, the act still left him a little tired afterwards. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he found the strength to stand up. He'd have to heal his injuries again at some point, but not immediately.
Unable to absorb one of the mysterious creatures, and with a clone currently roaming the cosmos, Percy had decided to take the rest of the day off, feeling himself deserving of a rare break. The sun was still at its apex, and Nisha was currently in the middle of a workout just outside the house. They'd made a mutual pact to perform any sweaty business outside of the hut. Walking to a wall, he reached out towards nothing in particular, seemingly grabbing a fistful of empty air. It wasn't until a second later that a glowing teal scythe manifested in his hand. This was his latest refined spell, the Soul Harvester. Only Percy hadn't created this one today, but nearly a week ago. The stability was a convenient new feature of his twice-fused mana. The cyan crystals were already semi-permanent constructs which could survive for an extended period of time without breaking down. His mixed mana constructs created through reinforcement inherited some of that durability, though not all of it, due to the presence of regular mana causing them to decay over time. However, using his teal mana pushed the durability even further, as the substance had always been a little harder to break down. When combined, his scythe could survive for several days before its structural integrity was compromised. A very fortunate development indeed,
as creating each one was a time-consuming process, especially with all the concealment runes Percy had to embed into each one. Tracing his finger along the weapon's length, Percy nodded in satisfaction as he examined the scythe's condition. Still good. Propping the construct against the wall, he robbed it of its color again before leaving the house for some fresh air. The dirt roads of the small town were not quite busy, but perhaps active was an apt term.
A few of the townsfolk walked about, greeting each other with a smile, chatting for a few minutes at a time, or entering a shop. The mood was strangely uplifting, which made Percy crease his brow. I'd have thought these people would be more downtrodden, given the circumstances. The residents of Bogside Town had a lot more problems to deal with, even compared to the average commoner on Remior. For one, they lived under the jurisdiction of a particularly ruthless noble house, which slaughtered them on a regular basis, treating them as little more than livestock to feed the horrific noble bloodline. And that was without even considering the economic difficulties these people had to endure. Most towns across Remior were good at producing at least something of value. They had to, in order to survive. A few of them, like the nearby Grey Quarry town, had mines in their vicinity and could export ores and minerals. Others were suitable for growing magical reagents, things that places like the Alchemists Guild needed. Sadly, for the people of Bogside Town, they'd drawn the short end of the stick in that regard as well. From what Percy understood, there was some fertile land to the northwest of the town, allowing the peasants to supply their cruel overlords with crops and animal products. However, that wasn't exactly the most profitable business, so they normally had to supplement it by gambling their lives to venture into the nearby swamp in order to harvest additional materials from the magical beasts living in the treacherous terrain. But that's no longer an option. All because of us. This was something that gnawed at Percy's conscience lately. An unfortunate side effect of his actions was that he'd rendered the entire bog off-limits for the residents, inadvertently cutting off part of their lifeblood. He and Nisha could see that these people were struggling harder to get by than when they had first arrived in the town. Still, they didn't seem too distraught over it, for some reason. Under the pretense of browsing for some bread from the local bakery, Percy paid attention to a couple of ladies gossiping loudly by the entrance. Okay, eavesdropping was admittedly not his classiest moment, but he was dying to know why these people seemed so chirpy, despite the harsh times they were living in.
Hey, Margaret! How's Randall doing today? Is his knee still bothering him? Good morning, Brenda. You know how these things are. The pain is getting worse. Last night he woke up all sweaty. He couldn't go back to sleep again. Oh my God, that sounds awful. You really need to take him to a life mage. Margaret sighed. I know. The problem is, he's not in any condition to travel. The nearest life mage lives in Grey Quarry Town.
It'll cost 3 times as much to get him to come to us. And with Randall unable to work in the fields, our finances are a bit tight too.
Do you want us to lend you some money? Brenda offered. Waiting is only going to make the situation worse. Oh no, no! Margaret hurriedly waved at her friend. You're raising 2 young kids, Brenda. I appreciate your kindness, but we can't impose on you. Brenda insisted some more, though Margaret just shot her down. Still listening in, Percy couldn't help but feel his chest tighten as their conversation only exacerbated his guilt. Surprisingly, the next thing Margaret said made him furrow his brow. Besides, I'd take this situation any day over what we had in the past, she said, her features easing. I know what you mean. Having a little less food on the table is a small price to pay. How long has it been, even? About a year? Almost. Gods, we'd have lost 12 people by now. Margaret nodded. Probably more.
Those bastards used to take a handful each time. I hope House Avalon wipes them all out.
Shh, we aren't alone, Margaret whispered, discreetly pointing at Percy, who hurriedly looked away, his cheeks heating up. I wouldn't worry about the new kid ratting us out to those assholes. Remember what they tried to do to his wife a few months back? Anyway, I hope that monster bird stays in the grizzly bog forever, money be damned. I'd rather go hungry with my kids and husband than wake up every morning afraid that I'll lose them. Do you think we'll be safe, though? What if the beast flies over here one day, looking for food? Well, I suppose it's possible, but I doubt it can take the whole town on. Besides, it hasn't harmed a hair on any of our heads so far. It's only ever touched the pompous assholes who went looking for it. Margaret remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly pondering something. Say, do you think the rumor about it is true? Brenda chortled. Come on, Margaret.
Don't tell me you believe that crap.
That's the kind of shit Fagin tells the kids. I know, it sounds ridiculous. Margaret chuckled too. Still, how else do you explain the strange glow on its body? Beasts can't use magic like that. Both Rennie and Samia saw it. They said it looked almost... She paused, contemplating her next words carefully. Sacred. And then it let them go. Only attacking those people... No way. It's got to be some kind of coincidence. Maybe it went after the nobles first because they were stronger, and thus tastier. As for the glow, I think that's probably an exaggeration. I bet its feathers just reflect the sunlight in a weird way. The girls must have mistaken it in their panic. Sounds like a stretch, Margaret insisted. And believing that a guardian spirit descended from the heavens to protect our town